This is a world where wives are allocated by the state. As long as you sign up for the school's couple internship course, you can skip dating and directly have a wife. The state will even allocate a house for you, so you can enjoy a sweet life together inside. What's even more outrageous is that once the match is successful, you must get married within a day. Otherwise, you will be blacklisted by the state. At this moment, the big screen shows. Your match is the teacher who taught you for 4 years. Seeing this scene, the students cried. The school beauty became anxious. But you were stunned. Because the school beauty's girlfriend broke up with you yesterday for the sake of your future. And yet today, you rushed into marriage. The beautiful teacher Chang Bingbing is a 37-year-old university female teacher, but she looks like she's in her early 20s. If it weren't for her being a teacher, she would definitely be the school beauty. You can't believe everything that's happening before your eyes. Classmate Yi-chun, come home with me. Chen Bingbing saw you didn't speak. She took your hand and walked towards the parking lot. As an experienced driver, you decisively chose to drive. As you started the car, you habitually placed your hand on the long legs of the passenger seat. Why does the touch feel different today? It's only now that you remember. The one sitting in the passenger seat is no longer the school beauty by Shui. You were so scared that you quickly withdrew your hand. But Chen Bingbing had a smile on her face and said she had always known about your habit. You were shocked at the time, and Bai Shui couldn't possibly have told others about this private matter. I'm afraid the teacher installed a camera in the car. For the past 4 years, every weekend, you would borrow the teacher's car to go out and play with the school's beauty girlfriend. And then this habit was formed. Yeah, you've been driving this car for so long and didn't notice? It was given by the 4S store when I bought the car. It was only then that you noticed there was a hidden camera at the back of the car. It's a good thing you and Bai Shui didn't do anything inappropriate in the car. At this moment, Chen Bingbing was shy and serious. She said, classmate Yi Chen, I've actually liked you all along. When the big data was matching, I even prayed to be matched with you. Who knew we really got matched? I'm genuinely happy. You looked bewildered, secretly thinking, is this teacher confessing to me? Seeing you didn't say anything, Chen Bingbing continued. I know this contradicts the image of me in your mind, but I'm serious, and now we are legally married. Let's go eat first. At this time, Bai Shui had just walked out of the classroom. She didn't get matched this time, but she was still very happy. Because her dream is to be a star, that's why she chose to break up with you. Just to maintain her single status image. As soon as Bai Shui came out, she called Chang Bingbing and decided to celebrate. Because Bai Shui's mom and teacher Chang are best friends, their relationship is especially good. As soon as the call connected, Bai Shui said, Teacher Chang, let's go out to eat together. Meanwhile, Chang Bingbing and you have already arrived at the restaurant. I replied, I'm already eating hot pot. You can call a few friends to come. Bai Shui just wanted to hang up the phone, but still curiously asked, who are you eating hot pot with? Yi Chen. How can you eat hot pot with Yi Chen? Bai Shui's tone was a bit urgent. Why not? Yi Chen and I are already registered. Bai Shui originally thought that after Chang Bingbing and you successfully matched, it was just a matter of legal registration. I didn't expect you two to be serious. Teacher Chang, how can you do this? Yi Chen is my ex-boyfriend. Chang Bingbing replied, you and he have already broken up. Now he is just a person with no relation. I don't think there's any problem with this, right? I won't talk anymore, we're going to eat hot pot. Immediately, the sound of the phone being hung up came from the phone. You were happily eating, but suddenly a prompt appeared in front of you. System activation successful, just need to complete every day. Love check-in to receive rewards. So it's a cheat code. After eating hot pot, you accompany Chang Bingbing to go shopping. Teacher Chang, let me take you to buy clothes. I want to pick out some nice pajamas for you, take a look and see if you like them. Chang Bingbing shyly said, whether I like it or not is not important, as long as you like it. You also understand the meaning behind it. In the past, when you bought pajamas for Bai Shui, you would be scolded even if you expressed an opinion. On the other hand, Chang Bingbing's personality is too good. There's no harm without comparison. You hold Chang Bingbing's hand and arrive at the entrance of the women's clothing store. After trying on several sets of clothes, she was very satisfied, so you decided to go home together. At this time, Chang Bingbing said again, let's go to my place first to pack up, and then move directly to your place to live. You felt a little embarrassed and said, is this really okay? Chang Bingbing was not happy to hear this. What's wrong with that? We are married now, and besides, isn't buying pajamas just for you to see me wearing them? You had no excuse to refuse, so you had to agree. After all, taking advantage is for your own benefit. You returned home happily like this, and before long, Chang Bingbing had packed the suitcase. It also demonstrated your boyfriend power by helping to drag the luggage downstairs in one go. Thank you, husband. It feels really good to have a husband. I used to have to do everything by myself. Chen Bingbing called him husband for the first time, and you could see his face turning red from head to neck. Yi Chen, from now on, let Bai Shui live in this house. Of course, you have no objections. Although you have broken up with him, you are not that kind of petty person. Chen Bingbing smiled and said, Yi Chen, you're really kind. Bai Shui will definitely regret it in the future. Soon, you arrived at your rental house, and Chen Bingbing busied herself in the kitchen. In no time, she prepared a table full of dishes. After dinner, it was already dark. You took the car keys and prepared to go to class. Because you have always been a good student since childhood, you started working as a part-time tutor to lighten the burden on your family while studying. Looking at the neighboring houses, you also know how high the prices are in the Magic City, so for now, you can only rent a house. But now, with the system and the national 10 million marriage fund, you vowed in your heart to make sure that Chen Bingbing will live in a big house in the future. At the same time, Bai Shui had just finished celebrating and returned. He opened Teacher Cheng's door with the key, only to find it pitch black inside, with no sound at all. Moreover, Teacher Cheng's personal belongings were all gone. At first, he thought there had been a break-in, so he took out his phone and called Chen Bingbing. Teacher Cheng, where are you? It's so late and you're not home yet. Xiao Shui, I forgot to tell you. I've moved in with Yi Chen now. The house will be yours from now on. You need to learn to cook for yourself. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui was instantly stunned, feeling a buzz in her head. We just broke up yesterday, and today you're already living with someone else. Bai Shui said with a trembling voice, how could you do this? You are Yi Chen's teacher. Chen Bingbing's tone was a bit unhappy. In today's society, there are plenty of people marrying their teachers. Besides, it was you who wanted to break up with Yi Chen. Moreover, Yi Chen and I are legally married now. It's only natural for a couple with a marriage certificate to live together, right? Bai Shui became more and more agitated as she spoke. Even though you must get a marriage certificate after being matched, but you and Yi Chen don't have any feelings for each other. How could you live together? Chen Bingbing said, I've actually liked Yi Chen for a long time. But when you two were together, I hid this feeling. Now that you've broken up, it's because you didn't know how to cherish it. Bai Shui gritted her teeth and said, then I wish you a long and happy life together. By the way, I need to raise funds for my new play. Can I use your marriage fund for a 7 million investment? The return rate will definitely be high in the future. Chen Bingbing was no fool and knew what Bai Shui was up to. Sorry, Xiao Shui, I can't help you with your situation. The marriage fund is jointly owned by Yi Chen and me. I really don't have any extra money to help you, but I'll leave my house to you. I have something to do, so I'll hang up. As you return home, you see Chen Bingbing lying on the sofa, and can't help but swallow hard. She's wearing the pajamas you picked out today, her perfect figure subtly revealed. Honey, you're back. Go take a shower first. I've already put your clothes in the bathroom. Seeing you staring at her, Chen Bingbing's face also blushes. You hug her and head straight to the bedroom. After the exercise, looking at the time again, it's already past 1 o'clock. Chen Bingbing is sleeping soundly in bed. At this moment, a voice comes through, congratulations, host. Intercepted a piece of future information. A month later, a TV series will skyrocket, causing a sensation online, and Chuanqiu Film and Television will become the biggest winner. When you see the information, your eyes light up. This Chuanqiu Film and Television is the company where Bai Shui is. It was glorious in the past few years, but then it declined year by year. Now, there are no artists worth mentioning. Now is the best time to acquire her. After all, once the new drama becomes popular, the TV will make a lot of money. As you think, you fall asleep. Early the next morning, Chen Bingbing is woken up by your phone. Answering the call drowsily, a female voice from the other end asks, is this Xiao Shui? Are you still sleeping? Sorry for disturbing you. Upon hearing this, Teacher Cheng instantly becomes alert. It turns out this call is from your mother, who still doesn't know about your breakup with Bai Shui. Chen Bingbing was so scared that she hurriedly woke you up. You explained to Mom, the one who called just now wasn't Bai Shui, it was Chen Bingbing. I have already registered with her. Explain everything that has happened these past few days to Mom clearly. Mom said, since it's already like this, then you two should live well. Cheng is a female PhD and a university teacher. You are reaching for someone high above you, so you must treat her well, understand? You agreed to everything and then hung up the phone immediately. Then you said to Chen Bingbing, by the way, Teacher Cheng, there's something I want to discuss with you, it's about buying a house. Can we delay it for a while? I want to use the marriage fund for something else. You want to use it to acquire Chuinchio films and television, right? Chang Bingbing interrupted your husband. You don't need to explain to me. I am your wife. I will unconditionally support whatever you want to do. You were deeply moved. After all, the risk of investment is very high, but he chose to trust unconditionally. Aren't you afraid that my investment will fail? Chang Bingbing smiled gently. If it fails, we'll start over. I will always be with you. Your eyes were already wet with tears, experiencing for the first time the feeling of being cared for by a loved one, something you never felt with Bai Shui before. After finishing breakfast, you set off for school. After the car stopped below the teaching building, Chang Bingbing looked out the window, made sure there was no one nearby, then pouted her cherry lips and kissed you lightly, like a dragonfly skimming the water, and left, saying goodbye to her husband. You pursed your lips and smiled. Darling, you're being a bit perfunctory. Chang Bingbing playfully winked at you. I'll reward you when we get home tonight. Chang Bingbing then got out of the car and left. Through the car window, you saw her, and she immediately resumed the cold demeanor she had in school. In front of you, she was like two different people. After watching Chang Bingbing's figure disappear into the office building, you finally drove away. Upon returning home, the first thing you did was to look up information about Chuinchio Entertainment online. Since you have decided to acquire this company, it's natural to make some preparations in advance. Half an hour later, your phone beeped with a text notification. Your bank account has been credited with 2 million renminbi. This is the money Dad had set aside for you to buy a house. At the same time, Dad called you. Son, you've received the money, right? Your mom just told me about you and Chang Bingbing. Now that you're married, you need to treat her well and take on the responsibilities of a husband, understood? You said seriously, Dad, I will. I didn't tell you and Mom that in yesterday's big data marriage matching, Chang Bingbing and I scored a 99 for compatibility. As a result, you both received a reward from the state, which can be used as startup funds to purchase a luxury residence. The reason you hid these things from your parents is that you don't want them to worry about you anymore. After casually chatting with your dad, you hung up the phone. You went out to a nearby supermarket and bought some vegetables to cook. At noon, you walked into the university office building with a lunchbox in hand. As soon as Zhang Yi entered the office building, you saw Zhang Chui mopping the floor. He is a janitor at Mordor University. The reason you know him is because Zhang Chui once helped Chang Bingbing. It was 2 years ago, one evening, when Chang Bingbing was on her way home. She encountered harassment from 2 drunk men. At that time, Zhang Chui bravely stepped forward with a broom and ended up wrestling with the 2 drunk men. Fortunately, other passers-by noticed the commotion and together managed to subdue the 2 troublemaking drunk men. However, Zhang Chui sustained some minor injuries during the brief scuffle. In the end, Chang Bingbing took Zhang Chui to the nearby hospital. Later, with Chang Bingbing's recommendation, Zhang Chui came to work as a janitor at Mordor University, and it has been 2 years since then. By the way, Zhang Chui's son is still an actor, but he has been playing supporting roles until now. Smiling, Zhang Chui, who was mopping the floor, asked Xiao Yi, "Are you here to bring lunch for Teacher Chang?" "Yes," you nodded. "It's great that you two are together. In the future, Teacher Chang will also have someone to rely on." "Zhang Yi, you're busy. I'll go up first." After saying goodbye to Zhang Chui, you went straight to Chang Bingbing's office. Meanwhile, in an office on the 3rd floor, a female teacher stood up and said to Chang Bingbing, "It's time, Bingbing, let's go to the cafeteria." Just as the two of them were about to leave together, a handsome young man with distinct facial features walked in, carrying a pink insulated lunchbox. Chang Bingbing was both surprised and delighted by your arrival. She couldn't help but blurt out honey involuntarily. "Teacher Chang, your husband, Yi Chen, actually personally brought you a lovingly prepared bento. He's such a good man. We better not be a third wheel." Wang Lu laughed, then pulled another teacher away. After placing the lunchbox on the desk, you affectionately pinched Chang Bingbing's cheek. "Sit down and eat quickly, stop standing there foolishly smiling." Chang Bingbing opened the lid of the lunchbox, looked at the steaming food, and felt her nose tingle. "Yi Chen, why are you so good to me?" Seeing Chang Bingbing's reddened eyes, feeling both speechless and sympathetic, "I just brought you food to eat. There's no need to cry." Then he smiled, his stunning face making you realize how adorable Chang Bingbing is. You just discovered that Chang Bingbing is quite cute. You chuckled and said, "The old you used to hide too much." Chang Bingbing ate her lovingly prepared meal. With a hint of pride, she said, "Of course, I am a hidden treasure girl." You chuckled and said, "I found out last night. You truly are a hidden treasure girl." After saying this, Chang Bingbing's face turned red in an instant. "And you also stopped there. So, how's the food? Does it suit your taste?" Chang Bingbing said, "This is the best meal I've ever had. I've never heard such praise from you when I was with Bai Shui. When you used to cook for Bai Shui, she always found fault. You smiled and said, "Eat it all if it's good." That's how you regain your strength quickly. Teacher Cheng suspected you were driving, but couldn't find any evidence, so she lightly patted your head. Cheng Bingbing, who dropped her disguise in front of you, is completely different from before. The contrast is too strong, but you really like the current way of interacting. It's very relaxed and natural, making you feel like basking in the spring breeze, a feeling you never experienced when you were with Bai Shui. Bai Shui always seemed like a princess in front of you, with a sense of superiority. After a while, it always feels a bit oppressive. Cheng Bingbing put down her chopsticks and patted her little tummy. "I'm so full." Wiping your mouth, you handed a tissue to Cheng Bingbing. "Thank you, husband. Take your lunchbox, get up, and I'll head back. Take a good rest at noon." As you were about to leave, Cheng Bingbing suddenly said, "By the way, husband, you haven't forgotten about going out for dinner tonight, have you?" You turned around and smiled. "My memory isn't that bad. It's a good opportunity to ask Gao Xiaoye about some matters related to the spring and autumn film and television." At 5:30 in the afternoon, you drove to the restaurant to pick up Cheng Bingbing after work. Inside a private room, you met Cheng Bingbing's close friend, Gao Xiaoye. She is as tall and slim as Cheng Bingbing. As a young actress, Gao Xiaoye's looks and figure are also very outstanding. Although there is still some gap compared to Cheng Bingbing, she exudes a kind of elder sister's temperament. At this moment, only you know that a month later, when the film is released, Gao Xiaoye, who plays the role of the sister-in-law, will become extremely popular. Gao Xiaoye's gaze fell on you. "Yichen, why do I feel like you're getting more handsome? Why hasn't Xiao Shuo arrived yet?" In Gao Xiaoye's view, since you are here, then Bai Shui must have come too. Without waiting for your response, Cheng Bingbing said directly, "Xiao Shuo won't come tonight." Gao Xiaoye didn't think too much, just thought that Xiao Shuo couldn't make it due to something in the evening. "And what about your new husband?" Gao Xiaoye was very curious about the husband that matched her best friend. "I don't know which guy is so lucky to be matched with his best friend in the big data marriage match." It was Yechen. Cheng Bingbing's words fell into Gao Xiaoye's ears. It shocked him so much that his eyes widened. You're not joking, are you?" Gao Xiaoye asked in astonishment. "What's going on?" Gao Xiaoye looked puzzled. In his opinion, you have been in a relationship with Bai Shui since freshman year, and your relationship has always been good. He always thought that you and Bai Shui got married on the day of graduation and entered the hall of marriage. But now you have become Cheng Bingbing's husband. Gao Xiaoye asked incredulously. "What on earth is going on?" Cheng Bingbing recounted the ins and outs of the matter to her best friend, not holding back. Girls who attach too much importance to material things will not be happy. Bai Shui will definitely regret it in the future. After listening to Cheng Bingbing's words, Gao Xiaoye couldn't help shaking her head. "You should thank Bai Shui. If it weren't for his letting go, you and Yechen would not be together." Cheng Bingbing only confided her special feelings for you to her best friend Gao Xiaoye. Now that she sees him getting what he wanted, Gao Xiaoye is genuinely happy. After a while, the food was ready. You chatted while eating, and Gao Xiaoye smiled at Yechen. "Now that you've graduated, what are your plans?" "I think you should join the entertainment industry. With your looks, as long as you make a little effort, you'll definitely become a top star in the future. Why not just come to our Chuanqiu Film and Television? You are well aware of the recent situation at their company. So, according to my understanding, the current situation at Chuanqiu Film and Television should not be optimistic." Hearing this, Gao Xiaoye sighed. "Yes, our boss's investment failure has caused a serious problem with the company's normal operation. I also heard that he is preparing to sell the company." Gao Xiaoye continued, "I just suggested you join the entertainment industry. That was a joke, don't take it seriously." You smiled and said, "I have the idea of acquiring Chuanqiu Film and Television. Can you please act as an intermediary, Gao Jie?" Gao Xiaoye was surprised. "You're not joking, are you? Although the company is not doing well now, it would still require a considerable amount of funds to acquire it in one go. It's definitely not possible without hundreds of millions. Do you have that much money?" You immediately replied, "My compatibility score with Teacher Chang is 99 points. So, we received 10 million yuan of marriage happiness fund from the state. Your compatibility score actually reached the theoretical highest score. This should be the first 99-point score since the implementation of our country's big data marriage matching system. We received 10 million yuan of marriage happiness fund, which is truly enviable." Gao Xiaoye suddenly changed the subject. "But acquiring Chuanqiu Films is no small matter. You two need to think it through." Cheng Bingbing spoke up, "I unconditionally support Yi Chen." Gao Xiaoye smiled at the sound. "Since you've already discussed it, I'll go back and talk to our boss. Just wait for my news." After bidding farewell to Gao Xiaoye, Yu and Chang Bingbing also got in the car. Teacher Chang, let's watch a movie before we go back. Chang Bingbing smiled happily, we'll listen to my husband. On the other side, Bai Shui looked at the 2 dishes she had just cooked, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Cooking is quite easy, after all. But when she picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, her brows furrowed. There was no taste in her mouth, making it hard to swallow. The sense of achievement she had just felt vanished at that moment. Setting down her chopsticks, Bai Shui suddenly remembered how, when she was with you before, you would always come up with various delicious dishes for her to eat. Back then, she didn't think much of it, because she thought cooking was simple, so she always found fault with you. But now, after trying her hand at it, she realized that cooking wasn't as easy as she thought. She ordered takeout on her phone and looked at the empty house. A feeling of loneliness arose in Bai Shui's heart. Yi Chen, what are you doing now? Could my choice really be wrong? This sentence has been echoing in Bai Shui's heart, questioning his soul. I'm not wrong. The loneliness now is only temporary. When I truly enter the entertainment industry later, my wonderful life will begin. I don't want to live the kind of life with Yi Chen, dealing with the daily grind of life. Just then, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Looking through the peephole, Bai Shui saw that it was her brother standing outside, so she opened the door directly. Suddenly, a strong smell of alcohol hit her face. Bai Shui frowned and asked, why did you drink so much? Bai Hao mysteriously asked, sis, guess who I was drinking with just now? Bai Shui couldn't be bothered to guess, and Bai Hao didn't keep her in suspense either. It was Director Zhang. He's asking you to have dinner. What's the matter? Bai Hao said, I told you, sis, are you really clueless or pretending to be confused? Director Zhang asked me to dinner, of course, it's for you. Didn't I tell you yesterday that he is interested in you? Don't you believe it now? Bai Shui made a cup of tea for Bai Hao and said, Director Zhang told you, he likes me. Bai Hao was mostly sober, didn't say it explicitly, but the meaning was already very clear. Sis, what do you think? Bai Shui said, I don't have feelings for him, and his online reputation isn't that good. Who knows if he sees me as his prey? After taking a sip of ginger tea, Bai Hao spoke up, how about this? Until Director Zhang shows enough sincerity, don't get too close to him. Just keep him hanging for now. Bai Shui wrinkled her tattooed eyebrows. What do you take me for? Sis, if you want to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry, you have to lower certain standards. This circle is too complex. Look at the current first-line stars. How many of them are pure and innocent? There's a saying, heavy is the head that wears the crown. You need to understand this principle. After hearing her brother's words, Bai Shui fell silent. I have another important piece of news to tell you. Just now, when I was drinking with Director Zhang, he told me that he's planning to acquire Chuanqiu Films. Meanwhile, Yu and Chang Bingbing returned home after watching the movie. Honey, I'm going to take a shower first. Yu smirked and suggested, wanna join me? Chang Bingbing blinked her big eyes at Yu, is this appropriate? After a while, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. It continued for 2.5 hours before it stopped. The next morning, the first thing you did after opening your eyes was silently recite the check-in. You can't forget the check-in every day because the system said that if you forget for 3 consecutive days, it will. Unbuckled and sitting in your arms, Chang Bingbing raised her head at this moment, rubbing her sleepy eyes and said, honey, how come you woke up so early? You touched Chang Bingbing's head and said, let's go back to sleep. Honey, hug me. Chang Bingbing's eyes suddenly became teary. You instantly understood and asked, are you sure? You spent a good 2.5 hours in the bathroom last night. How long has it been? But I can understand. After all, Chang Bingbing has been single for so long. The 10-year-old Chang Bingbing nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. In the afternoon, you received a call from Gao Xiaoye. He said the boss is waiting for you at the company tomorrow morning. Since the time is set, you need to prepare for the next step, acquiring a company. It's definitely not something you can do alone. You need to organize a small team, including financial and legal experts. You already have a financial expert by your side, and it's none other than your wife. Chang Bingbing is a teacher of accounting courses at Magic City University. Not only does she hold the title of senior accountant, she is also a certified public accountant. With such a competent and free financial expert by your side, you wouldn't be foolish enough to look for an accountant elsewhere. So now you just need to make a trip to the law firm. The next morning at 8 o'clock, you grabbed the car keys and left with Chang Bingbing. After half an hour's drive, you finally arrived at the office building where Chuanqiu Film and Television is located. Just as you arrived at the entrance of the office building, a young man in a suit walked towards you. Mr. and Mrs. Yi, hello. You shook hands with the lawyer Zhang Yida in front of you. Lawyer Zhang didn't keep you waiting too long, did he? Zhang Yida said no, I just arrived too. Let's go in later. So, you arrived at the reception of Chuanqiu Film and Television. The young lady at the reception immediately smiled sweetly and asked, how can I help you? Sir, who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? My last name is Yi. I'm here to see Mr. Lu. I have an appointment. The receptionist walked out from the front desk and led the three of you. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. Mr. Lu has suddenly met with an important client. Now, please have Mr. Yi move to the VIP lounge for a while. Although you felt a bit displeased, you didn't show it. You waited until 10 o'clock, and finally, there was movement outside the lounge. Through the translucent frosted glass, you saw outside the lounge. A middle-aged man with a stout figure stopped in his tracks, watching a young man leave. Director Zhang, take care. I won't see you off. I'll prioritize you. This person is the boss of Chuanqiu Film and Television, Lu Xinchang. After the young man left, he pushed open the door of the VIP lounge and quickly apologized to you with a smile. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for keeping you waiting. You smiled faintly and said, Mr. Lu, you're exaggerating. It's perfectly normal for a big boss like you to have friends drop by to visit you. Mr. Lu Xinchang looked embarrassed and said, Mr. Yi, please don't mock me anymore. I've fallen to the point of having to sell the company. What kind of boss am I? To be honest, the person I just saw off was director Xiao Zhang. He also wants to acquire my spring and autumn film and television. He's the son of a famous director, so I couldn't refuse to see him. I hope Mr. Yi can understand. Hearing Director Zhang, you had a moment of internal debate. When you mentioned Director Xiao Zhang, are you referring to Zhang Yimou's eldest son, Zhang Yanan? Lu Xinchang nodded and said, yes, in the film and television industry, no one else is referred to as Director Xiao Zhang. Mr. Yi, let's talk in the office. You nodded and then followed Lu Xinchang out of the VIP lounge. At this moment, you suddenly felt that Lu Xinchang deliberately made you see him sending Zhang Yanan away just now. His actions were clearly to increase his bargaining power in the upcoming negotiation. Indeed, the business world is like a battlefield. After a while, you entered Lu Xinchang's office. Spring and Autumn Film and Television, as an old film and television production company, has not been doing well in recent years, but the company's scale is not small. It wasn't until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the audit work was completed. Cheng Bingbing detailed the results to you. The operational situation of Spring and Autumn Film and Television is quite poor, with the company experiencing continuous losses for 5 years. To be honest, if it were him, he definitely wouldn't acquire such a company. But he didn't advise you to give up, because he believes in his husband's judgment. Zhang Yida also reported a bit on his audit situation. Overall, the operation of Chuanqiu Films and Television over the years is still compliant. Legal disputes will not harm the company's foundation. So you directly and straightforwardly said to General Lu, name your price. Lu Xinchang said, it seems Mr. Yi is as straightforward as I am. Then I'll be frank, 14 million. You shook your head and smiled. It seems General Lu doesn't have much sincerity. Chuanqiu Films and Television has been losing money year after year. If you keep raising the price so high, I'm afraid no one will want to take over. Lu Xinchang said, it's true that Chuanqiu Films and Television has been losing money in recent years, but it has a group of talented actors. Don't be fooled by their current lukewarm status. They might become popular one day. You just saw it, Shaojiang Island also wants to acquire Chuanqiu Films and Television. This shows that Chuanqiu Films and Television still has great potential. After a moment, you said to General Lu, I'm afraid Shaojiang Island's offer will be much lower than the price you just quoted me, otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here now. Lu Xinchang spoke up, Mr. Yi, name your price. You immediately said, 11 million. If General Lu feels unable to accept, then we have no need to continue the discussion. The reason you quoted 11 million is not just a random number. According to the Future News Report, if you don't intervene, Chuanqiu Films and Television will eventually be sold to Zhang Yinan by Lu Xinchang for 11 million. Mr. Yi, please add a little more. Hearing what Lu Xinchang said, I stood up and addressed Mr. Lu directly. I'm sorry for disturbing you today. After speaking, you turned and walked out. Lu Xinchang's expression changed constantly. In fact, 11 million is just a drop in the bucket for him. Just as you were about to step out of the office, Lu Xinchang's voice finally sounded behind you. Mr. Yi, please wait. I agree. A faint smile couldn't help but appear on your face. But when you turned around, your expression quickly returned to normal. Half an hour later, with the assistance of lawyer Zhang Yida, you signed a contract with Lu Xinchang. Signing the contract doesn't mean the acquisition of Chuanqiu Films is complete. Next, there is a series of procedures to change the company's legal representative at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and to change the company's account at the bank. But today is Sunday, and these departments are closed, so we can only go back to handle it on Monday. On the way back in the car, you smiled and said, "Teacher Chang, are you afraid that my business venture will fail this time?" Chang Bingbing smiled and said, "Darling, don't feel pressured. You still have me, I can support you." You smirked and said, "I don't feel pressured mentally, but the physical pressure has been quite intense these past few days. However, pressure brings motivation." Chang Bingbing was momentarily stunned, but then quickly reacted. Her eyes formed into crescents, and she smiled and said, "I understand. Honey, I'll give you motivation when we get back." You arrived home at exactly 5 o'clock, and the moment you stepped in, Bingbing clung to you. An hour later, Chen Bingbing curled up in your arms like a boneless little kitten. "Are you hungry? I'll go down and cook for you." At this moment, Chen Bingbing's voice sounded soft and weak, as if her body had completely given up. "You said to rest well and that you'll go downstairs to cook." Bingbing smiled, "You're such a hard-working husband." While you were cooking in the kitchen, you were also thinking about a problem. That is, although you have indeed acquired Chuanqiu Media, the company's situation has not improved at all. The first and foremost problem is the financial issue. The company's account at Chuanqiu Media is completely empty now. Such a large company also requires a substantial amount of funds to keep running. You only have 1 million left, not even enough to pay the employees' salaries. So, you must find a way to make money. In any case, you have to get through the next month first. When the TV series Kwangbiao is released, Chuanqiu Media will have several actors becoming popular. Then, various commercial performances and TV dramas will follow, making money for the company. After cooking the meal, you went to the bedroom and saw Bingbing looking weak. You shook your head and smiled. Then, you walked directly to the bed and picked her up in a princess carry. As he walked towards the restaurant with Cheng Bingbing in his arms, he joked, "You should take it easy tonight, shouldn't you?" Cheng Bingbing blushed and gave her husband a shy look. "How come you don't seem tired at all? The way he looks at you is like he's looking at a monster, you know, just now he exerted the most physical energy." "That must be you. But looking at you now, you're still full of energy." You said arrogantly, "Not tired, huh?" Your husband's core is very strong. At this moment, you are truly grateful to the system. It's the system that has strengthened the function of your left kidney. Meanwhile, Bai Shui and her brother were sitting in a private room of a high-end restaurant in the Magic City. It's already 7:05, why hasn't Zhang Yinan arrived yet? Bai Shui glanced at her phone and immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. "He invited us out for dinner and yet he's late. What's going on? He invited us, and yet he's late. What kind of behavior is this?" Bai Hao earnestly reminded her, "Calm down, you can't show your displeasure in front of director Xiao Zhang later." As soon as he finished speaking, a young man in a high-end suit walked in. Bai Hao immediately stood up to greet him. In front of Zhang Yinan, his waist involuntarily bent, and his face was full of flattery. Bai Shui also hurriedly stood up. "Miss Bai, please sit down. Don't be so polite. There was a traffic jam on the way here, so I'm a bit late. Please don't mind." As Zhang Yinan spoke, he sat opposite Bai Shui. After dinner, you and Cheng Bingbing went back to bed together. However, when you opened your phone, you found an unread message. Cheng Bingbing transferred 6.9 million yuan to you. Out of the 10 million marriage happiness fund, 5 million was deposited into your account, and the remaining 5 million was deposited into Cheng Bingbing's account. Yet now, she unexpectedly transferred 6.9 million to you. Perhaps she even gave you her savings from all these years. Cheng Bingbing said, "You can take this money and use it to address the urgent needs of the company." Although you were deeply moved, you didn't say any words of thanks. Actions speak louder than words. Meanwhile, after finishing their meal, Bai Shui and the others walked out of the restaurant together. "Miss Bai, let me take you home." Bai Shui politely declined, "I'll take my brother's car back." As a skilled player in the dating scene, Zhang Yinan knew that haste makes waste. "Let's make plans for another time when we're both free." After Zhang Yinan left, Bai Hao's ingratiating smile finally disappeared from his face. "Zhang Yinan actually brought Kai Shukuan and Lu Han to make guest appearances in my new drama. I've completely benefited from your influence this time," Bai Hao exclaimed excitedly. "You should know that Kai Shukuan and Lu Han are top stars in the domestic entertainment industry. If these two appear in his new drama, the one he's starring in will definitely become a hit. Once it's actually released, the popularity will definitely be very high. By then, as the male lead, he will definitely gain a high exposure." Bai Shui said, "This is your first time acting. You must take it seriously. Don't worry, sister. After all, I come from a professional acting background. In terms of acting skills, I am definitely superior to Kai Shukuan and Lu Han. These two are destined to only be stepping stones by my side. They will become stepping stones on my path to stardom. Bai Hao is full of confidence. Speaking of which, congratulations, sister. You just signed with Zhang Yimou's studio and immediately got a commercial endorsement. This starting point is really high. I hope so. At this moment, Bai Shui, on the surface, appears calm and composed, but in reality, her heart is far from as tranquil as it seems. As the new generation of Bond girls, she is destined to step into the first line in the future, even the top tier. At this moment, Bai Shui is even more convinced that breaking up with you was an extremely correct decision. You are probably still busy looking for a job. And he, if he successfully becomes the spokesperson for Coconut Tree this time, the money in his hands will be around 1.5 million. In the future, he and you will be completely in different circles. The next day, after dropping Cheng Bingbing off at Mo University in the morning, you immediately went to the bank and transferred the 11 million to Lu Xinchao. At around 9:50, you drove to the Suwei District Industry and Commerce Bureau. As soon as you got out of the car, Lu Xinchan, who arrived first, walked over to you. Mr. Yi, I just received the money. Thank you. While talking, you both walked into the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Not only did you change the legal person of Chuanqiu Film and Television to yourself, but you also changed the company's name. From the previous Chuanqiu Film and Television, it has become the current Chen Bing Media. At noon, you and Lu Xinchang arrived at the company. A few senior executives who received the news were already sitting in the conference room at this time. They had already known that the company had changed its new owner. They didn't know your background, but dared to take over Chuanqiu Film and Television at this time. You really have courage. Soon, you followed Lu Xinchang into the conference room. Is this the new boss? He's too young. Probably some second generation rich. This is what everyone is thinking after seeing you at the moment. Next, Lu Xinchang smiled and introduced you to everyone. The group of senior executives enthusiastically called you Mr. Yi, and you responded with a smile. The entire handover process didn't last long. It ended in just half an hour. Mr. Yi, you're busy, so I'll leave first. After greeting you, Lu Xinchang left directly. The moment he walked out of the conference room, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. A young person who has just walked out of the university, with no background, actually acquired his Chuanqiu Film and Television. Want to mix in the entertainment industry, really is a case of the more money than brains. He dares to assert now that your Chen Bing Media will definitely not last a year and will go bankrupt and close down. At this moment, Lu Xinchang still doesn't know that the one who will regret the most in a month will be himself. After taking over the company, the first thing you did was to hold a meeting and replace the CFO with your wife, Cheng Bingbing. Through this meeting, you also gained a general understanding of the company. Got a rough idea. Chen Bing Media currently has 23 signed artists, none of whom are A-listers. Among the slightly well-known artists is an actor named Zhang Sungwen, who is over 40 years old and has appeared in many TV dramas. His personal acting experience is still very rich, but over the years, he has mostly played minor roles with few lines. Until last year, Zhang Sungwen received the script for Quangbiao and finally got an important role with many lines in it. According to that future news, Quangbiao will be released in a month, and the antagonist role played by Zhang Sungwen has received extremely high praise online. Zhang Sungwen, the actor, became an overnight sensation, moving from a third-tier actor to an A-lister, and his value increased several thousand times. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Bai Hao was watching videos when a group chat message suddenly appeared on the background of his phone. Major news, the company has changed hands, and the name has been changed to the current Chen Bing Media Limited. Informing everyone, Gao Xiaodia replied received, Zhang Sungwen replied received, and Su Dongdong also replied received. Bai Hao's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing the group chat message. Xiao Zhangdao was really quick. To think that he has completed the acquisition of Chuanqiu Film and Television so fast. The thought of Zhang Yinan fulfilling his promises made Bai Hao so excited that he couldn't contain his excitement. The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became, and finally dialed Zhang Yinan's number. Xiao Zhang said, "Congratulations, congratulations." Zhang Yinan was a bit puzzled. What is there to congratulate me for? Upon hearing this, Bai Hao was even more bewildered. My dear Zhang, don't tease me anymore. Our company's general manager Zhang has just sent an official notice in the group. The company has been officially acquired by you. Zhang Yinan was extremely surprised. Bai Hao, are you serious? Has your spring and autumn media really been acquired by someone? Hearing this, Bai Hao also felt that something was amiss. Yes, our general manager Zhang just sent a notice in the group saying that we have a new boss, and the company name has been changed to Chen Bing Media. Zhang Yinan's tone was somewhat solemn. Who exactly acquired it? The spring and autumn media, which he considered as a sure thing, has now been snatched away by someone, which made him very angry. At this point, Bai Hao was no longer calm. If not you, then who? You ask me, but I also want to ask you. Alright, I'll hang up first. I'll call Lu Xinchang to ask him what's going on. After saying this, Zhang Yinan hung up and then dialed Lu Xinchang's number. President Lu, you sold spring and autumn media to someone else without informing me, causing me to wait for your call these past 2 days. This is quite unreasonable of you. Zhang Yinan's tone revealed obvious dissatisfaction. Lu Xinchang said, the other parties offered directly reached my target price. And, Director Xiao Zhang, you also know that I've been short of money recently, it's been urgent. So, I agreed directly yesterday and signed the contract on the spot. It happened suddenly, and I didn't have time to tell Director Xiao Zhang. I'm really sorry about that. At this moment, Lu Xinchang felt quite pleased, because this Zhang Yinan pushed the price too low. He only wanted 8 million to acquire his Chuanqiu Pictures. It's definitely taking advantage of the situation. Now, Chuanqiu Pictures has been resolutely sold to someone else. Now, Director Xiao Zhang, you must be at a loss. Mr. Lu, I want to know to whom you sold Chuanqiu Pictures and at what price. After a moment of silence, Lu Xinchang replied as follows. A young man named Yi Chang, a recent college graduate. The transaction price was 11 million. There's nothing to hide about this kind of thing, and it can't be concealed at all. So, Lu Xinchang just said it directly. Zhang Yinan frowned. A recent graduate being able to come up with so much money at once, this person is quite capable. After finishing the call with Lu Xinchang, in less than a minute, Zhang Yinan received a call from Lu Xinchang, and the number was exactly yours. Just as he was about to call you, Bai Hao impatiently called him. Director Xiao Zhang, did you find out who acquired Chuanqiu Pictures? It's a guy named Ji Chen. However, before Zhang Yinan could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Bai Hao. What did you say? His tone was extremely surprised, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Seeing Bai Hao's strong reaction, Zhang Yinan couldn't help but ask in surprise, do you know this Yi Chen? Xiao Zhang, have you forgotten? My sister's ex-boyfriend is named Yi Chen. This is White Hao. Confirm immediately, if it's really your sister's ex-boyfriend who acquired Chuanqiu Film and Television, ask him if he's willing to sell the company to me. I can buy it at the original price, or even add some money. If Yi Chen Yao is really a smart person, he should sell the company to me. After all, as an ordinary person without a background, wanting to enter the entertainment industry as capital is nothing but a pipe dream. Xiao Zhang, don't worry. If it's really him, my sister and I will definitely persuade him to sell the company to you. The conversation between the two ends here. Next, Bai Hao called his sister Bai Shui. Sis, how did the shooting for the Yeshu endorsement ad go today? Bai Shui smiled and said, a bit tired, but it feels quite fun. This is his first time shooting an ad. Although many shots have to be taken multiple times to pass, it's indeed quite hard work, but he enjoys it, because his hard work is valuable. As long as he successfully gets the endorsement contract for Yeshu, he will not only receive a spokesperson fee of over 1 million, but also be considered officially entering the industry. Calling me isn't just to check on me, right? Hurry up and get to the point. Bai Hao smiled and said, you still understand me, sis? Do you know who acquired Chuanqiu Film and Television? Bai Shui said, since you're asking, it seems that the person who acquired Chuanqiu Film and Television is not Zhang Yinan, but someone else. At the moment, Bai Hao has no mood to keep it a secret. Sis, don't beat around the bush. The person who acquired Chuanqiu Films and Television is indeed Yi Chen. What White Shui was so shocked that her cherry lips formed an O shape. Next, Bai Hao recounted his conversation with Zhang Yinan to Bai Shui. Sis, now call Yi Chen and confirm if he indeed acquired Chuanqiu Films and Television. If it's him, advise him to sell Chuanqiu Films and Television to Shaozhan Island. I understand her heart. After hanging up the phone, Bai Shui quickly found your number and dialed it, but no one answered. Is Yi Chen not even answering my calls now? Bai Shui said with a complex expression. 10 minutes later, you lay on the bed, slowly closed your eyes, and entered a special state of disillusionment. Chang Bingbing in your arms spoke, honey, your phone rang for so long just now. Take a look. There must be something important looking for you. You reached out a hand, picked up the phone on the bedside table, and looked at it. Chang Bingbing asked, who was calling? Your goddaughters. Chang Bingbing was stunned for a moment and said, Xiao Shui, call her back and see what's going on. You nodded and then called Bai Shui. Why didn't you answer my call just now? How could you answer this? You couldn't possibly say you were playing cards with Chang Bingbing just now. So you simply avoided answering and asked, is there something wrong? I heard you acquired Chuanqiu Films and Television. Is that true? Answer truthfully. It's true. Bai Shui said in disbelief, "Are you crazy? Why spend 10 million to acquire Chuanqiu Films and Television for no reason? Actually, I could have guessed without you telling me. The fact that we broke up has affected you, right? So, you acquired Chuanqiu Films and Television, wanting to become a capitalist and prove to me that my initial choice was wrong. Is that it?" Pause. Bai Shui continued, "You're taking too big of a step. It's not too late to back out now. Zhang Yimo's eldest son, Zhang Yinan, happens to want to acquire Chuanqiu Films and Television as well. Xiao Zhang said, as long as you're willing, he can acquire Chuanqiu Films and Television from you at the original price. He won't let you suffer a loss." After hearing Bai Shui's words, Yu smiled and said, "So you're acting as a go-between for that Xiao Zhang?" Bai Shui said, "I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want to see your company go bankrupt and be burdened with debt in the future. After all, we once loved each other. Even though we've broken up now, deep down, I still hope you'll have a good life in the future." "I know what you're talking about. You tell that Xiao Zhang not to consider acquiring Qinbing Media anymore." "I won't sell the company to him." Bai Shui asked, "What if Xiao Zhang is willing to raise the price by 500,000? Even if he raises the price by 5 million, I won't sell the company to him." 1 month later, the TV series Furious Surge will be released. By then, under Qinbing Media, several actors will rise to stardom, especially Zhang Sungwen. He will step into the ranks of A-list actors in one go. According to the current situation in the domestic entertainment industry, the commercial value of an A-list actor has already exceeded 1 billion. So, how could you possibly sell the company to that little director Zhang? Please don't be mad at me. Can you please be more rational? Just as Bai Shui said at the beginning, he thought you were stimulated by the breakup, eager to prove yourself and prove that his past choice was wrong, so you acquired Chuanqiu Film and Television. And now, you don't listen to his advice. You even said that even if Zhang Yanan added 10 million, you wouldn't sell the company. In Bai Shui's view, this kind of talk is just you being angry at him. Bai Shui, you're overthinking. I am very clear and rational now. And as you calmly said, my acquisition of Chuanqiu Film and Television has nothing to do with you. Please don't imagine too much. Seeing that this advice doesn't work, Bai Shui simply changes her approach. The 10 million marriage happiness fund is not just yours. Half of it belongs to my godmother. Do you think it's appropriate to take all the money? Chen Bingbing, who had been standing by, couldn't help but interrupt when she heard this. Xiao Shui, the 5 million is given by me voluntarily. Even if it ends up being lost, I'm willing to do it. And I'm different from you. You don't believe in Yi Chen, but I believe in his mother. Why are you standing on the side? When Bai Shui spoke, it was obvious that she was not calm. Obviously, her godmother was eavesdropping on your conversation, and now it's so late. Cheng Bingbing said, "Didn't I tell you before that I moved here?" Bai Shui asked word by word, "Are you sleeping together? Otherwise, if we're not sleeping together, why did I move here?" Hearing her godmother's rhetorical question, Bai Shui's face suddenly turned pale. "You're actually serious," she said. She always thought that Teacher Chang moved in with you just to force her to reconcile with you. But now that you are sleeping together, the situation has changed. Teacher Chang. Bai Shui wanted to say something, but at this moment, the sound of the phone hanging up came from her phone. "Yi Chen, if you don't sell the company to Director Xiao Zhang now, you will regret today's decision when the company goes bankrupt." This is what Bai Shui is thinking right now. After applying the face mask, Bai Shui put down her phone, got up from the bed, and went to the bathroom in the room to wash her face. After washing her face, she returned to the bed and picked up her phone again, dialing her younger brother Lin Hao's number. "Brother, how is it? The person who acquired Chuanqiu Film and Television is Yi Chen, right?" As soon as the call connected, Lin Hao eagerly asked, "It's him." Hearing this, Lin Hao immediately asked eagerly, "After your persuasion, has Yi Chen agreed to sell Chuanqiu Film and Television to Director Xiao Zhang?" "No, Yi Chen doesn't want to sell," Bai Shui said. "What? Is Yi Chen crazy? Who does he think he is? A recent graduate with no background? Does he think he can manage Chuanqiu Film and Television well? Is he stupid?" Lin Hao was a little frustrated. If Yi Chen doesn't want to sell Chuanqiu Film and Television to Zhang Yin, then his new drama will be ruined. He was counting on Zhang Yin to take over Chuanqiu Film and Television, inject funds, and restart the production plan for his new drama. Moreover, Zhang Yin promised to bring in Kai Shukuan and Lu Han, two top stars, to promote his new drama. But all of this depends on Chuanqiu Film and Television being in Zhang Yin's hands. "Lin Hao, I feel that Yi Chen is now eager to prove to me that my decision to break up with him was wrong. So the more I persuade him, the more he resents me." Bai Shui sighed. "Yes, sister, you make sense. From a man's perspective, if I were dumped by my girlfriend because of my poor material conditions, I would definitely hold a grudge and strive to prove to my ex-girlfriend that she had made a mistake. Lin Hao said, the recently acquired Yi Chen is definitely in this state of mind. In this situation, if you try to persuade him, it will only have the opposite effect. Pausing for a moment, Lin Hao continued, Sister, since you can't persuade Yi Chen, why don't you let Cheng Bingbing persuade him? No, it won't work. She has been enchanted by Yi Chen. Whatever he does, she will support him. Bai Shui pursed her lips. I didn't expect Yi Chen to be so good at coaxing women. He has already gained Cheng Bingbing's complete trust. Lin Hao said with an unpleasant expression. Sister, what should we do now? Yi Chen refuses to sell Chuanqiu Film and Television to director Xiao Zhang, which means my new drama will be ruined again. Lin Hao said anxiously. Why are you asking me? I have no idea. The next morning, the first thing Yi Chen did when he woke up was to silently say check-in in his mind. Ding! Check-in successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the check-in reward and obtaining the item, Misfortune Card. Note 1, once this card is successfully used, it can change the target's luck and make them unlucky. The effect of this card lasts for 1 year. Note 2, this Misfortune Card is only effective when used on someone of the same sex who has had contact with the host within the past month. Note 3, to use this item, extract the Misfortune Card from the system's warehouse and write the name and ID number of the target person on the card. This Misfortune Card is quite interesting. However, Yi Chen didn't have anyone in mind to use this Misfortune Card on at the moment. After all, it would be unethical to use it on someone he knows without any grudges or conflicts. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, Yi Chen had gained a deeper understanding of various aspects of the company. After understanding, Yi Chen found that Chuanqiu Film and Television has been focusing its resources on several young newcomers in the past year. According to the future news, these newcomers have been relatively unknown in the future. Yi Chen himself has no good impression of these newcomers who have no acting skills and only know how to act cool and handsome. Therefore, Yi Chen decisively made adjustments and immediately stopped focusing resources on these newcomers. The next afternoon, Lin Hao was having a facial treatment in a beauty salon when his phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from his agent. Lin Hao quickly answered, Zhou Gu. Lin Hao, I have some bad news to tell you, Zhou Ping said. Bad news? Lin Hao's heart tightened. What bad news? Lin Hao, I just received a notice that all your endorsements have been cancelled. Hearing this, Lin Hao was shocked. What? All my endorsements have been cancelled by the company? Zhou Gu, how could this happen? He currently has 3 endorsements. 2 of them are talk shows, and 1 is a popular variety show on a local TV station. Getting endorsements from the company is the main way for artists like him to gain exposure. Once the company cancels all your endorsements, without exposure, you naturally won't be popular and will only become colder. Now that the company has cancelled all his endorsements, it means he has been put on the shelf. How can he not be shocked? Lin Hao, it was directly notified by Zhang Zong. I don't know the specific reason, Zhou Ping said, then changed the subject, but I guess it should be related to the new boss. This time, not only were all your endorsements cancelled, but Han Feng and Xia Tian's endorsements were also cancelled. The 3 of you have been the company's key talents for the past year. Now the company suddenly cancels all your endorsements. In my opinion, it's probably the decision of the new boss. Not probably, definitely, Lin Hao said angrily. At that time, in a narrow rental house with an area of only 30 square meters in Shuani, Beijing, Zhang Sungwen sat in front of a small desk with a desk lamp, carefully reading the book Actors Creating Characters. Actors Self-Cultivation is one of the 10 must-read books for actors. Actors Creating Characters is a sequel to Actors Self-Cultivation. Buzz just as Zhang Sungwen was reading the book attentively, his phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed his agent, Huayu. Teacher Sungwen, your spring is coming. A very excited voice came from the phone as soon as it was connected. What do you mean, Huajie? Zhang Sungwen asked in surprise. Teacher Sungwen, you will be busy this month. The company has given you 5 endorsements all at once, Huayu said excitedly. What? Zhang Sungwen was stunned. The company gave me 5 endorsements? Huajie, what's going on? In the past 2 years, the company has been promoting young newcomers with high looks. Old actors like him have long been forgotten by the company. He hasn't received any endorsements from the company for a year. Even the drama Crazy Speed that just finished shooting recently, he was chosen by the director to play the role after he tried out with a try-it-out attitude. Now the company suddenly gives him 5 endorsements? If he didn't know Huayu's character, he would definitely think this was a fake news. Teacher Sungwen, Zhang Zong just called and told me that it was a decision made by the new boss, Mr. Yi. Under Mr. Ye's instructions, our Chenyuan media will focus its resources on actors like you, who have strong acting skills. That's why I said, your spring is coming, Huayu said excitedly. She was so excited because her income as an agent is directly linked to the income of her artists. In addition, Jang Sungwon is a talented actress whom she personally admires. Otherwise, as her agent, she wouldn't have been calling her teacher Sungwon all this time. Now that she sees the company promoting Jang Sungwon, she genuinely feels happy for her. At the same time, she believes that as long as the company is willing to invest resources in promoting Jang Sungwon, she will definitely become popular. Upon hearing Hwayu's words, Jang Sungwon also feels a bit excited. He has been struggling in this industry for so long, and now he finally sees a glimmer of hope. What kind of person is this new boss? At this moment, Jang Sungwon's curiosity and goodwill towards Yi-chun have increased slightly. You see, in this industry, it is dominated by the young and beautiful idols. These young idols represent a huge fanbase, and fanbase is the easiest to monetize. That's why major entertainment companies are sparing no effort to promote these young idols with good looks. Actors like him, who are getting older, are often neglected by the companies. In this harsh environment, the fact that the new boss is willing to invest company resources in him, an older actor, really makes this new boss stand out. On the other side, Yi-chun is sitting in the office, leisurely drinking tea. Suddenly, his phone rings. Seeing that it's Lin Hao calling, Yi-chun can already guess why he's calling. After hesitating for a moment, Yi-chun still chooses to answer. Yi-chun, what do you mean by this? Lin Hao's voice came through the phone as soon as it was connected, with a tone of questioning. What do you mean? Yi-chun replied calmly. Just now, my agent called me and said that the company has cancelled all my appointments. Is this your doing? Lin Hao continued to question. Indeed, he guessed it right. Lin Hao called him because of the cancellation of his appointments. Yes, it was my decision. Is there a problem? Yi-chun said. Yi-chun, why did you cancel my appointments? Please give me a reasonable explanation. Lin Hao's voice grew louder as he spoke. Hearing this, Yi-chun couldn't help but find it amusing. I am the boss of the company. Why do I need to explain anything to you about my decisions? Please know your place. You. Yi-chun's calm words left Lin Hao speechless, and for a moment, he didn't know how to retort. This made Lin Hao very angry and uncomfortable. Even when Yi-chun was still dating his sister, he didn't like Yi-chun and felt that Yi-chun was not worthy of his sister. So at that time, he often looked down on Yi-chun and treated him poorly. Despite that, Yi-chun used to put on a forced smile and never dared to confront him. But now, Yi-chun has changed, becoming much more dominant than before. This strong contrast in attitude made it difficult for Lin Hao to adapt for a while. No more to say? Then hang up. Just as Yi-chun was about to hang up the phone, Lin Hao's voice came through again. Yi-chun, you're clearly seeking revenge. My sister dumped you, and now you're taking it out on me. You're such a petty and vengeful man. It's a good thing my sister broke up with you. An embarrassed Lin Hao directly cursed at him over the phone. Since you say I'm petty and vengeful, then I'll soon show you what true pettiness and vengeance are. Otherwise, wouldn't I be living up to your accusations for nothing? After saying that, Yi-chun hung up the phone directly. Then, he found Zhang Honghu's phone number in his contacts and dialed it. After the call with Zhang Honghu, with a single thought from Yi-chun, a gray card appeared out of thin air on his desk. This was the bad luck card that Yi-chun triggered and received as a sign-in reward in the morning. This card had a space for name and ID number. Yi-chun picked up a black neutral signature pen from the pen holder on his desk, opened the cap, and wrote Lin Hao's name in the name column of the misfortune card. Then Yi-chun opened a hard drive on his computer and found Lin Hao's personal information, and wrote Lin Hao's ID number in the ID column of the misfortune card. When Yi-chun finished writing the last digit of Lin Hao's ID number, the misfortune card disappeared into thin air. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Yi-chun's mind. Ding, the misfortune card has been successfully used. The target person Lin Hao's fortune has significantly decreased under the intervention of the system. Duration, 1 year. Originally, when Yi-chun received this misfortune card during the morning sign-in, he hadn't decided which person around him to use it on. But now, Lin Hao had come to him on his own. Yi-chun was not a petty person, but Lin Hao had been annoying him for several years. In the 4 years he was with Bai Shui, every time he encountered Lin Hao, the other party never treated him well. It was as if he owed him millions. And Yi-chun knew that during those years, Lin Hao had privately advised Bai Shui to break up with him. Previously, for Bai Shui's sake, he had always tolerated this future brother-in-law and didn't argue with him. But now things were different. He and Bai Shui were no longer together, and he wouldn't spoil him like before. And this Lin Hao still hadn't adjusted his attitude, still treating him as the old Yi-chun. So he simply gave this fresh misfortune card to him. On the other side, Lin Hao, who had just come out of the beauty salon, received a call from his agent Zhou Ping. Lin Hao, unfortunately, I have to inform you that you have been blacklisted by the company. What? Lin Hao was shocked. Previously, the company had cancelled all his endorsements, which meant he couldn't get any resources from the company, but it didn't affect him finding resources outside. But being blacklisted was different. Once the company decided to blacklist an artist, that artist couldn't take any endorsements during the contract period, and they were not allowed to find resources on their own, and they couldn't even appear in the media. If they violated the contract, they would have to pay a hefty penalty. So all artists were very afraid of the company's blacklist. But normally, the company wouldn't easily blacklist their own artists. After all, the artists were the money-making machines for the company, who would want to have trouble with money. That guy Yi Chen actually blacklisted him. It was despicable. Lin Hao, are you stupid? The new boss cancelled your endorsements, and you called to curse at the new boss. Who the hell do you think you are? Stupid idiot. After cursing, Zhou Ping hung up the phone directly. Yi Chen. Lin Hao's face turned dark and gloomy. The Yi Chen who used to have no temper in his eyes now blacklisted him without any hesitation. Fortunately, his contract with Chuanqiu Film and Television, no, it should be called Chenyuan Media now, only had 2 months left. But thinking that he couldn't do anything in the next 2 months, and couldn't even appear on social media, Lin Hao felt extremely unhappy. He would have no exposure for these 2 months. Despicable. Yi Chen, today we have completely settled our grudge. Just as Lin Hao was walking and cursing, suddenly a sewage truck passing by him on the road exploded. It really exploded. The tank filled with manure exploded. In an instant, it filled the sky. Lin Hao, who was walking on the sidewalk, was immediately covered by the flying manure. Suddenly, Lin Hao realized that the colors of the world in front of him had changed. When everything settled, Lin Hao, who felt something strange on his lips, instinctively stuck out his tongue and licked it. This lick instantly reactivated Lin Hao's temporarily lost sense of taste and smell. In that moment, Lin Hao realized something. Damn it! Lin Hao's face was incredibly vivid at this moment, and he felt like dying. At the same time, the voices of nearby pedestrians gradually entered Lin Hao's ears. Holy shit, scared the hell out of me, turns out it was a manure truck explosion. It smells so bad, absolutely disgusting. That poor guy, completely covered by flying manure. Wow, from head to toe, I feel sorry for him. In this moment, I think of a song, cold manure slapping on my face. Seeing himself being watched by others, Lin Hao didn't have time to find trouble with the manure truck driver. He quickly endured the nausea and ran towards his home, not far away. Now, Lin Hao just wanted to get home as soon as possible and thoroughly clean himself. Damn it, did he not check the almanac before leaving today? He was actually drenched by the explosion of a manure truck while walking on the road. He was incredibly unlucky. On the way back home, Lin Hao's appearance attracted the attention of passers-by. Holy shit, brother, did you fall into a manure pit? Mommy, did this big brother get picked up from a pile of shit? Bro, tell me, what did you go through? Hey, isn't this Xiaohao? Hearing these voices, Lin Hao really felt like shit. He didn't dare to stop because it was too embarrassing. 1 minute later, Lin Hao finally ran all the way to the entrance of his residential area. However, he was stopped by the security guard at the entrance. No entry, no entry, what are you doing? The security guard held his nose with one hand and signaled Lin Hao to stop with the other. I am a resident here, Lin Hao said with a gloomy face. You're a resident? What can prove your identity? Although the security guard was old, he still had a professional demeanor. I come in and out of here every day, don't you recognize me? How can you be a security guard? Lin Hao was already in a bad mood, and now he was being stopped by the security guard of his own residential area, which made his mood even worse. So, he spoke with a hint of anger. Young man, you have shit all over your face, it's even crusted, how can I recognize you? The security guard gave Lin Hao a disdainful look as he spoke. Lin Hao. Finally, Lin Hao took out an access card from his pocket. Now this should prove my identity, right? Seeing the access card with traces of manure on it, the security guard no longer stopped Lin Hao. Holding his nose, he said with disgust, go in, go in. In this way, Lin Hao finally succeeded in entering his residential area. However, Lin Hao hadn't run far in the residential area when he saw an unleashed dog running towards him, attracted by the smell. This scared Lin Hao so much that he ran even faster. As he ran, Lin Hao heard more and more barking behind him, becoming louder and more chaotic. So, while running, Lin Hao turned his head. This turn of the head directly frightened Lin Hao to the point where his face turned pale, because he saw at least 10 dogs chasing after him, and the way they looked at him was like humans looking at delicious food. Damn it! Just as Lin Hao saw the entrance to his building, he let out a scream. His butt was bitten by a black dog, and more dogs pounced on him. This time, Lin Hao screamed even more miserably. The sound was like the sound of slaughtering pigs in the countryside during the Chinese New Year. Fortunately, there were 2 sanitation workers cleaning the ground garbage in the nearby residential area who came over with brooms in time and drove away the dozen or so dogs. Lin Hao was lucky enough to save his life from the dogs' mouths. However, in just a moment, Lin Hao's body had already been marked by more than a dozen dog bites. It was a little after 4 in the afternoon. Bai Shui hurriedly drove to the Second People's Hospital of the Magic City. In a hospital ward, Bai Shui saw Lin Hao lying on the hospital bed, as well as a woman in her 60s with thin lips and a sharp face. Grandma. After entering the ward, Bai Shui first called out to this woman as Grandma. With Bai Shui's call of Grandma, the woman's identity was revealed. She was Bai Shui and Lin Hao's grandmother, named Wang Feng. Faced with her granddaughter's call of Grandma, Wang Feng only snorted through her nostrils. Her attitude towards her granddaughter Bai Shui was evident. Bai Shui, who was already used to it, didn't mind. She turned her head and asked Lin Hao, who was receiving an 4 drip on the hospital bed, "Lin Hao, what happened to you?" Just after Bai Shui received a call from her grandmother and learned that Lin Hao had been admitted to the hospital, before she could ask too many questions, her grandmother hung up the phone directly. Therefore, Bai Shui didn't know how Lin Hao ended up in the hospital. "Hey, forget it. I was bitten by a dog. I almost lost my life," Lin Hao said with a gloomy face. At the same time, his face was filled with lingering fear. "Fortunately, my handsome face wasn't bitten. Otherwise, my career as a star would have been ruined." "Lin Hao, how did you end up being bitten by a dog like this? Were the dogs that bit you very big?" "Not big." Lin Hao changed the subject as he spoke, "but there were so many of them. If a dozen or so dogs caught me and bit me, even if a deity came, I would still have to go to the hospital." "A dozen or so dogs? How could there be so many dogs biting you?" Bai Shui was puzzled. Did her brother fall into a dog's den? "Sigh, forget it. I've had a really unlucky day today." Lin Hao was extremely depressed. What happened exactly? Seeing her younger brother's unwillingness to say more, Bai Shui became even more curious. "Sigh, it's like this." In the end, Lin Hao told his sister Bai Shui about the incident of being splashed with sewage from a septic tank truck and then being bitten by a pack of dogs when he returned to the residential area. After listening to Bai Shui, she wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. "Lin Hao, you really had such bad luck today. It's all because of Yi Chen," Lin Hao said with a resentful face. Hearing this, Bai Shui was puzzled. What does this have to do with Yi Chen? First, he cancelled all my endorsements, and then he issued a ban on me. If it weren't for Yi Chen affecting my mood, I wouldn't have left the beauty salon before finishing the package. Lin Hao said, if I hadn't left the beauty salon early, none of these things would have happened. Yi Chen banned you? There must be a reason behind this, right? Bai Shui asked. Based on her understanding of Yi Chen over the years, Yi Chen wouldn't ban her brother for no reason. So there must be something that Lin Hao did to anger Yi Chen. However, just as Bai Shui finished speaking, Wang Feng, who had been silent since Bai Shui entered, finally spoke up. What other reason could there be? It's just that Yi Chen vented his anger on your brother. Wang Feng said with a stern face, a man with such a narrow mind, you actually stayed with him for 4 years before breaking up. Have your eyes been blind all these years? Now your brother is suffering because of you. Grandma, Yi Chen is not the kind of person you said. Bai Shui was interrupted by Wang Feng before she could finish her sentence. You've already broken up, and you're still defending Yi Chen. Truly an outgoing girl. With a sister like you who speaks up for outsiders, Lin Hao is truly unfortunate. Bai Shui stopped speaking after hearing this. Look at yourself, every time we mention you, you lower your head and stay silent. Tell me, what part of you resembles our Lin family? Alright, Grandma, please stop talking about my sister. Lin Hao stepped forward to mediate, saying, my sister is naturally kind-hearted, while Yi Chen is particularly good at disguising himself. My sister is also a victim. Fortunately, she has broken up with Yi Chen now, which can be considered as cutting losses in time. Seeing her precious grandson speak up, Wang Feng stopped mentioning Bai Shui. However, she still had a bad expression towards Bai Shui, because every time she saw Bai Shui, she would think of that woman. Bai Shui looks so much like that woman, and it was that woman who killed her son. Sis, I definitely can't stay at Chenyuan Media anymore in the future. Please help me, Lin Hao suddenly said from his hospital bed. Help you? How do you want me to help you? Although Bai Shui asked this, she already had a guess in her heart. Sis, please ask Director Zhang or Assistant Director Xiao Zhang if they can sign me or introduce me to other entertainment and film companies. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, Wang Feng, who was standing aside, coldly commanded, this matter with your younger brother, as his older sister, you can't shirk your responsibility. Alright, Lin Hao, I understand. I will ask them when I go back, Bai Shui said. You stay here with your younger brother, I'll go home and make some food to bring over for him. After saying that, Wang Feng left the hospital room. Sis, I can't move my hands now. Can you take a picture for me and post it on Weibo? Lin Hao said. Okay. Bai Shui picked up her brother's phone, opened the camera, and aimed it at her brother to take a photo. Sis, find a good angle and make me look handsome. Got it. Soon, Bai Shui took a good photo. Let me see. This one is good, this one is also good. Great, sis, your photography skills are at a professional level. Let's use this one. Sis, please post it on Weibo for me. Okay. How should I caption it? Bai Shui asked as she operated the phone. After thinking for a moment, Lin Hao spoke. Today, while taking a walk in the neighborhood, I saw a little girl being chased by several unleashed vicious dogs. In a moment of urgency, I rushed forward and ended up being bitten by the dogs. Fortunately, the little girl was unharmed. Sis, add a few smiling faces and sun emojis at the end. Lin Hao, aren't you lying? Bai Shui frowned. Sis, this is how you play on Weibo now. You still don't understand. Once you have a manager in the future, they will teach you how to play on Weibo. Lin Hao said with a smile. Alright. In no time, Bai Shui finished posting on Weibo. Then, she scrolled through the comments while Lin Hao watched beside her. Suddenly, a news article with the title Explosion of Sewage Truck in the Magic City, Many People Affected, and an accompanying photo caught the attention of the siblings. Lin Hao, isn't that you in the photo? Bai Shui managed to hold back her laughter as she said. Her brother's appearance in the photo was simply unbearable to look at. When Bai Shui clicked into the comments section below, Lin Hao couldn't remain calm anymore. The top comment with the most likes was related to him. Oh my god, isn't this my brother Lin Hao? Obviously, he was recognized by his own female fans. There were already hundreds of additional comments below this top comment. Is this some celebrity? I don't even know my idol. Don't you know about the Candy Boys? My brother Lin Hao is the singing and dancing member of the Candy Boys. What Candy Boys? I've never heard of them. All I know now is that your brother has become Brother Xiang, huh? The cold rain of feces slaps your brother's face. Damn, the guy above is ruthless. Hilarious. Seeing this, Lin Hao's face turned green. Is that female fan really not her anti-fan? What an idiot. He now has a strong premonition that this photo will accompany him for the rest of his life. Next, the siblings continued scrolling through Weibo. After a while, another piece of news caught their attention. The headline read, "Follow up on the lucky passerby in the explosion accident of the sewage truck in Magic City." This news also came with a photo. Seeing a picture of himself being chased and bitten by a dozen dogs posted online, Lin Hao first felt that his handsome reputation was ruined, but then his face suddenly changed, and he urgently urged Bai Shui, "Sis, quickly delete the Weibo post you just made, quickly, it's too late." In the Weibo post that he had asked his sister to publish, it was written that he was bitten by vicious dogs and sent to the hospital while trying to save a little girl. Now it was completely exposed. Bai Shui was not stupid and immediately realized what was going on. She quickly deleted the Weibo post she had just made. On the other side, Yi Chen received a call from Cheng Bingbing and drove out of Magic City University. Sitting in the passenger seat, Cheng Bingbing held her phone and suddenly looked surprised. Isn't that Lin Hao? What happened to him? Yi Chen asked. A sewage truck exploded, and Lin Hao, who happened to be passing by, got covered in sewage. He's really unlucky. Cheng Bingbing laughed. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The effect of the bad luck card was really immediate. After a while, Cheng Bingbing laughed again. Honey, Lin Hao is really having a string of bad luck. After being covered in sewage and returning to his residential area, he was chased and bitten by a dozen dogs. Dogs like to eat shit. In the eyes of those dogs, Lin Hao was like a walking delicacy. Yi Chen laughed and said, "That's true. Let me call and ask." Looking at the photo, Lin Hao must have been badly bitten by those dogs. Cheng Bingbing said as she dialed Lin Hao's number. About 5 minutes later, Cheng Bingbing finished the call with Lin Hao. Honey, did you blacklist Lin Hao? Yes. Yi Chen nodded. I forgot to tell you. Then Yi Chen explained the cause and effect of the situation to Cheng Bingbing. Any boss would blacklist him. Honey, you did nothing wrong. Cheng Bingbing said. The next morning, ding, check-in successful. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the check-in reward, receiving, and advertising planning video. The reward will be sent to the system warehouse. Upon hearing the system prompt, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He had triggered the check-in reward for 2 consecutive days. It seemed that his luck was good recently. He glanced at Cheng Bingbing, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and got up from the bed and went to the living room. Then, with a thought, a video file in AVI format appeared on Yi Chen's phone. He put on his headphones and clicked to play the video file. As soon as the video started, a figure appeared on the screen. Yi Chen was stunned. Isn't this Su Dongdong? He immediately recognized the female lead in the video. It was a contracted female artist under his company, named Su Dongdong. Yi Chen had just looked at Su Dongdong's profile at the company yesterday. He had a quite deep impression of her. Compared to Cheng Bingbing, Su Dongdong had a more curvaceous figure. However, in Yi Chen's eyes, Su Dongdong's figure didn't have the same appeal as Cheng Bingbing's. Yi Chen liked it big, but if it was too big, he wouldn't like it as much, because such a figure seemed a bit uncoordinated and lacked the visual beauty of the golden ratio. But there was no denying that Su Dongdong's figure was very eye-catching. She had a background in modeling, and since being signed by Chuanqiu Film and Television 3 years ago, her career had not made any progress. Every year, she would only take on a few small advertisements. Coconut juice from Yeshu brand, I've been drinking it since I was young. When Yi Chen saw Su Dongdong saying this advertising slogan in the video, he couldn't help but applaud. This advertising slogan, spoken by Su Dongdong, is truly remarkable. It is very appropriate and persuasive. After watching the entire video, Yi Chen felt that this advertising plan was perfect. It's truly a high-quality product from the system. The system wouldn't reward him with such an advertising plan for no reason. Thinking of this, Yi Chen opened his phone's browser and started searching for information about Yeshu Group online. After a while, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Yeshu Group is currently selecting a brand spokesperson and advertising planner, and this advertising plan rewarded by the system couldn't have come at a better time. Just then, Cheng Bingbing, wearing a silk nightgown, rubbed her sleepy eyes and came to the living room. Honey, why are you sitting on the couch instead of going to the bedroom? I couldn't sleep, and I didn't want to disturb your sleep, so I came out. Yi Chen said as he closed the video and casually placed his phone on the nearby couch. Honey Cheng Bingbing sat on Yi Chen's lap, her hands wrapped around his neck, blinking her big eyes at him. I want you to accompany me to sleep. All right. And so, Yi Chen accompanied Cheng Bingbing back to sleep. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Cheng Bingbing took out a set of clothes from the wardrobe and handed it to Yi Chen. Honey, you're going to treat the company's artists to dinner tonight, so dress a little more formal. Wear this outfit. Okay. At 7:30, the two left the house. Since Cheng Bingbing had classes in the morning, Yi Chen drove her to Moda University first before going to the company. When Yi Chen arrived at his office, it was already past 9 o'clock. The normal working hours were 8 o'clock, but Yi Chen was the boss, so he obviously wasn't bound by working hours. That was quite enjoyable. After making himself a cup of tea, Yi Chen picked up the landline phone on his desk and made a call. Ding dong. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a suit and silver-rimmed glasses walked in. The person was Zhang Honghu, the deputy general manager of Chunyuan Media. Mr. Yi, you called for me. Sit down and let's talk, Lao Zhang. Yi Chen pointed to the chair opposite his desk and said to Zhang Honghu, Okay. Zhang Honghu sat down as instructed. Lao Zhang, for tonight's dinner, are there any artists who can't make it? Yi Chen asked. Except for Lin Hao, who is in the hospital and can't come. The other artists have given me feedback that they can make it. Zhang Honghu replied. Oh, I see. Yi Chen nodded, then continued, Lao Zhang, do you know that Yeshu Group is currently selecting a brand spokesperson? Yes, Mr. Yi. Before you acquired our company, I reported this matter to Mr. Liu, but at that time, Mr. Liu had already lost interest in managing the company, and since the company didn't have money at the time, he didn't pay attention to this matter. Zhang Honghu said, Mr. Yi, are you asking because you want our company to participate in the competition to become Yeshu Group's brand spokesperson? Yes. Yi Chen smiled. I already have an advertising plan targeting Yeshu Group in my mind. I called you here to discuss this matter. Mr. Yi, you can also do advertising planning? Zhang Honghu was somewhat surprised. Just a little bit. Yi Chen smiled. Of course, he couldn't do advertising planning. But who made him have a system? The thoughtful system even directly gave him the advertising video. However, he definitely couldn't directly use that video. What he needed to do now was to imitate it and shoot a similar video. Mr. Yi, please go ahead. On the other side, Bai Shui arrived at Lin Hao's ward carrying a fruit basket. Lin Hao, how much longer until you can be discharged from the hospital? Bai Shui placed the fruit basket on the bedside table next to the hospital bed as she spoke. The doctor just did rounds and said I can probably be discharged tomorrow, Lin Hao said with a low voice and a lack of energy. He looked like a frostbitten eggplant. What's wrong? Why do you seem unhappy? Bai Shui asked. Sis, I lost over 50,000 followers on my personal Weibo account overnight. Now I have less than 70,000 fans left, Lin Hao said dejectedly. Ah, Did the sewage truck explosion cause you to lose so many followers all at once? Bai Shui asked, puzzled. Sis, you haven't checked Weibo, have you? Lin Hao continued, seeing his sister nod. Yesterday, I asked you to delete that Weibo post, but you deleted it too late. One of my haters took a screenshot and posted it online, and then many of my fans started unfollowing me. I lost followers, I worked so hard to accumulate 120,000 fans, and in just one night, I lost almost half of them. And this incident is destined to be a stain on my reputation that I can't wash away. Well, Bai Shui didn't know how to comfort him for a moment. These past few days, her brother had really been unlucky. It's all because of Yi Chen. If it weren't for him, none of these things would have happened, Lin Hao said resentfully. But he won't be happy for long either. He's just a nobody without connections or background, yet he's trying to acquire an entertainment company and become a capitalist. It's simply a pipe dream. Xuanqiu Entertainment won't last more than half a year under his leadership. Sis, do you know what the first major decision Yi Chen made after taking over Xuanqiu Entertainment was? What is it? Bai Shui asked curiously. Yi Chen cancelled all the endorsements for me, Han Feng, and Xia Tian, and instead gave those resources to Zhang Sungwen and Gao Xiuya, those old folks, Lin Hao said. You know, the three of us are the artists with the most fans under the company, and our fan base consists mostly of young female fans. It's well known that our fan base is the most profitable. That's why President Liu used to allocate the company's resources to us. But now Yi Chen is doing the opposite. He's giving the resources to those people like Zhang Sungwen who have no fame or fans. It's like throwing a stone into the ocean, you can't even hear a sound. Sis, don't you think Yi Chen is stupid? He's an outsider who knows nothing, yet he dreams of becoming a capital figure in the entertainment industry. It's simply wishful thinking. After listening to her brother's words, Bai Shui couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. It's indeed a bad move to allocate resources to those old people who have no fame. That's why I said Xuanqiu Entertainment won't last more than half a year under Yi Chen's leadership. Lin Hao smiled and said, by the way, sis, did you talk to Director Zhang and Assistant Director Zhang about my situation yesterday? Facing her brother's expectant gaze, Bai Shui spoke up, I mentioned it to them. They said they can help you connect with other entertainment companies. Sigh, it seems difficult to sign with Zhang Yimou's studio, Lin Hao said disappointedly. Zhang Yinan said that Zhang Yimou's studio, including his father, has a total of 3 shareholders. The maximum number of signings for Zhang Yimou's studio each year cannot exceed 3. Each of the 3 shareholders holds 1 signing quota, and Zhang Yimou has already given me his quota for this year, Bai Shui said. Okay, I understand. At that time, at the Ice City International Airport, Su Dongdong, who had just received her boarding pass, felt her phone vibrating in her jeans pocket, so she stopped and took out her phone. Seeing that it was a call from her agent, Su Dongdong quickly pressed the answer button. Hello, Sister Hua. Dongdong, where are you now? Have you arrived in Shanghai? Hua Yu asked. Sister Hua, I'm still at Bingcheng International Airport. If I go to Shanghai, it will be around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Dongdong said. You won't arrive until 5 o'clock in the afternoon? That's so late. Sister Hua, is there something wrong? Su Dongdong asked in confusion. The new boss invited their artists to dinner, scheduled for 7 o'clock in the evening. She would definitely make it in time if she arrived in Shanghai at 5 o'clock. So there must be something else, otherwise her agent wouldn't have this tone. Dongdong, come to the company immediately after you land in the afternoon, Hua Yu said. Ha, mister. Yi wants to see you. What? The new boss wants to see me? Sister Hua, do you know what it's about? Su Dongdong asked. She was just a small, insignificant artist in the company. How could the new boss suddenly approach her? Could it be that the new boss didn't plan to renew her contract? Su Dongdong thought of a possibility. Her contract with the company was expiring in 3 months. At this time, if the new boss asked her to come to the company, it was very likely that he wanted to discuss the contract. The possibility of not renewing the contract was high. After all, she hadn't brought much profit to the company in recent years. In addition, the current business situation of the company was not optimistic, so the new boss who had just taken over the company might not renew her contract in order to cut costs. I don't know the specifics, but everything will be clear when you come to the company in the afternoon, Hua Yu said. Okay, Sister Hua, I understand. Su Dongdong hung up the phone, her face filled with worry. Soon, it was past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Chen dialed Chang Bingbing's phone. Teacher Chang, should I come pick you up now? Come now? It's too early, I'm still in class. This class won't end until 5:30. It will be until 5:30. Honey, do you have something to do? If you do, I can take a taxi to the company after class. Teacher Chang, you really know me well. I'm not a mind reader, mind readers are disgusting. Okay, Teacher Chang, let's leave it at that. I won't disturb you in class. Goodbye. 5:03. Su Dongdong, wearing a pair of large sunglasses, left Shanghai Hangzhou Airport in a taxi. Sitting in the back seat, Su Dongdong was anxious, her face filled with anxiety. At 5:30, the taxi Su Dongdong was riding in stopped in front of an office building in Suwei district. Miss, we've arrived, the taxi driver said. How much? Su Dongdong glanced at the taxi meter and asked. A total of 32 yuan. This is my WeChat payment code, you can just scan it. Okay. After scanning the code and successfully making the payment, Su Dongdong received a text message from the bank on her phone. Seeing that her bank account balance was less than 2,000 yuan, Su Dongdong couldn't help but feel even more anxious. If the company didn't renew her contract, her basic livelihood would be in question. After getting off the car, Su Dongdong went to the back of the taxi, opened the trunk, took her luggage and walked straight towards the office building in front of her. Taking the elevator, Su Dongdong arrived at the 16th floor of the office building. Soon, Su Dongdong found Chen Yuan Media. Dongdong, hurry up, the boss is waiting for you, a woman in her 30s, with a high ponytail and good looks, said to Su Dongdong as soon as she saw her at the entrance of the company. Hearing this, Su Dongdong dragged her suitcase and walked up faster. Sister Hua. This woman with the high ponytail was Su Dongdong's agent, Hua Yu. Follow me quickly, let's leave the suitcase at the front desk for now. Okay. Like this, Su Dongdong followed Hua Yu and walked towards Yi Chen's office. Sister Hua, did Manager Yi call me over to discuss the contract? My contract with the company will expire in 3 months, will they renew it? Su Dongdong asked Flower Language as they walked, wanting to get some information from her as her agent. Dongdong, I really don't know anything right now, asking me is pointless, Flower Language replied. Then, based on your experience, do you think the company will renew with me this year? Su Dongdong asked again. The company has changed owners, so my experience is no longer reliable. Dongdong, just accept whatever comes, Flower Language said as they continued walking. Alright. Soon, the two women arrived outside Yi Chen's office. Dongdong. When Flower Language knocked on the door, Su Dongdong took off her sunglasses and put them in her bag. It would be impolite to meet the boss wearing sunglasses. Come in, Yi Chen's voice came from inside. Flower Language pushed the door open and walked in with Su Dongdong. As soon as they entered the office, the two women saw two men sitting in the guest area. One of them, both women were familiar with, he was Vice General Manager Zhang Honghu. The young man must be the new boss, Yi Chen. As soon as they saw Yi Chen, both women were impressed. This new boss was too handsome. Both women were in the entertainment industry, where handsome men and beautiful women were abundant. They had seen countless handsome men, which had already caused them visual fatigue. It had been a long time since they had seen a man who could impress them like this. With his looks and figure, if he debuted as an artist, he would definitely become a top star. While the two women were amazed by Yi Chen's appearance, he was also sizing them up. Su Dongdong's real figure looked even more explosive than in the photos. Yi Chen felt like the two buttons on her chest could burst at any moment. Her tight jeans perfectly showcased Su Dongdong's curvaceous figure. The young woman with a high ponytail next to her must be her agent, Flower Language. According to Zhang Honghu, Flower Language was the most responsible and capable agent at Dust Fate Media. Boss, Manager Zhang, please have a seat. Yi Chen pointed to the sofa opposite him and said to Su Dongdong in Flower Language. Hearing this, the two women sat down opposite Yi Chen. Miss Su, you rushed to the company as soon as you got off the plane. Thank you for your hard work, Yi Chen smiled. Su Dongdong quickly replied, it's not hard at all. I noticed yesterday that Miss Su only has 3 months left on her contract with the company. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Dongdong's face turned pale. The thing she was most worried about had happened. The new boss had called her over for the contract. Manager Yi, I know I haven't created any profits for the company in the past 2 years, but I have always worked hard, so I sincerely request that you give me a chance to renew the contract. I will work even harder in the future, Su Dongdong pleaded with a sincere expression. There was even a hint of begging in her eyes. Su Dongdong's reaction caught Yi Chen off guard. From her words, it seemed like she thought the company wouldn't renew with her, and she was trying to lower herself to secure the renewal. Miss Su, please let me finish speaking, Yi Chen smiled. I'm sorry, Manager Yi, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Su Dongdong's eyes turned red, she was about to cry. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit amused and helpless. Miss Su, you misunderstood. The company is very willing to renew with you. Look, I had Manager Zhang prepare the contract for you in advance. At the same time, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Were these unknown artists really so humble when facing the company? In Yi Chen's opinion, There are so many entertainment and film companies in China now. If one company doesn't renew the contract, we can just switch to another one. However, Yi Chen really underestimated the situation. Although there are indeed many entertainment and film companies in China, there are very few reliable ones. Many companies claim to be entertainment and film companies, but they are actually just shell companies. When these companies sign contracts with artists, they will find various reasons to charge them money, such as packaging fees, training fees, and so on. In short, if you want to sign with our company, you have to pay us a sum of money first. Usually, this amount is not small, often reaching tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. After you sign the contract, they basically won't care about you anymore. They make money from the money you paid when you signed the contract. Many newcomers who have just entered the industry have been deceived like this. The predecessor of Chunyuan Media, which is Chuanqiu Film and Television, has been declining in recent years. However, as a well-established film and television company in the industry, Chuanqiu Film and Television has always had a good reputation among artists. This is because Chuanqiu Film and Television is a genuine film and television production company. It is generally responsible for every artist under its contract. Because a genuine film and television company like Chuanqiu Film and Television doesn't sign just anyone. Once they sign you, they will give you a signing fee, and you will also receive a basic salary from the company every month. The company has made initial investments in you, so naturally they will take responsibility for you. Otherwise, wouldn't the company's previous investments in you go to waste? When Su Dongdong first entered this circle, she was deceived like this, and not just once. If Chuanqiu Film and Television doesn't renew her contract this time, it will be difficult for her to find another reliable film and television company. After all, Su Dongdong is not a big star. Not to mention being a big star, she is not even considered a third-tier artist at the moment. It is not easy for someone like her, a small transparent figure, to be noticed and signed by a genuine film and television company. Yi Chen, are you telling the truth? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Dongdong found it hard to believe. Su Dongdong, would the boss lie to you? This is a contract I prepared in advance according to the boss's instructions. Take a look. If you have no objections, you can renew your contract with the company today, Zhang Honghu said as he handed a paper contract to Su Dongdong. After receiving the contract, Su Dongdong immediately started reading it. After reading it for a while, Su Dongdong exclaimed, "Is this a B-level contract? And it's for 5 years?" In the Chinese entertainment industry, artist contracts are generally divided into D-level, C-level, B-level, A-level, S-level, and S+ level, from low to high. Third-tier artists can usually get a B-level contract. Second-tier artists can get an A-level contract. First-tier artists usually sign S-level contracts. Superstar artists sign the legendary S+ contracts. Su Dongdong is currently not even at the third-tier level, yet the company has prepared a 5-year B-level contract for her. This surprised Su Dongdong greatly. Not to mention Su Dongdong, even Huayu, who was sitting next to her, was also shocked. Honestly, she initially thought that the company would not renew Su Dongdong's contract. Just yesterday, the new boss cancelled all the appointments for Lin Hao, Han Feng, and Xia Tian. This is equivalent to giving up on those three. After their contracts expire, the company will definitely not renew them. In Huayu's opinion, Yi Chen's decision is obviously because the company is financially tight and has to terminate contracts with a group of artists in order to reduce expenses. It should be noted that Lin Hao and the other two were the ones the company focused on nurturing, and from the current perspective, they have the highest commercial value among all the artists in the company. However, the new boss has decided to abandon them. Su Dongdong? Wouldn't she be abandoned even more? But she found that she had completely guessed wrong about the new boss's thoughts. The new boss not only did not give up on Su Dongdong, but also gave her a 5-year B-level contract. The actions of this new boss are really unpredictable. Miss Su, your overall conditions are very good, and Zhang also told me that you are a very disciplined and hardworking female artist. Now that I have taken over the company, I am confident that I can take your career to a new height, Yi Chen said. Su Dongdong appeared in the advertising planning video of the Yeshu Group, which was rewarded by the system, and she was the only female lead, which means that Su Dongdong is a potential stock. Her future achievements will definitely not be limited to the third tier. Before Su Dongdong becomes popular, giving her a B-level contract will not only surprise her, but also make her grateful to the company, thereby increasing her loyalty to the company. There is an old saying that it is better to give timely help than to add to the success. Secondly, by giving her a B-level contract now, which is a 5-year contract, even if Su Dongdong becomes a second-tier or even a first-tier artist in the future, as long as the contract has not expired, she will still only enjoy a B-level contract, unless the company actively adjusts the contract level. Buying out Su Dongdong's next 5 years with a B-level contract is a very cost-effective deal in Yi Chen's opinion. Mr. Yi, really? Thank you for your trust in me. I don't know how to thank you, Su Dongdong said excitedly. Originally, she thought the company was ready to give up on her and not renew her contract, so she was anxious all the way. However, now the new boss not only wants to renew her contract, but also prepares a 5-year B-level contract for her. How can she not be excited about this? You should know that just yesterday, the new boss cancelled all the notices for Lin Hao, Han Feng, and Xia Tian. This is equivalent to freezing the 3 of them and treating them as abandoned. In terms of commercial value, she can't compare to these 3. Even these 3 have been abandoned by the new boss, so why would the new boss renew her, Su Dongdong? Just when she was almost desperate, the new boss unexpectedly gave her a 5-year B-level contract. This brought her great surprise and touched her deeply. The new boss has such high expectations of me, trusts me, and gives me a B-level contract that only third-tier artists can enjoy. In the future, I can only work hard and make money for the company in order to live up to the new boss's trust and repay his kindness. This is Su Dongdong's inner voice at the moment. Honestly, she doesn't even know what qualities the new boss sees in her that make him have such high expectations of her. Her face is not exquisite. The only thing that gives her a little confidence is her figure. What kind of man is he, who doesn't even make any demands and just gives her a B-level contract? If it were another boss, I'm afraid they would have made some special demands before giving her a contract. In her circle, it is common for female artists like her to encounter unspoken rules. The former boss of the company, Lu Xingchan, once wanted to impose unspoken rules on her, but she refused at that time. It is probably because of this reason that she has received so few resources from the company in the past 2 years. Miss Su, in the future, just repay the company with your hard work and achievements, Yi Chen said with a smile. Mr. Yi, I will definitely work hard, Su Dongdong said firmly. Okay, let's sign the contract now, Yi Chen said. Okay. After a while, Su Dongdong signed the contract. 2 copies were made, one for Su Dongdong and one for Chunyuan Media. Mr. Yi, you're busy, I'll go back to the hotel first. After signing the contract, Su Dongdong got up and prepared to leave. On the way here, she sweated a lot because of the anxiety about renewing her visa. Now she wants to go back to the hotel and take a good shower. Wait, Miss Su, don't rush off. There's something important I haven't mentioned yet. When Su Dongdong heard Yi Chen's words, she froze, and even Huayu beside her froze as well. Something important hasn't been said yet? Judging from the tone, it seems that the main reason the new boss called her here this time is not just for the visa renewal. Su Dongdong sat back down and looked at Yi Chen with curiosity. Miss Su, Yeshu Group is currently selecting a brand spokesperson, and the company wants you to compete for the spokesperson of Yeshu. Yi Chen said, I've already come up with the relevant advertising plan. Due to the tight schedule, we will have the official advertising shoot tomorrow. I'm informing you in advance so you can prepare and adjust your state. Compete for the spokesperson of Yeshu? Mr. Yi, can I do this? Su Dongdong said with a lack of confidence. She has been drinking Yeshu brand coconut juice during this period, and she really likes this brand of coconut juice. Because of her liking, she specifically researched Yeshu Group online. Through her research, she found out that Yeshu Group used to be a state-owned canned food factory. In the 1980s, this state-owned canned food factory was restructured into a private enterprise, which is now Yeshu Group. In the current domestic coconut juice market, Yeshu Group has always been the leading enterprise. Although the domestic coconut juice market is small in scale, Yeshu Group, as the leading company, has a market value of up to 5 billion. Companies of this size usually choose at least second-tier celebrities as their brand spokespersons, and many companies that are willing to spend money on marketing will directly hire top-tier celebrities as their brand spokespersons. Su Dongdong, although she has been in the industry for several years, is still just a small transparent figure in the industry. Logically speaking, why would Yeshu Group choose her as their brand spokesperson? You won't know if you don't try. What if you succeed? Right, Miss Su? Yi Chen smiled. Mr. Yi is right, I will fully cooperate with the company, Su Dongdong said. At a little past 6 o'clock, Zhang Honghu, Su Dongdong, and Huayu walked out of Yi Chen's office. As a result, the 3 of them bumped into Chang Bingbing as they were about to return to the company to find Yi Chen. Director Chang. General Manager Zhang. After hearing Zhang Honghu's address to Chang Bingbing, Su Dongdong and Huayu also quickly greeted Chang Bingbing as Director Chang. Director Chang, this is our company's top agent, Huayu, and this is our artist Su Dongdong. Zhang Honghu smiled and briefly introduced Huayu and Su Dongdong's identities to Chang Bingbing. Hello. Chang Bingbing politely smiled at the 2 women, then walked into Yi Chen's office. General Manager Zhang, is this Director Chang our new boss's wife? Su Dongdong asked Zhang Honghu as they walked. Seeing Zhang Honghu nod, Su Dongdong couldn't help but say, the boss's wife is really beautiful. In terms of looks, she is not top tier, but her figure gives her the confidence to compete with many beautiful women in the industry. But when faced with the boss's wife who just walked past, she was completely defeated. This couldn't help but make Su Dongdong feel a sense of frustration. Husband, that female artist Su Dongdong who just left your office is really something. In the office at that time, Chang Bingbing was smiling at Yi Chen. Su Dongdong is quite something, she's only 27 this year. Yi Chen said. I'm not talking about her age, don't pretend to be clueless with me. Chang Bingbing still had a smiling face, doesn't she look particularly pleasing to the eye? What kind of scent? Yi Chen suddenly frowned. What scent? Why can't I smell anything? Chang Bingbing spoke and even sniffed around. Did you ask Teacher Chang? There's a strong smell of vinegar in my office. I don't know which vinegar jar got knocked over, the smell is so strong. Yi Chen laughed. Chang Bingbing, who realized what he meant, first gave Yi Chen a disdainful look, then smiled and said, Yi Chen, don't change the subject. Please answer the teacher's question directly. Anything in excess is not good, moderation is key, Yi Chen chuckled. What about me? Chang Bingbing asked. Teacher Chang was just right, like a perfect piece of artwork. I like it the most, Yi Chen said. Hearing this, Chang Bingbing's face finally showed a satisfied expression. By the way, honey, why did Su Dongdong come to your office just now? Yeshu Group is selecting a spokesperson, and I came up with an advertising plan. I'm planning to let Su Dongdong compete for the spokesperson of Yeshu Group's brand. If Su Dongdong really gets the spokesperson position, she will earn 8 million soft sister coins as the annual endorsement fee. After deducting 20% for Su Dongdong, our company's account will still have over 6 million, Yi Chen said. In addition, Su Dongdong's contract is about to expire, so I just renewed it with a 5-year B-level contract. Another B-level contract and letting her compete for the spokesperson position of Yeshu Group. Yi Chen, it seems like you want to promote Su Dongdong, Chang Bingbing said with a smile. Teacher Chang, don't overthink it. It's just normal work, Yi Chen said. I know, I was just teasing you. By the way, honey, you mentioned that you came up with an advertising plan for Yeshu Group? Seeing Yi Chen nod, Chang Bingbing smiled and said, impressive, honey. I didn't expect you to be good at advertising planning. Stay calm, your husband knows a lot, Yi Chen said proudly. Indeed, my husband is really talented, Chang Bingbing said with a smile. Teacher Chang, why do I feel like you're driving again? Yi Chen chuckled. Honestly, he now realized that sometimes he couldn't keep up with Chang Bingbing's pace. In the eyes of the students at Modi University, Chang Bingbing was a cold goddess-like teacher. But ever since they got married, Chang Bingbing's image in his mind had completely changed. Where was the cold goddess-like teacher? She could be both salty and sweet in front of him, and occasionally drove at high speeds. The contrast was so strong, it was captivating. 6:20. Yi Chen drove Chang Bingbing to a restaurant called Xiaohui Yuan. The reason why he chose this restaurant as the venue to treat the company's artists tonight was because Yi Chen was from Anhui province and he wanted to eat authentic Anhui cuisine. As soon as the two entered Xiaohui Yuan, a receptionist in a cheongsam greeted them. Welcome to Xiaohui Yuan, are you two the guests? I've reserved a private room. From Chenyuan Media, Yi Chen used the company's name to reserve the private room for dinner, instead of using his personal name, because this way he could deduct the company's income tax at the end of the year. Sir, madam, please follow me. Your company's private room is on the 3rd floor, guided by the receptionist. Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing arrived at the Four Seasons Like Spring private room on the 3rd floor. It was a large private room with a dining table that could seat up to 28 people. Shenyuan Media currently had 23 contracted artists. However, Yi Chen had recently received a call from Zhang Honghu, saying that Han Feng and Xia Tian would not be coming tonight. Yi Chen wasn't surprised by this. After all, he had cancelled all their endorsements, and they must have known that the company wouldn't renew their contracts after they expired. In this situation, it wasn't surprising that they chose not to attend tonight, not giving face to their new boss. Including Lin Hao, there would be 20 people attending tonight. In addition to these artists, Zhang Honghu was also invited by Yi Chen. The two of them had only been in the private room for a while when someone arrived. Yuan, Yechen, oh no, now I should call you General Yi. The person who came was Gao Xiaoye, Chang Bingbing's good friend. It must be said that Gao Xiaoye is a woman with a queen-like demeanor. It's no wonder that she became popular in the TV drama Crazy Surge because of her role as sister-in-law. Gao Xiaoye's temperament really matches the character. In this line of work, many actors have good acting skills, but they have been acting for many years, even half their lives, and they are still not popular. But sometimes they encounter the right drama and the right role, and suddenly become popular. Gao Xiaoye is like this, and so is Zhang Sungwen, who will arrive later. Both of them belong to the kind of actors who have accumulated a lot and then burst out. Yay, I have to say, you are getting cooler and more like a big sister, Chung Bingbing laughed. In the recent drama, I played the domineering sister-in-law. Although the drama has ended, I still haven't completely gotten out of this role. I was too immersed in it, Gao Xiaoye said as she sat down next to Chung Bingbing. Sister Gao, isn't your contract with the company expiring in half a month? Come to the company tomorrow afternoon to renew it, Yechen said. When General Yi speaks, how can I not comply? Gao Xiaoye laughed. Sister Gao, stop teasing me all the time, Yechen rolled his eyes and said. To be honest, Yechen, you just took over the company and immediately stopped all the endorsements for Lin Hao, Han Feng, and Xia Tian. Instead, you tilted these resources towards me and Zhang Sungwen, who are old-timers. I never expected that, Gao Xiaoye said. Among the artists in our company, Lin Hao and the others have the highest commercial value. Yechen, what are you thinking? Sister Gao, actually, I have a simple thought, Yechen said. I think the most important thing for an artist is to have strong personal abilities. For example, actors should have acting skills, singers should be able to sing. Lin Hao and the others are not proficient in singing, dancing, or acting. They just have a good appearance and can act cool. I don't think they can go far in the future. On the other hand, Sister Gao and Zhang Sungwen, I really appreciate your acting skills. Although you are not popular now, I always believe that actors with good acting skills like you will definitely have a wider and smoother path in the future. You just lack an opportunity right now, but once you get that opportunity, you will definitely become very popular. Yechen, if you say that, then the pressure will be on your side, Sister Gao, Gao Xiaoye laughed. But to be honest, Yechen, you dare to bet on me and Zhang Sungwen, who are old-timers, you are really brave and courageous. Just as Gao Xiaoye finished speaking, someone else arrived. This time, it was a middle-aged man dressed in a casual style. He had a unique aura. He exuded the charm of a mature man from head to toe. The man's face was not handsome, but this face, which had been tempered by time, made people know at a glance that he was a man with a story. Teacher Sungwen, I was just talking about you with General Yi, and the next second you arrived. It's really like speaking of the devil. Gao Xiaoye smiled at Zhang Sungwen, who entered the private room. The two of them were artists from the same company, and they had a good relationship, especially since they had a lot of scenes together in the drama Crazy Surge. Zhang Sungwen smiled at Gao Xiaoye and quickly came to Yechen's side, greeting him. Hello, General Yi, I am Zhang Sungwen. At this moment, Zhang Sungwen's first impression of Yechen was that he was young. The new boss was really young. The second impression of Yechen was that he was handsome. If someone were to tell him now that the new boss is the top star in the industry, he would definitely believe it. Teacher Zhang, don't be so polite, please have a seat, Yechen smiled. Zhang Sungwen did not sit down directly, but turned his head and asked Chung Bingbing, hello, Director Chang. He had heard that the new financial director of the company was the boss's wife. Hello, Chung Bingbing responded with a smile to Zhang Sungwen's greeting. Only then did Zhang Sungwen find an empty seat and sat down. Teacher Sungwen, just now Director Yi put pressure on us, Gao Xiaoye said with a smile. Zhang Sungwen was confused and asked, Teacher Gao, what do you mean? Gao Xiaoye then repeated word for word what Yi Chen had just said to Zhang Sungwen. How about it, Teacher Sungwen, do you feel the pressure now? Zhang Sungwen nodded seriously, I do feel the pressure. At this moment, Zhang Sungwen was deeply moved. The words of the new boss were the greatest affirmation for actors like them who focused on acting. But anyone can say good things. The key is how they act. In today's society, there are too many people who say one thing and do another, especially in his industry. Many people are hypocritical, especially those in the capital. But the new boss, Yi Chen, does what he says. He even puts doing before saying. The new boss immediately stopped all the notices for Lin Hao, Xia Tian, and Han Feng, and instead tilted these resources towards him and Gao Xiaoye, who focused on acting. The new boss truly practices what he preaches, instead of saying one thing to people's faces and another to ghosts. Because of this, Zhang Sungwen also felt a lot of pressure at this moment. The new boss trusted him so much and tilted resources towards him. This was his benefactor. If he couldn't make a name for himself in the film and television industry in the future, he would truly let down the trust of the new boss. Both of you, don't have any pressure. All you need to do is focus all your energy on acting. As for the rest, don't worry, the company will take care of everything, Yi Chen said. Director Yi, Zhang Sungwen and Gao Xiaoye were deeply moved. It's probably impossible to find another boss like Yi Chen in this industry. They hope the company will continue to improve in the future. Because for actors like them who only know how to act and don't know how to market themselves, Yi Chen's appearance is like a ray of light in the darkness. They really don't want this newly appeared light to extinguish quickly. Soon, it was 6:50. Except for Lin Hao, Han Feng, and Xia Tian who hadn't arrived, the other 20 artists from Chunyuan Media had all arrived. The dinner lasted until after 10 o'clock. Because Yi Chen was young and didn't have any heirs as the new boss, the atmosphere of the dinner was quite good. The men drank a lot of alcohol. The female artists didn't drink alcohol, they had fruit juice and milk. Under Zhang Honghu's arrangement, these artists were safely sent back to their respective hotels. Feeling uncomfortable, Yi Chen? Who told you to drink so much just now? Cheng Bingbing said while driving, looking at Yi Chen who was feeling uncomfortable from the alcohol. She was both annoyed and concerned. Teacher Chang, when the atmosphere is like this, I have to drink, Yi Chen said. Tonight was the most he had ever drunk in his life. He estimated that he had drunk at least 1.5 gin, 750 grams. He had drunk so much, but he still hadn't vomited. Yi Chen was quite impressed with himself. It seemed that his alcohol tolerance was not bad, but he had almost reached his limit tonight. If he continued to drink, he would probably vomit. Husband, your health is your own. In the future, try to drink less when you're out, don't ruin your health, Cheng Bingbing said seriously while driving. Okay, I'll listen to Teacher Chang. Yi Chen smiled and said, with such a beautiful wife at home, I will definitely take good care of my body. The next morning, Yi Chen woke up and silently said check-in in his heart. Ding, check-in successful. This check-in did not trigger any rewards, so there was no disappointment. He glanced at the time, it was only a little past 5, still early. But Yi Chen no longer felt sleepy, so he got out of bed. Yi Chen decided that he would continue the good habit he developed in college, which was to go for a run outside every morning to exercise. He needed to pick up this habit and continue to maintain it. After all, health is the most important thing. And he had already noticed that Cheng Bingbing's needs were much greater than Bai Shui's, so he needed to be more disciplined. And so, Yi Chen got dressed and went out for a run. Yi Chen didn't run far, just within the residential area. After running for half an hour, Yi Chen started doing squats at the outdoor fitness area in the community. Yi Chen did 100 squats in one breath. During this time, Yi Chen received a call from Cheng Bingbing asking where he was. By the time Yi Chen finished exercising and returned home, it was already 7 o'clock. Husband, I've prepared clothes for you in the bathroom. You're all sweaty, go take a shower quickly, Cheng Bingbing said as she prepared breakfast in the kitchen. After giving Yi Chen a glance, she continued, okay. When Yi Chen finished showering and came out, Cheng Bingbing had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for him in the dining room. Come and eat, Yi Chen. I made 2 scallion and egg pancakes for you. Eating more scallions is good for your health, Cheng Bingbing said playfully, winking at Yi Chen. Teacher Chang, why do I feel like you made these scallion and egg pancakes for your own happiness in life? Yi Chen laughed and sat down across from Cheng Bingbing. You're absolutely right. If you're healthy, then I'll be happy, Cheng Bingbing said with a smile. Wow, how did we end up on the highway again? Yi Chen joked. What highway? Yi Chen, please keep your thoughts pure, Cheng Bingbing said with a serious expression, educating Yi Chen. Someone didn't want to be called wife last night and insisted on being called teacher. Yi Chen's words directly made Cheng Bingbing lose her composure. Annoying, don't say that. Cheng Bingbing blushed and threatened. Yi Chen shook his head and smiled, then started eating breakfast. Cheng Bingbing also started eating breakfast. By the way, husband, why did you decide to go for a run this morning? Cheng Bingbing casually asked while eating breakfast. I had the habit of going for a run and exercising in the morning throughout my 4 years of college. I just neglected it in the past few days after graduation, so I'm picking up this habit again. Besides, now that you're by my side, I have to be disciplined. Otherwise, I'm afraid that today I'll only be eating scallions, and later on, Teacher Chang, you might have to feed me wolfberries and pig liver, Yi Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Cheng Bingbing's face turned red. What are you saying? But it's good to pick up this habit. Having a healthy body is the foundation for everything, Yi Chen continued. Teacher Chang, are we on a national road or a highway with this conversation? Yi Chen asked with a smile. I'm being serious, Cheng Bingbing said with a hint of annoyance. Today is Saturday, a day off from classes, so Cheng Bingbing went to the company with Yi Chen. When they arrived at the company, Zhang Honghu and Su Dongdong were already waiting for Yi Chen. Lao Shang, are you ready? Yi Chen asked when he saw Zhang Honghu. This morning, they were going to shoot a coconut tree advertisement. After the advertisement was shot and went through post-production, it would be immediately sent to the Coconut Tree Group. Tomorrow was the deadline for the Coconut Tree Group to collect advertising videos from major entertainment and film companies. After tomorrow, the Coconut Tree Group would officially close its doors to external advertising video submissions. Afterwards, the Coconut Tree Group will internally select the advertising videos that have been collected and determine the brand spokesperson for Coconut Tree. There are only 2 days left for Chunyuan Media, so we must shoot the Coconut Tree advertisement today. It's still quite rushed. Manager Yi, everything is ready. We can go directly now, Zhang Honghu said. Okay, let's go. After a while, a black Buick GL8 commercial vehicle drove out of the underground parking lot of the office building. This GL8 is the only official vehicle of Chunyuan Media. Originally, it belonged to Chuanqiu Film and Television. After Yi Chen acquired Chuanqiu Film and Television, this Buick GL8 commercial vehicle naturally became the official vehicle of Chunyuan Media. Zhang Honghu was driving. At 9 o'clock, the GL8 stopped outside a photography studio. After getting off the car, the four of them walked into the studio together. Manager Zhang, you're here. As soon as the four entered, a middle-aged man wearing a hoodie and a baseball cap with a full smile walked towards them. Without waiting for Zhang Honghu to speak, the middle-aged man with the baseball cap's gaze fell on Yi Chen. I suppose this is Mr. Yi Chen, the boss of Chunyuan Media. Mr. Yi, this is the boss of this photography studio, Mr. Wang Xingcheng. Many of our company's advertisements are shot by Mr. Wang. Upon hearing Zhang Honghu's introduction, Yi Chen shook hands with Wang Xingcheng, and they acknowledged each other. Manager Zhang, can we start shooting now? Yi Chen asked. Yes, Mr. Yi, please follow me. The area of this photography studio is quite large. It is divided into many independent small studios. This time, shooting the Coconut Tree advertisement can be completed in one of the small studios. Under Wang Xingcheng's guidance, the group arrived at an independent small studio with an area of about 60 square meters. When the group entered, 2 studio staff members had already set up the scene. Su Dongdong went to the dressing room. In fact, Su Dongdong had already put on light makeup before leaving, so going to the dressing room now was just to have the professional makeup artist touch up her makeup and change clothes. In less than 20 minutes, Su Dongdong walked out of the dressing room. The biggest change in Su Dongdong's appearance in front of Yi Chen and the others was her outfit. Previously, Su Dongdong was wearing a loose-fitting shirt, but now, Su Dongdong had changed into a fitted long-sleeved white undershirt. This fitted undershirt completely outlined Su Dongdong's impressive figure. Even Yi Chen couldn't help but linger his gaze on Su Dongdong for a few more seconds. However, Yi Chen quickly adjusted himself. Miss Su, in this advertisement, you only have one line, which is easy to remember. What line is it? Su Dongdong curiously asked. At this moment, Cheng Bingbing was also curious. Facing Su Dongdong's gaze, Yi Chen said, your line is coconut tree coconut juice. I've been drinking it since I was young. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Dongdong immediately murmured her advertising line, coconut tree coconut juice, I've been drinking it since I was young. This line, why does it feel a bit inappropriate? Lowering her head to look at her impressive features, Su Dongdong felt a strange feeling in her heart. Maybe I'm overthinking it. At that moment, Cheng Bingbing smiled and looked at Yi Chen, her eyes faintly unfriendly. Yi Chen focused on Su Dongdong and continued, Miss Su, do you remember the line? Coconut tree coconut juice, I've been drinking it since I was young. Mr. Yi, this line is simple, I remember it, Su Dongdong said. Okay, next I will tell you about your body language in the advertisement. Like this, Yi Chen gave on-site guidance to Su Dongdong's body language in the coconut tree advertisement. After Yi Chen's guidance, Su Dongdong's face turned slightly red. Coconut tree coconut juice, I've been drinking it since I was young. Just heard this line, Su Dongdong felt that this line was a bit inappropriate. But Su Dongdong thought it must be her own dirty mind, overthinking. How could the boss be that kind of person? However, now Su Dongdong realizes that she really didn't think too much. The body language that the boss just taught her is simply in line with the advertising slogan he gave her. It's hard for a normal person to not think in that direction when they see this advertisement. Cheng Bingbing has been smiling and looking at Yi Chen, that smile hiding a knife-like expression, making Yi Fan's back feel a bit cold. Yi Chen continues to focus on his breathing and thoughts. Miss Su, have you learned all the body language I just taught you? Su Dongdong, with a slightly red face, nodded. Mr. Yi, I remember them all. Good, let's begin then. Yi Chen looked towards Wang Xingcheng beside him as he spoke. Under Wang Xingcheng's command, the filming journey of Su Dongdong's Yeshu advertisement officially began. Yi Chen watched the whole time. If Su Dongdong didn't perform any of the body language correctly, if she didn't present the same effect as the reward video, Yi Chen would stop the filming and give guidance. Not only the body language, but also Su Dongdong's expression management, Yi Chen would control the whole process, ensuring that the effect of the advertisement video and the reward system was fully presented. At this moment, Yi Chen was being extremely demanding, like the strictest director. Under Yi Chen's strict requirements, it took more than 2 hours to finish shooting a commercial that lasted only about 10 seconds. Boss Wang, how long will it take to complete this advertisement? I'm sure old Zhang has told you that we're in a hurry. After finishing, Yi Chen asked Wang Xingcheng. The just shot footage was only the most basic material. It still needed post-production editing to create a mature advertisement video. The post-production editing process of an advertisement video includes organizing the material, creating a script, selecting shots, rough editing, refining, adding music, sound effects, sound mixing, making subtitles, and special effects. Finally, the film needs to be color corrected in order to export a mature advertisement video. These processes usually take a lot of time. After thinking for a moment, Wang Xingqing said, Mr. Yi, I guarantee that I can send the completed video to your company before 12 noon tomorrow. Is that okay? That's fine. Yi Chen nodded. Soon after, Zhang Honghu drove Yi Chen and the other three away from the studio. Zhang Honghu first drove Su Dongdong to the hotel where she was staying. It was mealtime, so the four of them had lunch at a restaurant in the hotel. After lunch, Yi Chen, Cheng Bingbing, and Zhang Honghu drove directly back to the company. As soon as they entered the office, Cheng Bingbing locked the office door and then smiled at Yi Chen. Husband, did you come up with the slogan for the Yeshu advertisement? Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Yeshu coconut juice, I've been drinking it since I was little. Husband, is the drinking it since I was little part of your slogan serious? Cheng Bingbing asked with a smile. Of course it's serious. Yi Chen said without hesitation. If the female lead in the Yeshu advertisement wasn't Su Dongdong, maybe I would believe your nonsense. Cheng Bingbing said, her mouth pouting, you just guided Su Dongdong to do those sexy movements. I'm angry Cheng teacher, you're too easy to get jealous. Yi Chen said, then he directly pulled Cheng Bingbing into his arms in a somewhat domineering manner. I did it all for work, don't be angry. Even though I know you did it for work, I still. Cheng Bingbing didn't finish her sentence, her cheeks were held by a pair of big hands, and then her mouth was covered, she couldn't say anything anymore. 1 minute later, Cheng Bingbing nestled in Yi Chen's arms, her eyes seductive. I knew you would bully me. Are you not angry anymore? Yi Chen asked with a smile. I'm not that easy to please. Cheng Bingbing lifted her chin and said with a hint of coquetry. Then I'll keep trying. Seeing Yi Chen approaching again, Cheng Bingbing quickly used her hand to push his head away and said impatiently, Zhang Sungwen, Yi, and the others will be here soon. All right. Yi Chen replied, feeling a bit unsatisfied. The contracts of Zhang Sungwen, Gao Xiaoya, and a few other actors were about to expire, and they were coming to renew their contracts with the company. Yi Chen had already prepared the contracts for these people in advance. At 1:30, Gao Xiaoye arrived at Yi Chen's office. Yi Chen, did you throw up last night? Throw up? Not really. Yi Chen smiled. Impressive, Yi Chen. I didn't expect you to have such a high alcohol tolerance. No wonder you're the boss. Gao Xiaoye sat next to Cheng Bingbing and said. Yi Chen handed Gao Xiaoye a prepared contract and said, Sister Gao, take a look at this contract. Gao Xiaoye took the contract that Yi Chen handed over and started reading it with her head down. As she read, Gao Xiaoye looked up, her face filled with surprise as she looked at Yi Chen. A 10-year S-level contract? Yi Chen, are you serious? Gao Xiaoye was genuinely shocked. She never expected that Yi Chen would prepare an S-level contract for her. In her circle, only A-list actors usually received S-level contracts. She was barely considered a B-list actor at the moment. The contract she had previously signed with Chuanqiu Film and Television was only a C-level contract. Now, Yi Chen was presenting her with an S-level contract, and it was for a duration of 10 years. How could she not be amazed? The difference between contracts of different levels was significant. Let's take the C-level and S-level contracts as an example. In a C-level contract, the artist and the company split the earnings in a 2:8 ratio. This means that if an artist's salary for a drama is 1 million, the company would take away 800,000. In an S-level contract, the artist and the company split the earnings in a 5:5 ratio. Additionally, artists with S-level contracts would receive a monthly salary of 10,000 from the company, while artists with C-level contracts would only receive 2,000. Furthermore, artists with S-level contracts would have access to better resources from the company. Sister Gao, how could I make a mistake with such an important contract? Yi Chen smiled. If you have no objections, Sister Gao, you can sign the contract now. The Future News had already mentioned that once the film was released, Gao Xiaoye, who played the role of the sister-in-law, would become popular and enter the A-list actor category. For a long time, in terms of popularity, Gao Xiaoye would surpass most A-list actors in the country and even be on par with super A-list actors. Since Yi Chen already knew that Gao Xiaoye would soon become an A-list actor, why not give her an S-level contract while she was still in a career slump? As the saying goes, adding flowers to the brocade is not as appreciated as giving charcoal in the snow. Additionally, if Yi Chen were to renew the contract with Gao Xiaoye today and it remained a C-level contract, many entertainment companies would try to poach her from Chunyuan Media once she became popular. Although Gao Xiaoye and Chang Bingbing had been good friends for many years, when it came to personal interests, Gao Xiaoye might consider leaving Chunyuan Media. Even if the company could later raise Gao Xiaoye's contract from C-level to S-level, it would still require her agreement and signature for the contract to be adjusted. So the question was, would Gao Xiaoye agree to sign at that time? Human nature is easily tested. It's worth noting that the maximum penalty for breaching a C-level contract was only 5 million. If Gao Xiaoye was willing, the company would be more than willing to pay that penalty on her behalf. But if it's changed to an S-class contract, it's a different story. According to the regulations, the maximum penalty for breaching an S-class contract can be set at 1 billion soft sister coins. In other words, under the constraints of an S-class contract, if Gao Xiaoye wants to switch jobs, she would have to pay a one-time penalty of 1 billion to Chunyuan Media. With a sky-high penalty of 1 billion, not to mention that Gao Xiaoye definitely can't afford it, even other capital within the industry would hesitate. If there really is a big capital willing to pay this 1 billion penalty to poach Gao Xiaoye, then Yi Chen won't be at a loss either. After all, that's 1 billion. With 1 billion, he would have financial freedom. So giving Gao Xiaoye an S-class contract now, no matter how you look at it, is most advantageous for Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you're putting a lot of pressure on me, Gao Xiaoye said with a bitter smile. It's the first time she feels that it's not necessarily a good thing for her boss to be too good to her, because it really puts a lot of pressure on her. Holding an S-class contract, if she still doesn't make any progress in her career in the future, she really feels sorry for Yi Chen, sorry for the S-class contract she holds. Pressure brings motivation, and I believe that with your abilities, Sister Gao, you will definitely live up to this S-class contract in the future, Yi Chen said. Yi Chen, honestly, I don't even believe in myself. I don't know why you believe in me so much, Gao Xiaoye said with a bitter smile again. Alright, Sister Gao, quickly sign the contract. Being so indecisive doesn't suit your style, Yi Chen said with a smile. Yi Chen is right, you're usually so confident and charismatic, but now you're acting like a little woman, Cheng Bingbing also said with a smile. Okay, Yuan, you've only been married to Yi Chen for a few days and you're already following him, Gao Xiaoye said, picking up the pen in front of her. I'll sign it. Anyway, I'm the one benefiting. Soon, Gao Xiaoye signed the contract. After signing the contract, Gao Xiaoye didn't stay long. She talked to Cheng Bingbing for a while and then left. Not long after, Yi Chen received a phone call. It was from the company's front desk, saying that Zhang Sungwen, Su Xiaoding, and Feng Bin had arrived. According to the Future News, these three became popular after the release of their movie. Especially Zhang Sungwen, who became extremely popular. Just like Gao Xiaoye, he also entered the ranks of first-line artists with this drama. The reason why these three came to the company at the same time was because they were staying at the same hotel in Magic City, so they came together. Although the three arrived at the company at the same time, they couldn't go to Yi Chen's office to sign the contract at the same time. Because artist contracts are very important, the contracts signed by artists with the company are confidential to the outside world. And this confidentiality is not just a verbal agreement, it is also included in the contract as an agreement. For confidentiality reasons, Zhang Sungwen and the others naturally couldn't sign the contract with Yi Chen's company at the same time. Yi Chen also prepared a 10-year S-class contract for Zhang Sungwen. Just like Gao Xiaoye, Zhang Sungwen, who received this S-class contract, also felt a lot of pressure. Feeling valued for the first time, Zhang Sungwen secretly vowed in his heart that he would definitely make a name for himself in the film and television industry in the future to repay Yi Chen's kindness. Less than a minute after Zhang Sungwen signed the contract and left, Su Xiaoding arrived at Yi Chen's office. Su Xiaoding, who looked fair and young, was only a few years older than Yi Chen, but he was a powerful actor. According to the Future News, Su Xiaoding played the crazy villain Gao Qixing in Kung Fu, which attracted countless fans. As the actor who played the role, Su Xiaoding also gained countless fans because of Kung Fu, and entered the ranks of second-line artists. Therefore, Yi Chen prepared a 5-year A-class contract for Su Xiaoding. Like Su Xiaoding, Feng Bin also played a villain in Kung Fu, and his portrayal of the killer Lao Mo also attracted countless fans, just like Su Xiaoding. Yi Chen prepared a 5-year A-level contract for Feng Bin. Both of them were greatly surprised and grateful to Yi Chen, their new boss, for being able to get an A-level contract. After Feng Bin left, Yi Chen couldn't hide his joy. Now, he just had to wait for the release of Crazy Surge, and then his company, Chunyuan Media, would become the biggest winner. Yi Chen, you look so happy. It's like you're sure that Zhang Sungwen and the others will become popular in the future, Cheng Bingbing said. Teacher Chang, how about we make a bet? Yi Chen smiled. What kind of bet? Cheng Bingbing asked curiously. Let's bet on whether Zhang Sunwen and the other three will become popular. If they do, I win. If they don't, you win. Are you brave enough to bet with me? Yi Chen said. Let's bet, Cheng Bingbing said. But since it's a bet, there should be stakes and a time limit. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, let's set the time limit at 6 months. If after 6 months, there are no signs of popularity for Zhang Sunwen and the others, then I lose. As for the stakes, you can decide, Teacher Chang. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Bingbing said, the stakes will be that the winner can make a request to the loser, and the loser must unconditionally fulfill the winner's request. Yi Chen, what do you think of this stake? That's fine, Yi Chen smiled. But Teacher Chang, there are no restrictions on the request, right? As long as it doesn't violate the law, any request can be made, Cheng Bingbing said. Teacher Chang, you said it yourself. Don't go back on your word if you lose. Yi Chen chuckled. Don't worry, Yi Chen, I'm not someone who can't afford to lose, Cheng Bingbing said proudly. The next morning. Ding, sign-in successful. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the sign-in reward and obtaining a piece of future news. On July 7, XX year, under the manipulation of several top financial conglomerates worldwide, the price of Bitcoin will experience a crazy surge, reaching a peak of $17,000 before quickly rebounding and stabilizing at $6,000. After reading this piece of future news, Yi Chen quickly picked up his phone, opened the memo, and saved the key information from the news. This was to prevent himself from forgetting later on. After doing all this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Although he had never played with Bitcoin before, he had heard about it. It was said to be even more exciting than stock trading. Some people became billionaires overnight because of Bitcoin, while others lost everything. Now that he had knowledge of Bitcoin's price trend for a period of time in the future, it was an opportunity for him to make money. With this in mind, Yi Chen quickly opened the browser on his phone and downloaded an app called Huobi. It was one of the largest Bitcoin trading platforms in the world. Yi Chen checked the current market situation of Bitcoin, and it was priced at over $4,300 per Bitcoin. The future news he just read mentioned that the price of Bitcoin would surge to $17,000 per Bitcoin in this wave. If he chose to buy Bitcoin in spot trading, he would make a profit of 3 times. Besides spot trading, Bitcoin trading also included contract trading, which allowed leverage. Both trading methods had their pros and cons. Choosing spot trading would involve less risk, but the profit would be relatively smaller. On the other hand, choosing contract trading would allow for higher profits due to leverage, but it also meant higher risk. If the market fluctuated too much, there was a risk of liquidation. Knowing the future price trend of Bitcoin, Yi Chen, with his ambition, naturally chose contract trading. However, he couldn't use too high leverage. Although the recent future news mentioned that on July 7, which is next Tuesday, Bitcoin will start to rise and eventually reach a price of $17,000. However, the specific daily fluctuations during this period were not mentioned in that future news, so Yi Chen is unable to know. In this case, he naturally cannot use too high leverage, otherwise the risk would be too great and it wouldn't be fun if he gets liquidated. Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly thought of a problem. Where does the money to buy Bitcoin come from? He doesn't have any money on him now. At 6:30, Yi Chen got up and went out for a morning run. 103, 104, 105. Just as Yi Chen finished his morning run and was doing squats, his phone, which he had placed on the ground, suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Zhou Jia, the first female student he tutored. Yi Chen directly pressed the answer button. Hello. Yi Chen gasped for breath. Doing over 100 squats in one breath made him feel like his chest was about to explode. But Yi Chen enjoys challenging his limits. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Did I disturb you in Teacher Chang's rest? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Jia, lying on the bed, sounded a bit suspicious. The innocent Yi Chen did not notice anything unusual in Zhou Jia's tone. I'm exercising, is there something you need? Exercising? Zhou Jia pursed her lips and said, well, Yi Chen, I finally figured out what gift to give you and Teacher Chang for your wedding. Let's go out for dinner tonight, and I'll give you the gift then. Zhou Jia, your intention is enough, there's no need to do all this. I insist, I'll send you the location of the restaurant later. If you don't come tonight, I'll be angry. Alright, Teacher Chang and I will definitely come tonight. It's a good opportunity to save a meal. After speaking, Yi Chen took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Finally, his breathing became steady. Yi Chen, are you done exercising? No, I still have to exercise for a while. The innocent Yi Chen replied. Okay, you continue, I'll hang up. After saying that, Zhou Jia hung up the phone. It was already 7:30 when Yi Chen returned home. After taking a shower, he went to the dining room to have breakfast with Chang Bingbing. Teacher Chang, how much money do we have in the company account now? After eating breakfast for a while, Yi Chen asked. 76 million. Chang Bingbing blurted out. As the boss and financial director of Chunyuan Media, Chang Bingbing was well aware of the company's financial situation. Wife, I want to discuss something with you, Yi Chen said while eating wontons. What is it? Tell me. Chang Bingbing asked curiously. I have been optimistic about the Bitcoin market recently, so I plan to withdraw 1.5 million from the company account to buy Bitcoin. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Chang Bingbing fell silent for a moment and said, Yi Chen, the risk of trading Bitcoin is even greater than trading stocks. Are you really sure you want to enter the cryptocurrency market? Yes, I predict that the Bitcoin market will soon experience a big rise. I don't want to miss this opportunity to make money. Teacher Chang, I know it's hard to convince you with just my words, but please believe me this time. Yi Chen said. Okay, since you have made up your mind, go ahead and do it. The worst outcome is that you lose all the 1.5 million, and then I'll support you in the future. Chang Bingbing smiled. Hearing this, Yi Chen also smiled. You want me to rely on you? Don't worry, Teacher Chang, that day will never come. By the way, Teacher Chang, we're going out for dinner tonight. Zhou Jia, the student I tutored in math, found out that we got married and insisted on giving us a gift. Husband, it seems like you're very popular with girls. Wang Shuling gave you a pair of Cartier blue balloon couple watches, and now Zhou Jia wants to give you a gift too. Chang Bingbing smiled and looked at Yi Chen. Teacher Chang, you're not jealous of my two students, are you? Yi Chen chuckled. I'm not jealous at all, Chang Bingbing said, pouting. That's good. Your husband is so handsome and charming, and now he's the boss of an entertainment and film company. In the future, I'll definitely be in contact with more people of the opposite sex. If you get jealous of my students, then you'll definitely have endless jealousy in the future, Teacher Chang, Yi Chen laughed. Yi Chen, if you say that, then I'll have to keep a closer eye on you in the future. Seeing Chang Bingbing's serious expression, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. Keep a closer eye on me? How are you going to do that? I'll make sure you don't have any extra energy, so that you'll have a stronger ability to resist temptation from the outside world. Chang Bingbing smiled. It has to be you, Teacher Chang. After breakfast, Chang Bingbing transferred 1.5 million yuan from the Dust Media Company's account to Yi Chen's bank card using her laptop. She left 260,000 yuan in the company's account to ensure its normal operation in the coming days. After receiving the money, Yi Chen transferred all of it to his personal account registered on the Huobi app. Since Bitcoin had to be traded in US dollars, Yi Chen first converted the 1.5 million yuan into 218,000 US dollars. How much leverage should Yi choose? After careful consideration, Yi Chen decided to use a 5 times leverage. This leverage was neither too high nor too low, making it relatively suitable. As long as the price didn't drop more than 20%, there would be no danger of liquidation. The next wave of Bitcoin's market was expected to skyrocket, and even if there were fluctuations, the decline shouldn't exceed 20%. Therefore, choosing a 5 times leverage was relatively low risk. Once he determined the leverage, Yi Chen placed the order directly. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Chen's long contract was completed. At that time, the price of Bitcoin was $4,312. With a 5 times leverage, Yi Chen's account had an additional 252.78 Bitcoins. At a little past 10 in the morning, Wang Xingqing sent the completed coconut tree advertisement to Zhang Honghu. Zhang Honghu immediately forwarded the coconut tree advertisement to Yi Chen. After watching the advertisement, Yi Chen was very satisfied. This advertisement was almost an exact replica of the coconut tree advertisement from the system reward. So Yi Chen directly notified Zhang Honghu to immediately send this coconut tree advertisement to the coconut tree group. With this coconut tree advertisement, Yi Chen believed that Su Dongdong's endorsement of the coconut tree should be almost certain. In the afternoon, after 5 o'clock, Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing went out. On the other side, Lin Hao picked up his sister Bai Shui in the Sunshine Garden community. Lin Hao, do you know why Zhang Yinan invited us out for dinner this time? Bai Shui asked as she sat in the passenger seat. I don't know, but I guess it must be something good, Lin Hao smiled. Suddenly, Lin Hao noticed the new bag hanging from his sister's wrist. Sis, did you buy a new bag? It's the latest LV model, right? I remember this bag should cost more than 60,000 yuan. 68,000 yuan. What do you think of this bag? Bai Shui asked. It suits you very well, and it's worth the price. By the way, sis, did you buy this bag with the signing bonus? After signing with Zhang Yi Studio, his sister received a signing bonus of 100,000 yuan. Yes, I bought this bag and a few sets of clothes. I've almost spent that signing bonus, the money just burns a hole in my pocket, Bai Shui sighed. Earn more to spend more. Once you become the spokesperson for Coconut Tree, you'll receive a fee of over 1 million W. Entering the entertainment industry will be your first pot of gold, sis. Your starting point is envied by many. Lin Hao said while driving, sis, this kind of exciting life is something you couldn't experience when you were with Yi Chen, right? Bai Shui nodded silently. That's why, sis, in life, choices often matter more than effort. Lin Hao laughed. If you had chosen to stay with Yi Chen, you would have had to work even harder, and the heights you could reach in your life would be limited, because the different circles directly determine the limits of our lives. Before long, Lin Hao drove to a very luxurious restaurant. When the siblings arrived outside the private room on the top floor of the restaurant and were about to knock on the door, suddenly a man's voice came from inside the room. Bitcoin is going to skyrocket next? Dad, are you serious? The owner of this voice was none other than Zhang Yinan. Upon hearing Zhang Yinan's words, Lin Hao, who had raised his hand to knock on the door, silently put it down again. It's going to reach $20,000? This is too crazy. Zhang Yinan's voice sounded excited. Alright, Dad, I got it. Tomorrow, no, I'll start buying more Bitcoin right away. The call ended here. At this moment, Lin Hao didn't knock on the door, but instead took his sister's hand and walked to a secluded corner. Sis, did you hear what Director Xiao Zhang said just now? Lin Hao said excitedly. Bai Shui didn't speak, but nodded. At this moment, Bai Shui's heart was also quite unsettled. We're going to get rich, sis, our chance to get rich has come. Lin Hao rubbed his hands in excitement. Lin Hao then took out his phone and after a series of operations, his eyes turned red. Sis, do you know the current price of Bitcoin? Seeing his sister shake her head, Lin Hao didn't keep her in suspense and said directly, it's $4,313. Just now, Director Zhang told Director Xiao Zhang on the phone that the price of Bitcoin is going to skyrocket to $20,000. Sis, we're going to make a fortune this time. Sis, we need to raise money now, as much as we can. After this wave of Bitcoin speculation, we're going to make a lot of money. Lin Hao, calm down a bit, Bai Shui said. I heard that the risk of trading Bitcoin is even greater than trading stocks, so I think we should be more cautious. Sis, there's no need to be cautious about this, Lin Hao said. The risk is indeed high for ordinary people playing with digital currency, they can easily be taken advantage of, but Director Zhang is not an ordinary person. He himself can be called capital, and he knows many big shots. Since Director Zhang said that Bitcoin is going to skyrocket to $20,000, it must be based on accurate information he received. He even mentioned the final price, which means there's only one possibility, that is, this upcoming wave of Bitcoin market is being driven by some big shots in the cryptocurrency industry, with the aim of harvesting the retail investors in the industry. Sis, our fortune has truly arrived this time. It's fate that we heard the conversation between Director Xiao Zhang and Director Zhang. After listening to her younger brother's words, Bai Shui was convinced, you make sense. But I don't have any money on me, I've only got a little over 2,000 left from the signing fee. Bai Shui was now frustrated. If she had known, she would have saved that signing fee and not spent it. If you don't have money, then borrow it. Lin Hao smiled and said, credit cards, Huabei, Jibei, online loans, and borrowing from friends. Sister, now we have to find every possible way to make money. This is an opportunity to make money with our eyes closed right in front of us. We must seize it. The more capital we prepare, the more we will earn. Tomorrow, I'm going to sell my BMW X1 that I just bought 2 months ago, Lin Hao said. As he spoke, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Right, I'll sell the house too. His family's house is 110 square meters, and according to the current market, it can be sold for about 61,000 yuan per square meter. So, his house can be sold for nearly 7 million yuan. Bai Shui was taken aback and said, Lin Hao, if you sell the house, where will you and Grandma live in the future? We can live in a hotel, it's only temporary anyway, Lin Hao said with a smile. When Bitcoin reaches $20,000, I'll sell it and make a fortune. After this wave, I'll buy another house. Yes, I've decided. I'll buy a riverview apartment near the Huangpu River. It has to be a large flat. At the end, Lin Hao's face was filled with anticipation for a better future. Grandma probably won't agree if you want to sell the house, Bai Shui said. The house her younger brother is currently living in is not owned by him, but by their grandmother. I'm sure I can convince Grandma. With such a lucrative opportunity right in front of us, I believe Grandma will support me in selling the house, Lin Hao said. By the way, sis, you can sell Cheng Bingbing's house too. Then you'll have money. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Chen and Cheng Bingbing arrived at a private room in a restaurant called Li Yuan. Yi Chen, Teacher Chang, you're here. A woman wearing denim shorts and a white t-shirt stood up and greeted them. This woman with shallow dimples when she smiled was Zhou Jia. Teacher Chang, you're really beautiful. No wonder you're known as the goddess teacher of Mo University, Zhou Jia said sincerely. She had heard of the title of the goddess teacher of Mo University since high school, but had never met Cheng Bingbing in person. Today, she finally met the first goddess teacher of Mo University. Her beauty was truly breathtaking. No wonder Yi Chen couldn't wait to live with this teacher Cheng on the first night after getting married. With such a beautiful woman by his side, no one could resist. You're beautiful too. Your dimples are especially cute when you smile, Cheng Bingbing said with a smile. Alright, you two, stop complimenting each other and sit down in order, Yi Chen said. Yi Chen, don't you know that beauty is as good as a feast? With the two of us, beautiful women, here, do you still need to eat? Zhou Jia pouted and smiled. If that's the case, then our world wouldn't have so many people starving to death every year, Yi Chen said. Zhou Jia rolled her eyes at his words. Yi Chen, I think you should thank big data matchmaking. If it weren't for big data matchmaking, a straight guy like you who doesn't know how to make a girl happy wouldn't be able to marry such a beautiful wife like our teacher Chang, Zhou Jia said. Then, the three of them sat down, and Zhou Jia opened her phone to order food. Teacher Chang, what do you like to eat? Soon, Zhou Jia finished ordering. I have to say, Zhou Jia, you invited me to dinner, but you didn't even ask for my opinion when ordering. Is that polite? Yi Chen said, then changed the subject. Luckily, Teacher Chang knows what I like to eat, and she ordered everything I like. My wife is the best. Yi Chen, it's not polite to show off in front of a single person like that, Zhou Jia said, giving Yi Chen a big eye roll. Before long, the food was served, and the three of them chatted while eating. Yi Chen, you mentioned on WeChat last time that you wanted to start a business. How is it going now? Have you found the direction for your business? Zhou Jia suddenly asked. Yi Chen nodded and said, a few days ago, I just acquired an entertainment and film company. Ah, are you planning to enter the entertainment industry? Zhou Jia was quite surprised. Seeing Yi Chen nod, Zhou Jia continued, Yi Chen, then you should work hard. The entertainment industry is not easy to break into, but I believe you can do it. By the way, Yi Chen, do you think I have the potential to become a big star? If I do, after I graduate, I'll come to your company. You? Forget it, with your background, entering the industry and making a debut would be pointless. He had been Zhou Jia's math tutor for 2 years and knew well that Zhou Jia came from a wealthy family. A family that could afford to live in a mansion in the city couldn't be considered ordinary. Yi Chen, why do you think it's pointless? I think it would be fun to debut as a star. Life is about being happy, after all. Zhou Jia smiled. Alright, didn't you say you were going to give me a gift? Where is it? Yi Chen looked around the private room but didn't see any gift bags. Yi Chen, the gift I'm giving you is a bit special, not your usual gift. Zhou Jia said with a smile. Stop keeping me in suspense and show me the gift already. Yi Chen urged. Yi Chen, Chung teacher, the wedding gift I'm giving you is an investment tip. Zhou Jia said. An investment tip? Now even Cheng Bingbing couldn't help but be curious. According to reliable sources, the price of Bitcoin is about to experience a big surge. So, Yi Chen, Cheng teacher, you can now take out all your spare money and buy Bitcoin. When the price of Bitcoin rises in the future, you will definitely make a big profit. Upon hearing Zhou Jia's words, Cheng Bingbing was quite surprised. Yi Chen, I didn't expect your prediction for the future price of Bitcoin to be the same as what Zhou Jia said. This made Cheng Bingbing feel more at ease. Yi Chen withdrew 1.5 million from the company's account to invest in Bitcoin, and she was actually quite worried. After all, the risk of trading Bitcoin was really high, and Yi Chen didn't have any previous experience in trading Bitcoin. Investing 1.5 million for the first time, even if she trusted Yi Chen, she couldn't help but worry. But now, her worries had lessened. On her way here, she learned from Yi Chen that Zhou Jia came from a particularly wealthy family, not an ordinary one. Zhou Jia, who came from such a family, had access to circles that ordinary people like them couldn't reach. And the higher the circle, the more likely they were to know insider information that the outside world didn't know. So it was very possible that the upcoming surge in Bitcoin was insider information that Zhou Jia had heard. Generally, this kind of insider information was often quite reliable. Yi Chen, did you predict that the price of Bitcoin will rise in the future? Zhou Jia was quite surprised. Yi Chen said, I've already invested over $1 million in Bitcoin. Invested over $1 million? Wow, Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Zhou Jia laughed and said, but after this wave, you'll make quite a profit. By the way, Yi Chen, there's something you definitely don't know, which is that the price of Bitcoin in the future will rise to $20,000. So Yi Chen, you must stay calm, don't sell too early, and wait until the price is close to $20,000 before selling, that way you'll make the most profit. Hearing this, Cheng Bingbing showed a surprised expression and said, Bitcoin will rise to $20,000? In the morning, when Yichen placed the order on the Huobi app, she was sitting next to him watching. She remembered that the price of Bitcoin at that time was $4,312. If according to Zhou Jia's words, if the next wave of Bitcoin's market can rise to a maximum of $20,000, then Yichen's return on investment will be quite astonishing. With a leverage of 5 times, the final return on investment will reach a terrifying 18 times. As a senior accountant, Cheng Bingbing quickly calculated the profit multiplier in her mind. If that's the case, the 1.5 million that Yichen invested will eventually become over 27 million. After calculating this number, Cheng Bingbing was shocked. Yes, Teacher Chang, Zhou Jia smiled and said, when I first heard this news, I was just as surprised as you. At this moment, Yichen was stunned. Bitcoin will rise to $20,000? No way. The future news said that the ultimate peak price of Bitcoin is $17,000, not $20,000. And the future news also stated that after the price of Bitcoin rises to $17,000, it will immediately rebound and start to fall until it stabilizes at $6,000. If he listens to Zhou Jia and doesn't sell when Bitcoin reaches $17,000, the subsequent rebound and crash, with a leverage of 5 times, could potentially lead to liquidation. Yichen naturally trusts his own system when it comes to Zhou Jia and the system, but he believes that Zhou Jia wouldn't intentionally deceive him. So there is only one conclusion. The news that Zhou Jia learned is simply incorrect. Thinking of this, Yichen spoke up. Zhou Jia, I don't think the next wave of Bitcoin's market will reach $20,000. Brother Yichen, just listen to me, there won't be any mistakes. This is insider information. Zhou Jia smiled. Insider information? Facing Yichen's questioning gaze, Zhou Jia put down her chopsticks and said, Brother Yichen, what I'm about to tell you next, you can't tell anyone else, otherwise, if this matter spreads and causes trouble, I'll be in big trouble. Seeing Yichen nod, Zhou Jia continued, actually, the upcoming surge in Bitcoin is not a result of market self-regulation, but rather the result of several big players in the international cryptocurrency circle working together behind the scenes. Their goal is to fleece the retail investors in the cryptocurrency circle. Hearing Zhou Jia's words, Yichen finally understood. Zhou Jia was right about one thing, those several big players in the international cryptocurrency circle are indeed the driving force behind the upcoming surge in Bitcoin's market. Because that future news also said so. Their goal is indeed to fleece the investors. But this time, it's not just the retail investors they want to fleece, I'm afraid some big players will also be among those being harvested. What Zhou Jia referred to as insider information is actually a site specifically designed to harvest the big players. Well, those several international cryptocurrency big players behind the scenes are really ambitious this time. But it has nothing to do with him, after all, their scythe can't reach his head. And he can take advantage of this opportunity to make a big profit. I still stick to my own prediction, I don't think Bitcoin can rise to $20,000, Yichen said. He believed that Zhou Jia must have invested money in Bitcoin this time, and probably a significant amount. After all, he had been her tutor for 2 years. Also, she has been calling him Brother Yichen all these years. Just based on that, he couldn't just watch the sister become a victim. Brother Yichen, this is insider information, Zhou Jia said. Zhou Jia, is it possible that these behind-the-scenes manipulators not only want to fleece the retail investors but also want to fleece the big players? Yichen asked. Zhou Jia was stunned at the question. This shouldn't be, right? That's all I have to say. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, Yichen said. After dinner, Yichen drove Cheng Bingbing to a nearby cinema. The two of them were ready to watch a movie before going home. Why have you been staring at me since we got on the car, Chen Laosher? Don't you recognize me anymore? Yichen smiled. Yichen, I've noticed that you're different, Cheng Bingbing said seriously. Different? What's different about me? Just now, Zhou Jia said it was insider information, but you still insisted on your own judgment. And your deep-rooted confidence infected me, making me believe in your judgment. Cheng Bingbing suddenly laughed. Yichen, is this what they call the manifestation of being in love? Well, anyone else would definitely choose to believe the insider information mentioned by Zhou Jia, so based on my assessment, Cheng Laosher, you are indeed in love. Yichen said. Well, if I'm in love, then I'm in love. Who asked me to like you? Cheng Bingbing smiled. By the way, I used to look down on girls with love brains, but I never thought I would become the kind of person I used to dislike. Life is really unpredictable. A little over 10 minutes ago, after Bai Shui, Lin Hao, and Zhang Yinan finished their meal, Zhang Yinan invited Bai Shui and Lin Hao to go singing, but was politely declined by Bai Shui. Zhang Yinan was not in a hurry. As an old hunter in the dating scene, patience was something he had in abundance. The more difficult the prey, the more it aroused his interest in hunting. He enjoyed the process of hunting. After parting ways with Zhang Yinan, Bai Shui drove her brother's BMW X1 and left in front of the restaurant. Ah, sister, today is truly my lucky day. Not only did I unexpectedly get a chance to make a fortune, but I also got a contract from Datang Film and Television. Lin Hao, sitting in the passenger seat, was full of joy. However, although Datang Film and Television was willing to sign him through Zhang Yinan's connections, he still had 2 months left on his contract with Chenyuan Media. So he had to wait for another 2 months before he could officially sign with Datang Film and Television. This made him a little unhappy. Once I join Datang Film and Television, I will definitely make a name for myself and become a top star. I want Yi Chen to understand that it's his loss to blacklist me, and I want him to regret his actions. Lin Hao, who had drunk quite a bit, hiccuped and said. He seemed to have already envisioned Yi Chen shedding tears of regret after he became a top star. Sister, why aren't you saying anything? I'm thinking about raising money. Bai Shui said. Sister, just listen to me. Sell Chang Bingbing's house. Lin Hao said. You're talking as if it's easy. That house doesn't belong to me, it's under Chang Laosher's name. Can I sell it just because I want to? Bai Shui said irritably. Didn't Chang Bingbing move out and live with Yi Chen, leaving the house for you to live in? Since you're the only one living in the house now, you should have the right to dispose of it. What kind of twisted logic is that? Bai Shui rolled her eyes and fell silent. Sister, didn't Chang Bingbing tell you before that when she gets old, she wants you to take care of her until the end? If that's the case, then shouldn't half of the house belong to you? Lin Hao said. After a while, Bai Shui arrived downstairs at her brother's house. After finding a parking space and parking the car, the siblings got out of the car. Lin Hao, can you go upstairs by yourself, or do you need me to help you? Seeing her brother's slightly unsteady drunken state, Bai Shui asked. No need, no need. I haven't had much to drink. I can go upstairs by myself. Alright, then I'll go back. And so, Bai Shui got back in the car, drove away in Lin Hao's car. Lin Hao walked into the building and went upstairs to his home. Holding onto the handrail, Lin Hao arrived on the 3rd floor. Seeing that the home door was slightly ajar, Lin Hao pushed it open and walked in. Ah, who are you, you rascal? Huabei credit limit of 20,000 yuan, Jiabei credit limit of 30,000 yuan. Microloan has a credit limit of 40,000, 360 loan has a credit limit of 70,000, and Duxioman has a credit limit of 90,000. With 3 credit cards, I can withdraw 80,000 in cash. Altogether, it's only 330,000, which is too little. As soon as Bai Shui returned home, she immediately started raising money. Next, Bai Shui downloaded all the legitimate online lending platforms, finally accumulating 500,000. However, this mere 500,000 couldn't satisfy Bai Shui's ambition. Everyone knows that the Bitcoin market will skyrocket next, so the more capital prepared, the better. After careful consideration, Bai Shui decided to call Chang Bingbing. At that time, Chang Bingbing and Yi Chen had already arrived at the cinema, and they were buying tickets at the front desk. Is there something, Xiao Xue? Teacher Chang, do you have money on you now? Although she didn't know exactly how much money her aunt had, she definitely had some savings. Xiao Xue, I don't have much money on me now. After Yi Chen acquired Chuanqiu Film and Television, the company's account has no money, so I transferred all my savings to the company's account for emergencies. Chang Bingbing said, didn't you sign with Zhang Yimo's studio? You should have received a considerable signing fee, right? Teacher Chang, I have my own money for daily expenses. I'm borrowing money from you for something else. Hearing this, Chang Bingbing couldn't help but say, then I can't help you. I just said that I don't have any savings on me. At this time, Yi Chen, who had bought the movie tickets, saw Chang Bingbing making a phone call, so he stood aside and waited. It sounded like she was talking to Bai Shui. Alright, Xiao Xue, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait, Teacher Chang. Is there something else? Chang Bingbing asked. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Shui finally said the words in her heart, Teacher Chang, I want to sell our house. Chang Bingbing was stunned. Sell the house? Xiao Xue, what exactly are you planning to do that requires so much money? Teacher Chang, please don't ask too much about the specifics. I won't do anything illegal. Bai Shui said, I want to sell the house. Teacher Chang, do you agree? Xiao Xue, I don't even know what you're planning to do next. How can I agree to sell our only house? Chang Bingbing asked in response. Teacher Chang, I know of a profitable project with a good return rate. The more capital I invest, the more I'll earn in the end. Pausing for a moment, Bai Shui continued, so, Teacher Chang, consider the money from selling the house as a loan from me. I'll directly repay you 1.3 times the principal and interest. Is that acceptable? Xiao Xue, what kind of project is it exactly? You have to understand that there are many scammers out there. Chang Bingbing said. Teacher Chang, this project was personally told to me by director Xiao Zhang. Bai Shui lied, claiming that she heard it directly from Zhang Yinhuo. Director Xiao Zhang would never deceive me, and he has invested a lot of money in this project himself, so it's definitely profitable. Teacher Chang, now you should feel relieved, right? After listening to her niece's words, Chang Bingbing remained silent for a while before speaking. Xiaoxue, even though you say that, I still don't agree to sell the house. Every project carries investment risks, and I won't hand over my only house to you for gambling. Teacher Chang, I already said that the money from selling the house is considered a loan from me. Even if the project ends up losing money, I will still repay you 1.3 times the principal and interest in the future. Bai Shui said, I have now signed a contract with Zhang Yimo's studio. With Zhang's support, I will definitely become a big star in the future. You know how much money stars make nowadays, Teacher Chang. So even if I put all the money from selling the house into it, I still have the ability to pay you back. And that project won't lose money at all. So Teacher Chang, what else do you have to worry about? Xiaoxue, who can say for sure about the future? Selling the house now is a risk for me, so I won't agree to you selling it. You better give up on that idea, Chang Bingbing said. Hearing Chang Bingbing's words, Bai Shui couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. Teacher Chang, can you take the 5 million from the marriage happiness fund that belongs to you, as well as all the savings you have accumulated over the years, and give them to Yi Chen without hesitation? Why can't you help me just once? If you give your money to Yi Chen, isn't there a risk? Xiaoxue, it's different, Chang Bingbing said. Yi Chen is my husband, and as his wife, I naturally have to support him in starting a business. And you keep talking about a money-making project, but I still don't know what that so-called project of yours is. Teacher Chang, I finally know now, Bai Shui suddenly laughed. There was a hint of mockery in her smile. What do you know? Chang Bingbing frowned. Teacher Chang, you've been asking me about that project all along. You want me to reveal the money-making project so that you and Yi Chen can invest in it and make money, right? Bai Shui's tone was complicated. Teacher Chang, I've realized that you've changed. Now that you're married to Yi Chen, all your thoughts are focused on him. As for me, Bai Shui, I'm no longer important in your eyes. Well, we never had any relationship to begin with. I was just being delusional. Xiaoxue, I didn't expect you to think of me like this. Chang Bingbing's voice was filled with infinite disappointment. What did she get in return for her years of dedication to Bai Shui? Teacher Chang, did I say something wrong? If I were your daughter, would you still refuse to let me sell the house? Bai Shui said with some excitement. I've already said that this money is a loan from me to you, and I promise to give you a high interest rate of 30%. Even so, you still won't let me sell the house. Teacher Chang, you really disappoint me. Sigh. Chang Bingbing sighed. Xiaoxue, I'm just worried that you'll be deceived. Teacher Chang, I've already said that the project was told to me by Director Zhang. With Director Zhang's status, he knows some insider information that ordinary people like us can't access. So that project is definitely profitable. What do you have to worry about? Bai Shui said. Xiaoxue, are you trusting that Director Zhang too much? Teacher Chang, you trust Yi Chen, so why can't I trust Zhang Yinhuo? Zhang Yinhuo is Zhang Yimo's eldest son, and his circle is much higher than Yi Chen's. Aren't Zhang Yinhuo's words more trustworthy than Yi Chen's? Bai Shui retorted. Xiaoxue, I think your values are seriously flawed. Alright, Teacher Chang, don't lecture me with your moral principles. You just don't agree with me selling the house. Fine, I won't sell it. After saying that, Bai Shui hung up the phone. Putting down her phone, Chang Bingbing smiled bitterly. I've really failed in educating Xiaoxue these past few years. Alright, don't think about these troublesome things anymore. The movie is about to start, let's go in quickly, Yi Chen said. Okay. The next morning, Lin Hao took a taxi to the Sunshine Garden community. His sister drove his car back last night, and he came to pick it up now. Lin Hao, why are your eyes so red? Didn't you get enough rest last night? After seeing his younger brother, Bai Shui asked, what happened? Lin Hao said with a gloomy face, I had a really unlucky night yesterday, sis. What happened again? Facing Bai Shui's inquiring gaze, Lin Hao said, I drank too much last night, and then I ran to the wrong floor and entered the wrong tenant's house. Unfortunately, that tenant wasn't wearing any clothes at the time, so I was mistaken for a pervert. You even mistook the house, and I even offered to accompany you upstairs last night, but you said it wasn't necessary and that you hadn't drunk too much, Bai Shui said angrily, giving her brother a disdainful look. Then she asked, and then? Then I tried to explain to the woman, but she didn't listen to me at all. She insisted on calling the police. In the end, I had no choice but to give her 30,000 yuan for her not to report me and let me leave. And just now, as soon as I got out of the car downstairs, a damn bird shit fell from the sky and landed on my face. It almost made me sick, Lin Hao said in frustration. Damn, My luck has been really bad these days. I keep running into unlucky things. At this moment, Lin Hao had no idea that his recent bad luck was due to the effect of the bad luck card that Yi Chen had used on him. You have indeed been having a streak of bad luck recently, Bai Shui said. But luckily, my financial luck has improved recently. I hope my financial luck can wash away my bad luck. Lin Hao suddenly laughed. Sis, I mentioned Bitcoin to Grandma when I got home last night, and she immediately agreed to let me sell the house. I listed the house on a second-hand housing trading platform overnight, and within less than 10 minutes, someone contacted me wanting to buy our house. So far, 7 people have contacted me, all interested in buying our house. That's great, Bai Shui said with envy. It's true that blood relations are important. Look at her brother. As soon as he mentioned it, Grandma immediately agreed to let him sell the house. As for her, she was met with rejection. Although they had lived together for 7 years, in the end, they didn't have much of a relationship. What about you? Did Cheng Bingbing agree to let you sell the house? Lin Hao asked, surprised when he saw his sister shake her head. Cheng Bingbing didn't agree? I even said that even if I borrowed money from her, I would promise to give her a 30% interest, but she still didn't agree to let me sell the house, Bai Shui said. What? She didn't agree to let you sell the house? Sis, I'm not trying to sow discord between you two, but last time when I borrowed money, Cheng Bingbing said she wanted to save the money to buy a house with Yi Chen and refused to lend me money. Now, you can't even borrow money from her. It seems that in Cheng Bingbing's heart, your position is not as high as Yi Chen's. When Yi Chen acquired Chuanqiu Film and Television, Cheng Bingbing didn't hesitate to give him money. Bai Shui fell silent after hearing her brother's words. Sis, even though you've lived with Cheng Bingbing for 7 years, what's the use? In the end, you two don't have any blood relation, so sis, the person closest to you in this world is still your brother, me. We are twin siblings, connected by blood. Lin Hao paused and continued, so sis, after I sell the house this time, I'll give you 1 million yuan. Really? Bai Shui asked in surprise. Of course it's true. After all, you're my dear sister. Lin Hao smiled and said, sis, remember, we are the closest people in this world. We must support each other on the path of life. His sister had signed with Zhang Yimou's studio, and with Zhang Yimou's support, she would definitely become a top-tier actress in the future. Investing in his sister's early stage now would be very profitable. Thank you, Lin Hao. Hey, we're siblings, why say thank you? On the other side, Yi Chen was sitting in his office, leisurely drinking tea and looking at the Huobi app. The current price of Bitcoin is $4,310, which is a decrease of $3 compared to the price he bought it at yesterday. However, Yi Chen is not worried at all. As long as the decline does not exceed 20% and there is no risk of liquidation, he will not panic. According to the Future News, on the 7th, which is the day after tomorrow, the price of Bitcoin will start to soar. Just as Yi Chen was about to exit the Huobi app, his phone suddenly rang. He looked at the caller ID and answered the call. Yi Chen, hey. A pleasant and melodious voice of a woman, like a lark, sounded on the phone. What's up, Lingling? The one calling him was Wang Shuling. She was his second and last student as a math tutor. Just last week, on the day of his graduation, he ended his final tutoring session at Wang Shuling's house. At that time, Wang Shuling even gave him a pair of Cartier Blue Balloon Series couple watches as a wedding gift. Yi Chen, my parents are coming back today. They want to invite you to dinner tonight, at my house, Wang Shuling said. Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled. Your parents are too polite. Yi Chen, my parents have always wanted to invite you to dinner, but they have been too busy these past 2 years. You must come tonight. Okay, I will definitely come tonight. Honestly, Wang Shuling's parents were really busy. He had been tutoring Wang Shuling in math for 2 years, but in total, he had only met Wang Shuling's parents twice, and both times were brief encounters. Without even exchanging a few words, Wang Shuling's parents hurriedly left because of a phone call. By the way, Yi Chen, remember to bring your sister-in-law tonight, Wang Shuling reminded. Okay, got it. After chatting casually with Wang Shuling for a few more moments, Yi Chen hung up the phone. It was a little after 3 in the afternoon. Yi Chen was sitting in his office, holding his phone and playing landlord. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and Zhang Honghu walked in. Yi Chen put down his phone and smiled at Zhang Honghu. Please have a seat, Lao Zhang. Mr. Yi, the company just received an email from Yeshu Group, Zhang Honghu said after sitting down. Seeing Zhang Honghu's expression, Yi Chen felt a sense of unease in his heart, but then he smiled. It seems like it's not good news. Yes. Zhang Honghu nodded. Mr. Yi, the coconut tree advertisement we sent over has been rejected. Hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly felt a sense of disappointment. At the same time, he was also a bit puzzled. You see, that coconut tree advertisement was a reward from the system. In theory, this coconut tree advertisement should be the most suitable product for the coconut tree, and Su Dongdong should also be the most suitable brand spokesperson for the coconut tree group. So why was it rejected? It was really unexpected. After a moment of silence to adjust his mood, Yi Chen spoke. Lao Zhang, who did the coconut tree group finally choose as their spokesperson? The coconut tree group has not made an official announcement yet, so it is still unclear. Zhang Honghu replied. Okay, I see. After Zhang Honghu left, Yi Chen kept thinking about the coconut tree matter. After careful consideration, Yi Chen felt that the advertisement video rewarded by the system must be flawless and the most suitable for the coconut tree group. Su Dongdong must also be the most suitable candidate for the brand spokesperson. The reason for the rejection was probably due to personal connections. Indeed, this society is filled with personal relationships and interests, especially in the entertainment industry. In this circle, there are many talented actors who can't get roles, right? Thinking about it this way, there was nothing strange about being rejected this time. It turns out that the entertainment industry is very deep, and without connections or background, it is difficult to receive fair treatment in this circle. It seems that he underestimated the role of being a spokesperson for Yeshu too simplistically. It's important to build connections and relationships. However, it's not easy to accumulate connections. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. The more I think, the more annoyed I get. Glancing at the time, Yi Chen took his car keys and left the office. At that moment, Bai Shui received a call from Zhang Yinan. Xiao Xue, I have good news for you. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui's spirits lifted, and she already had a guess in her mind. What good news? She asked. The company just received an email from Yeshu Group. Xiao Xue, congratulations, you have passed the preliminary review of Yeshu Group. You are the perfect fit to be the spokesperson for Yeshu, Zhang Yinan said. Indeed, she guessed correctly. Xiao Zhang, isn't this just passing the preliminary review? There should still be a final review, right? Zhang Yinan laughed and said, Xiao Xue, you don't understand Yeshu Group's evaluation mechanism. Let me explain. You are the only one who passed the preliminary review this time. The so-called final review is just a formality where the chairman of Yeshu Group gives a nod. So, once you pass the preliminary review, you are 99% guaranteed to be the brand spokesperson for Yeshu. At this moment, a happy smile appeared on Bai Shui's face. It seemed that she was definitely going to become the brand spokesperson for Yeshu. If she really became the brand spokesperson for Yeshu, it would be a true combination of fame and fortune for her. She would not only receive a spokesperson fee of over 1 million, but also officially debut in the industry as a modern Mao girl. At that time, she would definitely receive a lot of attention in the industry. Not long after hanging up with Zhang Yinan, Bai Shui received another call. This time, it was from her younger brother, Lin Hao. Sis, I just sold our house. I sold it for a total of 7 million. Send me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. Okay. By the way, sis, when you receive the money, immediately buy Bitcoin. Do you know how to do it? I don't know, I've never played with Bitcoin before. Then I'll come over and help you later. Okay. On the other side, Yi Chen drove to Moda University to pick up Cheng Bingbing. Honey, what dish do you want to eat tonight? Cheng Bingbing asked after getting in the car. We're not eating at home tonight. We're going to Wang Shuling's house for dinner. Her parents are back and insisted on inviting us over. Yi Chen said. Okay, then we should bring something with us. It's not polite to go empty-handed. They passed by a fruit supermarket and went in to buy a fruit basket worth over 500. A little after 5 o'clock, Yi Chen arrived at Wang Shuling's house with the fruit basket and Cheng Bingbing. Yi Chen Ji, sister-in-law, you're here. Wang Shuling, who opened the door for them, was instantly amazed by Cheng Bingbing's beauty. Sister-in-law, you're really beautiful. You're beautiful too, and your skin is really good. Cheng Bingbing said with a smile. Yuan, don't block the doorway, let Yi Chen Ji and sister-in-law come in quickly. A middle-aged man appeared in the hallway and said. This middle-aged man was slightly overweight, with a deep and powerful voice, and exuded a strong aura of being in a high position for a long time. That's right, Yi Chen Ji, sister-in-law, please come in quickly. And so, Yi Chen and Cheng Bingbing entered the house. After taking off their shoes and handing the fruit basket to Wang Shuling, Yi Chen and Cheng Bingbing approached the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier. Hello, Uncle Wang. Yi Chen still didn't know Wang Shuling's father's name. Xiao Ye, it's been 2 years. I've been too busy to invite you over for a meal until now. We've been rude. Wang Zhigua said. Since Yi Chen started tutoring his daughter in math, her math scores have gone from barely passing 2 years ago to consistently above 140, which made him very grateful to this young man in front of him. Uncle Wang, don't say that. On the other side, Lin Hao drove to Bai Shui's house. Sis, Give me your phone, I'll help you with it. Here. Bai Shui unlocked her phone with her fingerprint and handed it to her younger brother. Lin Hao first downloaded the Huobi app, then used Bai Shui's personal information to register an account. He then transferred all of the 1.55 million renminbi that Bai Shui had prepared into the account and exchanged it for US dollars. 1 million of the 1.55 million was the money he borrowed from selling his house to his sister, while the remaining 550,000 was borrowed from various online loans, cashing out credit cards, and borrowing from friends. Lin Hao, how much capital did you prepare this time? Bai Shui curiously asked. 7.6 million. Lin Hao replied while operating his phone. So much. Bai Shui felt a bit envious. The more capital you prepare, the more you can earn in the end. Grandma even took out her retirement money for me this time, Lin Hao laughed. Of the 7.6 million invested in the cryptocurrency market this time, 6 million came from selling the house, and the rest was part of his grandmother's retirement money, money from selling his car, and money borrowed from various online loans. It can be said that he invested all of his family's assets into the digital currency market. So, are you and Grandma going to stay in a hotel for a while? Yes, Lin Hao said. By the way, sis, I chose a contract with a 10 times leverage, will you do the same? Choose 10 times leverage? Although Bai Shui had never traded stocks, she still understood the basics. After all, she studied economics in college. Lin Hao, isn't that leverage too high? If the price drops by more than 10%, there is a risk of liquidation. Sis, your worries are unnecessary, Lin Hao smiled. Director Zhang said that the price of Bitcoin will eventually rise to $20,000. In this bullish market, even if there is a temporary drop, it will be small, and there won't be a drop of more than 10%. Sis, let me do the math for you. The current price of Bitcoin is $4,315. If it rises to $20,000, the profit multiplier will be 3.63. With a 10 times leverage, the final profit multiplier will be as high as 36.3. After deducting fees, sis, your 1.55 million will become 56 million. After hearing the number 56 million, Bai Shui, who was already prepared, couldn't help but feel her breath become heavier, because this rate of return was truly astonishing. Sis, if you really think 10 times leverage is too high, then I'll choose a 5 times leverage for you? Forget it, let's stick with 10 times, Bai Shui said. Okay, then I'll choose 10 times leverage. After a while of operation, the transaction was completed. Lin Hao returned the phone to Bai Shui. Okay, it's all set. Bai Shui took a look at her account and put her phone away. After this wave, I'm going to make over 2 billion. Just thinking about it gets me excited, Lin Hao grinned. Sis, look at how wise your decision was to leave Yi Chen. If you had chosen to stay with him, we wouldn't have had this opportunity to get rich. That's why I've always said that in life, choices are more important than effort. Bai Shui silently nodded. By the way, sis, is your identity as the spokesperson for Coconut Tree confirmed? Lin Hao suddenly asked. This morning, Director Zhang called me and said I passed the initial review. Bai Shui then told her younger brother what Zhang Yinhua had said to her before. After listening, Lin Hao laughed. If Director Zhang said so, then the spokesperson for Coconut Tree must be you. Congratulations, sis, you've obtained such a high-quality resource right after your debut. You truly deserve to be called the new generation's Mao girl. Unfortunately, I can't get the endorsement fee now. If I could get it now, I would be able to invest in more Bitcoin. Bai Shui said regretfully. Sis, once you become a top-tier actress, these amounts will be small change. Lin Hao laughed. On the other side, a beautiful woman wearing an apron stood in the restaurant and greeted, Xiaoye, Yuan, come and eat. This beautiful woman is Wang Shuling's mother, Li Xiaolan. Under Li Xiaolan's invitation, everyone went to the restaurant and sat down. Uncle Wang, I can do it myself. When Wang Zhiguo wanted to pour her a drink, Yi Chen quickly stood up and said, Xiaoye, today you are a guest in our house, so I have to pour the drink for you. With Wang Zhiguo's insistence, Yi Chen had no choice but to let him pour the drink. Dad, would you like a glass too? Wang Zhiguo came to his father, Wang Jingfu, with a bottle of wine. Sure, I'll have a little with Xiaoye. Grandpa Wang smiled. Lingling, you and your mom have some red wine with your sister-in-law. Okay. Sister-in-law, let me pour you a drink. Soon, everyone's glasses were filled with wine. Xiaoye, Yuan, I haven't cooked in a long time, and my cooking skills have become rusty. If the food doesn't taste good, please bear with me. Li Xiaolan smiled. Li Jia, the dishes you cooked look very appetizing, they must be delicious. Chang Bingbing said. Teacher Chang is right, just looking at them makes my mouth water. Yi Chen laughed. Come, Xiaoye, Xiaochang, let's eat first and then drink. With Grandpa Wang's invitation, everyone started eating. Come, Xiaoye, I and my wife would like to toast you together. Lingling's math grades have improved so much, all thanks to your serious teaching over the past 2 years. Wang Zhiguo raised his glass and said. Li Xiaolan also raised her glass. Uncle Wang, I can't take credit for it. Lingling is naturally talented and studious. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very good. Wang Zhiguo and Li Xiaolan were truly grateful to Yi Chen, as can be seen from their continuous toasting. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of food, Wang Zhiguo suddenly asked Yi Chen, by the way, Xiaoye, what are you doing now that you've graduated? I recently acquired an entertainment and film company. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhiguo was first stunned, then smiled, and said, it's a good thing to start a business while you're young. The film and television industry is quite profitable now. I have several friends who have made more money investing in movies in the past 2 years than they have by starting their own companies. It makes me want to invest in the film and television industry. Xiaoye, if your company needs outside investment for filming TV dramas in the future, you can come to me. Okay, Uncle Wang. Yi Chen smiled. Yi Chen, which celebrities are in your company? Wang Shuling asked curiously. The artists in my company are not famous yet. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, a phone call suddenly rang in the restaurant. It was Wang Zhiguo's phone. He answered the call from his secretary. Secretary Lin, what's up? Oh, okay, I got it. After a few words, Wang Zhiguo hung up the phone. Dad, you're not leaving again, are you? Wang Shuling frowned. Her parents have been busy with the company for the past 2 years and rarely have time to come back and accompany her. Even when they promise to spend 2 days with her, they often have to leave early because of a phone call. Now she's afraid whenever her dad answers the phone. No, Lingling, this time I promised your mom to stay with you at home for 3 days, and I will definitely do it. Speaking, Wang Zhiguo looked at Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing. Xiaoye, Xiaocheng, there's something at the company that I forgot to handle during the day. I need to take care of it on my phone now, it'll be quick. You guys go ahead and eat, don't mind me. Okay, Uncle Wang, you're busy. And so, Wang Zhiguo held his phone and started operating it. He opened an email and downloaded a video from it, then clicked play to watch it. Recently, his company was selecting a brand spokesperson. This advertisement video was chosen by the marketing department and sent to him for final approval. If he had no issues after watching it, then the woman in the video would become the brand image spokesperson for his company. The woman in the video was very beautiful and young, with no flaws in her appearance. However, after watching the entire video, Wang Zhiguo couldn't help but furrow his brows. How should he put it? Although the woman in the video was beautiful, the creativity of the advertisement was really average, nothing special, lacking that wow factor that would catch his attention. It was just a little short of the effect he wanted. Sometimes, a small difference can make a huge impact. There was also a document in the email. Wang Zhiguo opened it and took a look. It turned out that the beautiful woman in the video was an artist under Zhang Yimou's studio, but she was a newly signed rookie. If the other party is chosen as the brand spokesperson, Zhang Yimou will use his connections in the film industry to provide certain assistance when promoting the company's products. After seeing this note, Wang Zhiguo was caught in a dilemma. Honestly, the advertisement video made by Zhang Yimou's studio didn't satisfy him. Although the woman in the video was beautiful, he always felt that if she became the brand image spokesperson for his company, it would still be lacking something. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was missing. According to his thoughts, he wanted to send the advertisement video back and have the marketing department make a new selection. However, the additional conditions offered by Zhang Yimou's studio made him somewhat tempted. It was a difficult decision. Suddenly, Wang Zhiguo's gaze fell on Yi Chen. Xiaoye, Yeshu Group is currently selecting a brand spokesperson. Did your company not participate in the Yeshu spokesperson competition? Hearing this, Yi Chen was stunned. Uncle Wang, Yeshu Group is your company? Yes, didn't you know? Wang Zhiguo was somewhat surprised. He thought Yi Chen already knew. Yi Chen shook his head. I really didn't know about this. He only knew that Wang Shuling's parents were in business. But he didn't know what kind of business they were in, and he hadn't asked Wang Shuling. He really didn't expect Yeshu Group to be Wang Shuling's families. Uncle Wang, my Chenyuan Media participated in the Yeshu spokesperson competition, but we received a reply from your company this morning saying that we didn't make it. As soon as these words were spoken, Cheng Bingbing, who was sitting next to Yi Chen, looked at him with a hint of blame in her eyes. On the way here, she felt that Yi Chen was hiding something in his heart, causing him to speak less than usual. She had planned to ask him about it when they got home. Now she knew in advance. This little man, when he encounters something troublesome, he likes to keep it to himself and silently bear it. Didn't make it? Xiaoye, send me the advertisement video that your Chenyuan Media made. Wang Zhiguo said. Okay. Yi Chen took out his phone and added Wang Jigua as a WeChat friend, then sent the advertisement video to him through WeChat. Li Xiaolan and Wang Shuling also got up and came to Wang Jigua's side, and the three of them watched it together. Yeshu coconut juice, I've been drinking it since I was little. Wang Shuling couldn't help but murmur the advertisement slogan from the video. Drinking it since she was little. Why did she always feel that this slogan was a bit inappropriate? It really couldn't be blamed for her impure thoughts. The figure of the woman named Su Dongdong in the video is really, really good. She has never seen anything so big. It's almost as big as two of her. Coupled with the suggestive body language of the other person, it's hard not to think about it. At this moment, Cheng Bingbing felt a little ashamed. She was present throughout the filming of that advertisement. To be honest, that Yeshu advertisement was walking a fine line. However, after Wang Jigua finished watching it, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Good, good, good. This advertisement is really well done. It completely captures the effect I wanted." After watching the video advertisement made by Zhang Yimou's studio before, apart from the fact that the creative idea of that advertisement was average, he felt that if the woman in the video became their spokesperson for Yeshu, he felt that it would be lacking something, even if the woman was beautiful. But if he had to explain exactly what was lacking, he couldn't say it for a while. It's a feeling that is hard to explain. It makes people feel uncomfortable. But now, seeing the advertisement video made by Yi Chen's company, he was pleasantly surprised. "Xiao Yi, I've made up my mind. The spokesperson for Yeshu will be your company's female artist Su Dongdong," Wang Jigua said decisively. Li Xiaolan also said, "Although this advertisement is a bit on the edge, I think the marketing effect will be particularly good." That's right, the most important thing in marketing advertisements now is to catch people's attention, to be unconventional. Following the rules won't work. "Xiao Yi, your company's creative idea for this advertisement really catches people's attention. I really like it," Wang Jigua said. "Xiao Yi, I'll have my people coordinate with your company tomorrow, and then we can quickly sign the contract," he continued. "Okay, thank you for taking care of me, Uncle Wang," Yi Chen smiled. Originally, he thought that they wouldn't be able to secure the spokesperson position for Yeshu this time. He had been restless about it during the day. Unexpectedly, the clouds cleared and the moon appeared. Who would have thought that Wang Shuling's father was the chairman of Yeshu Group? "Xiao Yi, this is really not just me taking care of you," Wang Jigua said seriously. "It's your company's advertisement. I really like it. If it were any other company, I would sign with them too. So, Xiao Yi, don't think that I'm taking care of you, or that you're taking advantage of me. Our cooperation this time is a completely commercial one. We both benefit from it." "Uncle Wang, no matter what, I have to thank you because if you hadn't watched my company's advertisement video, we wouldn't be able to cooperate this time," Yi Chen said. It was Wang Jigua who had actively suggested watching Su Dongdong's Yeshu advertisement. It was definitely because of his relationship with her. Looking at it from another perspective, there were definitely more than just Yi Yuan Media who didn't make it in the selection for Yeshu spokesperson. As the chairman of Yeshu Group, Wang Jigua couldn't possibly watch all the rejected advertisement videos. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Jigua couldn't help but laugh. "Xiao Yi, if you put it that way, then I have to thank you too. If you hadn't come to my house for dinner tonight, I wouldn't have been able to see your company's video advertisement. For Yeshu Group, that would be a huge loss. I have a strong feeling that when my Yeshu coconut juice advertisement is updated to the Su Dongdong version, I think the sales of my Yeshu coconut juice will explode because of this advertisement. Jigua, Xiao Yi, stop thanking each other and let's not drink anymore. Let's go," Wang's father said with a smile. "Come on, Xiao Yi, let's have a drink. I toast to you, Uncle Wang." The two raised their glasses and finished their drinks. "By the way, Xiao Ye, there's an opportunity to make a fortune recently. If you have spare money now, you can invest in the digital currency market and go long on Bitcoin. I received insider information that Bitcoin will experience a big surge in the market, and the final price could reach $20,000. Wang Jigua laughed and said, "The credibility of this insider information is quite high. It seems that the few behind-the-scenes manipulators this time have made a big move. They are probably targeting the big players rather than the retail investors." Thinking of this, Yi Chen spoke up, "Uncle Wang, actually I have already invested over 1 million into the cryptocurrency market and bought Bitcoin." Hearing this, Wang Jigua was surprised. "Xiao Ye, have you already heard about this insider information?" "No," Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Uncle Wang, actually I have been following the digital currency market for the past few years. Based on my predictions, I believe that Bitcoin will experience a big surge, so I invested over 1 million into it." Wang Jigua smiled and said, "Impressive, Xiao Ye. You really predicted it accurately this time." However, Yi Chen's next words took a different turn. But Uncle Wang, my prediction is slightly different from what you mentioned about the insider information. Oh, how is it different? Wang Zhigua asked curiously. Uncle Wang, my prediction is that Bitcoin will experience a big surge, but the final peak price won't reach $20,000, Yichen said. Wang Zhigua smiled. Xiaoye, it's already impressive that you can predict the surge in Bitcoin's market. But this time, the Bitcoin market will definitely rise to $20,000. To be honest with you, Xiaoye, the subsequent skyrocketing of Bitcoin is actually driven by several top cryptocurrency giants internationally. They are doing this to harvest retail investors worldwide. Have you ever thought, Uncle Wang, that those top cryptocurrency giants not only want to harvest retail investors, but also want to harvest you big players? Hearing Yi Chen's question, Wang Zhigua was stunned. This shouldn't be, right? Uncle Wang, based on my research on Bitcoin's historical market trends, if they only wanted to harvest retail investors, there's no need to push the price to such a high level as $20,000. But Uncle Wang, this is just my personal speculation, it's just my opinion, and I can't guarantee that my prediction is correct, Yichen said. He said these things, and whether Wang Zhigua believed them or not was not important to him anymore, because soon enough, the facts would prove his words today to be true. At that time, Wang Zhigua would definitely look at him with new eyes. After the incident with the Yeshu spokesperson, he deeply realized the importance of connections. If it weren't for his relationship with Wang Zhigua, Dust Media would definitely not have been able to secure the Yeshu spokesperson. Maintaining connections is actually about mutual benefit. In short, you can't always be the one taking advantage. You have to show your value so that others are willing to be friends with you. Through 2 years of tutoring, he greatly improved Wang Shuling's math grades, which is why Wang Zhigua and Li Xiaolan are grateful to him. And because of this, he established a relationship with Wang Zhigua. This is a good start. But if he wants to maintain this relationship and even take it further, relying solely on past achievements is not enough. He has to demonstrate his value. Otherwise, his relationship with Wang Zhigua will gradually fade over time. In the end, this is a society where interests come first. Others are not your parents. If you don't have any value in their eyes, over time, the relationship will naturally fade away. Yi Chen, you're really amazing, Wang Shuling said admiringly at this moment. After graduating, her brother Yi Chen acquired an entertainment and film company. Just now, we reached a brand endorsement cooperation with her family's company again. Now, brother Yi Chen is talking to her father about digital currency and has put forward different insights on the market of Bitcoin. Although she doesn't understand, she feels impressed. What's more important is that when brother Yi Chen talks to her father, he is confident and not at all restrained. They look like two friends having a normal conversation, laughing and joking. It's really amazing. She has seen many young people behave nervously and restrained in front of her father, some even stuttering when speaking. But brother Yi Chen is not affected by her father's presence at all. That's really impressive. It's past 9 o'clock. Wang Zhigua, Li Xiaolan, and Wang Shuling personally sent Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing downstairs. Since both Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing have just had drinks, even though Chang Bingbing drank red wine, it's still alcohol, so they naturally can't drive. But Wang Zhigua was prepared and arranged for his driver to drive Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing home. Uncle Wang, Aunt Li, thank you for your hospitality. We're going back now. Yi Chen rolled down the rear car window and bid farewell to Wang Zhigua and Li Xiaolan outside. Chang Bingbing also waved goodbye. Xiaoye, Yuan, if you like ants cooking, then you two should come over often when I and Lao Wang are in the Magic City, Li Xiaolan said with a smile. Okay, then we're in for a treat. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wang Zhigua's driver drove away in Chang Bingbing's red Volkswagen Golf. After the car had gone far, Wang Zhigua and his family returned home. Lao Wang, I feel that Xiaoye will definitely succeed in the future. Upon hearing his wife's words, Wang Zhigua nodded and said, Xiaoye is indeed quite good. As he spoke, Wang Zhigua suddenly sighed. Ah, what a pity. What a pity. What's a pity? Li Xiaolan asked in confusion. Wang Zhigua smiled and said, it's a pity that Xiaoye got married so early. Otherwise, it would be great if he could be my son-in-law in the future. Dad, why are you talking nonsense? Wang Shuling gave her father a big eye roll, but her face couldn't help but blush a little. 9:30. Wang Zhigua's driver safely dropped off Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing downstairs of their rented apartment. Zhang Good, thank you. Wang Zhigua's driver was a middle-aged man named Zhang Lei. He was a veteran and used to drive in the army, so he had excellent driving skills. Mr. Yi, you're too polite. Then, Zhang Gu, how are you going back? Let me call a ride for you. Yi Chen said. No need, Mr. Yi. A friend of mine is coming to pick me up. He'll be here soon. After watching Zhang Lei leave, Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing went upstairs to their home. Yi Chen, my classmate. As soon as they got home, Chang Bingbing stared at Yi Chen with the gaze of a teacher looking at a student who had done something wrong. Chang Laoshi, why are you looking at me like that? It seems like I haven't done anything to upset you, right? Yi Chen said. When you came to pick me up at school this afternoon, I felt that your mood was a bit off. You were clearly speaking less. Is it because of not being selected as the spokesperson for Coconut Tree? Seeing Yi Chen nod, Chang Bingbing pouted. You always do this. When you encounter something annoying, you like to keep it to yourself and not tell me. I was planning to tell you tonight when we got home, Yi Chen said. Chang Bingbing was half believing. Really? Why would I lie to you? Alright, Chang Laoshi, let's go take a shower. We still have to do our homework tonight. Okay, I'll trust you this time. As they spoke, the two of them went to the bedroom closet to find their pajamas. Yi Chen noticed several neatly stacked clothing gift boxes in a corner of the closet. Chang Laoshi, are these empty boxes? Yi Chen casually asked. No, they're not. Chang Bingbing shook her head and said, there are clothes inside, but I have never worn them. New clothes? Why don't you wear them? These are specially made clothes for us teachers by the school in recent years. I feel uncomfortable wearing them, so I didn't wear them. Hearing this, Yi Chen became interested. So Yi Chen picked up the clothing box on the top layer. When Yi Chen opened the box and took out the neatly folded clothes inside, his eyes lit up. It was a set of summer teacher uniforms. A short-sleeved white shirt paired with a black pencil skirt, and there was also a pair of black stockings inside the box. Teacher Chang? Seeing Yi Chen looking at her in that way, Chang Bingbing smiled and said, do you want me to try them on for you? Yi Chen nodded silently. All right. Soon, the two of them went to take a shower together. Women always take longer to shower than men. Yi Chen, who finished showering first, sat on the bed and waited for Chang Bingbing with his back against the headboard. Chang Bingbing didn't make Yi Chen wait for long and appeared in front of him in less than 5 minutes. At this moment, Chang Bingbing was wearing a short-sleeved white shirt on top, a black pencil skirt on the bottom, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, and a pair of black high heels on her feet. With her neat ear-length hair, a certain atmosphere instantly emerged. Chang Bingbing turned around in place and asked, Yi Chen, do I look good in this outfit? 2 words, perfect. Yi Chen smiled and gave his evaluation. Okay, let's go to sleep then, Chang Bingbing said as she prepared to undress. Teacher Chang, don't take it off, just wear it like this. The next morning. Ding, sign-in successful. No sign-in reward triggered. After kissing Chang Bingbing's forehead, Yi Chen got up and prepared to go out for morning exercise. Although his regenerated left kidney was an upgraded version, he still needed to maintain discipline. After all, even the best engine would break down if not properly maintained. In short, self-discipline is important for men. Especially for a married man like him, self-discipline is even more crucial. Those who understand, understand. Around 9 in the morning, Su Dongdong dragged her suitcase to Shanghai Hangzhou Airport. She seemed a bit down. As expected, she had no chance of becoming the spokesperson for Yeshu Coconut Tree. It was understandable. She was an unknown small artist, a transparent figure. How could she be chosen by Yeshu Group to be their brand ambassador? So it was expected that she would be rejected this time. She shouldn't have had any expectations. After all, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Sigh, am I destined to be a transparent figure for the rest of my life, Su Dongdong? Yi Zong offered me a 5-year B-level contract, but I feel like I don't deserve it. After being rejected this time, Yi Zong must be very disappointed in me. While Su Dongdong was thinking about these things and waiting in line to collect her boarding pass, her phone in her jeans pocket suddenly vibrated. She took out her phone and saw that it was a call from her agent, Huayu. Su Dongdong quickly put on her Bluetooth earphones and answered the call. Huajie. Dongdong, are you still in Shanghai? Haven't left yet? I'm at Hangzhou Airport right now, getting ready to leave, Su Dongdong said. Dongdong, don't leave. Come to the company before 11 o'clock. Hearing this, Su Dongdong asked in confusion, Huajie, what's wrong? Is there something going on? Dongdong, I have good news for you. Yeshu Group has chosen you as the brand ambassador for Yeshu Coconut Tree. Upon hearing Huayu's words, Su Dongdong was stunned. Huajie, are you not joking with me? Dongdong, why would I joke about something so big? Huayu laughed over the phone. It's not Huajie. What's going on? Yesterday, you told me that I had been rejected, right? Happiness came too suddenly, leaving Su Dongdong feeling a bit dazed. I don't know the specifics either. I just received a phone call from manager Zhang and immediately called you, Huayu said. Dongdong, the company has already bought plane tickets for a flight to Hainan at 12 noon. Hurry to the company, and we'll fly to Hainan together to sign the endorsement contract with Yeshu Group. Okay, Sister Hua, I'll come to the company right away. Dongdong's voice couldn't hide her excitement. After hanging up the phone, Dongdong immediately left the queue and walked outside. At the same time, she cancelled the plane ticket to Harbin on her phone. Oh my, she was actually going to become the spokesperson for Yeshu. This couldn't be a dream, right? Thinking this, Dongdong pinched her arm hard. Ouch, it hurt a lot, but Dongdong couldn't help but laugh, and she laughed happily. If she could feel the pain, it meant that this wasn't a dream. At that time, Zhang Yinan also received a phone call. Hello, General Han. The person who called him was named Han Zhong. He was the marketing department manager of Yeshu Group. He had put in a lot of effort for Bai Shui to successfully become the brand spokesperson for Yeshu. Of course, Zhang Yinan's studio didn't let him do it for nothing. I'm sorry, Director Zhang, something unexpected happened with our brand spokesperson for Yeshu, Han Zhong said on the phone. What? What do you mean, Han? What unexpected thing happened? Zhang Yinan's smile froze on his face. Our chairman rejected the decision to make Bai Shui the brand spokesperson for Yeshu, Han Zhong said on the phone. What? How could this happen? Han, didn't you say that the final review was just a formality? How come your chairman rejected your initial review result? Zhang Yinan said. Under normal circumstances, our chairman wouldn't reject something like this, because he rarely interferes with marketing matters and doesn't know what happened this time, Han Zhong said with some frustration. Being slapped in the face was one thing, but the main issue was that he had received benefits from Zhang Yinan's studio, but failed to achieve the goal, which was quite annoying. Director Zhang, I will have someone send the painting back to you later. Although he was reluctant, since the matter didn't work out, he didn't feel right accepting things from others. Otherwise, it would break the rules. Han, it's just a painting, please accept it. Let's consider it as us becoming friends, Zhang Yinan said. His father had always taught him that once you give something away, you should never take it back. If the other party failed to achieve their goal this time, then they would owe you a favor. Who knows, you might need their help in the future. I'm really sorry, Han Zhong laughed. If Director Han doesn't consider us father and son as friends, then please send the painting back, Zhang Yinan said. Since Director Zhang said so, how could I dare to send the painting back? After all, I don't want to lose two friends at once, Han Zhong said cheerfully. By the way, Director Han, if there were things in the video advertisement we shot that made your chairman unsatisfied, our Zhang Yinan studio can redesign the advertisement according to your chairman's preferences until he is satisfied, Zhang Yinan said. It's too late. Our chairman has already designated our brand spokesperson for Yeshu, Han Zhong said. Han, I want to know which celebrity your chairman has designated to be the spokesperson for Yeshu, Zhang Yinan asked unwillingly. The cooked duck had actually flown away. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It's a female artist named Su Dongdong. She doesn't have much fame, Han Zhong said. Su Dongdong? Zhang Yinan felt unfamiliar with this name. Han, which company is she from? Chunyuan Media. Han Zhong said, honestly, the creative concept of the campaign advertisement sent by Chunyuan Media this time is really good, it's eye-catching. Yesterday, many people in my marketing department voted for Chunyuan Media. At this moment, Zhang Yinan became a little uneasy. Since Su Dongdong is an artist under Chunyuan Media, he knew that Chunyuan Media used to be Chuanqiu Film and Television. Not long ago, he was thinking about acquiring Chuanqiu Film and Television. However, he was ultimately beaten to it by Bai Shui's ex-boyfriend, Yi Chen. Now, the spokesperson for Yeshu Coconut Water was unexpectedly taken by a relatively unknown female artist under Chunyuan Media. This really made him frustrated. His Zhang Yi studio was actually defeated by a small Chunyuan Media. What kind of luck did Ji Chen have? On the other side, Bai Shui, who was doing yoga at home, took the opportunity to drink water and opened the Huobi app. When she saw that the price of Bitcoin had risen by $2, a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. She didn't know when the big rise in Bitcoin would come. She hoped it would come soon. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. By the way, Zhang Yinan said he would call me today and tell me the specific time to sign the endorsement contract with Yeshu Group. Why hasn't he called me yet? Thinking of this, Bai Shui opened her phone's recent call records, found Zhang Yinan's number, and dialed it. She was prepared to call and ask herself. After a few rings, the phone was answered. Bai Shui went straight to the point and said, Director Zhang, when do I go to Hainan Yeshu Group to sign the contract? About that. Actually, Zhang Yinan was just thinking about how to tell Bai Shui that the spokesperson position for Yeshu Coconut Water had fallen through. He hadn't figured out how to say it yet, but Bai Shui unexpectedly called. Zhang Yinan's tone made Bai Shui feel a little uneasy. What's wrong, Director Zhang? Did something happen? Miss Lin, well, something unexpected happened. Zhang Yinan's tone was somewhat awkward. He had boasted in front of Bai Shui, almost guaranteeing her the position, but now, damn it, he was proven wrong. Upon hearing Zhang Yinan's words, Bai Shui's heart skipped a beat. Director Zhang, what happened exactly? The spokesperson position for Yeshu brand is gone. Zhang Yinan, who hadn't figured out how to phrase it, had no choice but to be straightforward when faced with Bai Shui's questioning. Upon hearing this, the last trace of hope in Bai Shui's heart vanished, and her face turned slightly pale. How could this happen? Zhang Yinan sighed. I don't know what the chairman of Yeshu Group was thinking this time. They never interfered with the company's marketing before, but this time, they not only rejected the initial review results of the marketing department, but also designated a new candidate for the Yeshu spokesperson position. Xiao Shui, this was really just an accident. But you don't have to be too disappointed. If the company has any good resources in the future, they will definitely prioritize you. I understand. Bai Shui felt disappointed. How could she not be disappointed? Previously, it was you, Zhang Yinan, who kept saying that she was the perfect fit for the Yeshu spokesperson position. It was because of your words that she had such high expectations of becoming the spokesperson for Yeshu. But now, the endorsement opportunity was lost. Director Zhang, I want to know which celebrity took the Yeshu brand endorsement from me? Before hanging up the phone, Bai Shui asked. Even if she lost, she wanted to lose with clarity. Xiao Shui, the person who took your endorsement is also a female artist. Her name is Su Dongdong. Although Zhang Yinan didn't want to answer this question, he couldn't hide this matter. Even if he didn't say it now, in a few days when Yeshu Group officially announced their brand spokesperson, Bai Shui would naturally find out. Su Dongdong? Bai Shui couldn't help but furrow her brows. She felt unfamiliar with this name. Among the popular female celebrities in the industry, it seems that there is no such person. Could it be that Su Dongdong is a washed-up female celebrity? Director Xiao Zhang, I haven't heard of this Su Dongdong. Did she used to be famous but not anymore? Well, she has never been famous at all, Zhang Yinan said awkwardly. After dealing with Bai Shui a few times, he had a good understanding of what kind of person she was. She had a strong sense of self-esteem. Now that she found out that the person who took her endorsement was an unknown artist, Bai Shui might not be able to handle it. And that's exactly what Zhang Yinan thought. Bai Shui's self-esteem was severely hit at the moment. Losing to a popular star, she wouldn't feel anything. Even losing to a former popular but now washed-up star, she could accept it. But losing to an artist who has never been famous, she couldn't accept it. Suddenly, Bai Shui thought of a possibility. Director Xiao Zhang, is Su Dongdong a newcomer being promoted by a certain company? Bai Shui felt that they were both newcomers in the entertainment industry and both received support from their respective companies. So this time, she didn't lose to the other person. It was her capital behind her that lost to the capital behind the other person. Thinking like this, Bai Shui suddenly felt much better. Well, you're right, Zhang Yinan said. It must be Chen Yuan Media that was promoting Su Dongdong, otherwise Su Dongdong would definitely not be able to get the endorsement contract from Yeshu. Which company is she from? Bai Shui asked curiously. It's Chen Yuan Media. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yinan still mentioned the name of Chen Yuan Media. There was no way to hide it at all. Knowing Su Dongdong's name, Bai Shui could just ask Baidu online. After hearing the name Chen Yuan Media from Zhang Yinan, Bai Shui was stunned. Director Xiao Zhang, which company did you say? Chen Yuan Media? Yes. After confirming that she didn't mishear, Bai Shui was completely lost. She never expected that the company behind Su Dongdong, who took her endorsement for Yeshu, would be Chen Yuan Media. She had thought of Huayi Brothers. She had thought of Shining Media. She had thought of Yida Film. She just didn't think of Chen Yuan Media. Because in her opinion, the one who could snatch the endorsement from Zhang Yinan's studio must be one of the top capital in the industry. Xiao Shui, this time it was Yi Chen who got lucky. It just so happened that the advertisement his company shot was to the liking of the chairman of Yeshu, so they directly appointed Su Dongdong as the spokesperson for the Yeshu brand. Zhang Yinan said, the chairman of Yeshu Group will definitely regret it. Su Dongdong has no fame at all. Whether Chen Yuan Media can survive is also a question. In terms of subsequent promotion, they definitely won't be able to help Yeshu Group. The chairman of Yeshu Group, who doesn't understand marketing, invited Su Dongdong to be the spokesperson for Yeshu. It's definitely a loss-making deal. On the other hand, if the spokesperson for Yeshu is you, Xiao Shui, it would be completely different. Although you are still a newcomer, with the support of our Zhang Yinan studio, you will definitely become a top-tier star in the future. By then, as a top female star, you will bring a lot of traffic to the Yeshu brand, and our Zhang Yinan studio has also made a promise to Yeshu Group. If you become the spokesperson for Yeshu, Our studio will use our connections in the entertainment industry to provide certain assistance to Yeshu Group in brand marketing. It's such a clear calculation, but the chairman of Yeshu Group won't figure it out. He just made Su Dongdong the spokesperson for Yeshu based on his personal preference. He's really too willful. Speaking, Zhang Yinan suddenly changed the topic, but it's also possible that the chairman of Yeshu Group took a liking to Su Dongdong and wanted to take advantage of her, so she agreed to let Su Dongdong endorse Yeshu Coconut Tree. After hanging up the phone, Bai Shui opened her mobile browser and searched for information about Su Dongdong online. Sure enough, Su Dongdong was a contracted female artist under Chenyuan Media. Chenyuan Media, Yi Chen. So your company name Chenyuan Media is a combination of the word Chen from your name and the homophonic word Yuan from my mother Chung Bingbing. It was only at this moment that Bai Shui realized the hidden romance in the name Chenyuan Media. Yi Chen, could it be that you have really changed your heart and fallen for her? Staring at the screen of her phone, Bai Shui was lost in thought. After a while, her mind returned to the real world, and she continued to search for information about Su Dongdong online. Su Dongdong, former model. After searching for a while, Bai Shui finally found a few photos of Su Dongdong when she was still a model. This Su Dongdong is not as beautiful as me. Bai Shui originally thought that Su Dongdong must be a stunning beauty, otherwise she wouldn't have taken away her endorsement for Yeshu Coconut Tree. However, after seeing Su Dongdong's photos, Bai Shui felt a sense of dissatisfaction. It's not that she was conceited, but Su Dongdong really wasn't as beautiful as her. In addition, she was 5 years younger than Su Dongdong. She was clearly younger and more beautiful than Su Dongdong, and her studio, Zhang Yi's studio, was incomparable to Chenyuan Media. She couldn't understand how she could lose to Su Dongdong. Was the chairman of Yeshu Group blind? What exactly did the other party see in Su Dongdong? Besides being tall and having an explosive figure, what else does Su Dongdong have that can compare to her? Bai Shui looked down at herself. Well, the other party probably had her beat by 3 sizes. Dongdong. At that moment, Yi Chen was sitting in his office, leisurely sipping tea. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and Su Dongdong walked in. The pure white t-shirt she was wearing formed a very attractive curve on her body. Su Dongdong, congratulations, you've successfully secured the endorsement for Yeshu Coconut Tree, Yi Chen smiled. This time, the endorsement fee for Yeshu Coconut Tree was 8 million soft sister coins per year. Although he had prepared a 5-year B-level contract when he renewed with Su Dongdong a few days ago, this B-level contract would not take effect until 3 months later. Currently, the C-level contract that Su Dongdong had originally signed with Chuanqiu Film and Television was still in effect. Under the C-level contract, the company and the artist split the earnings in an 8-to-2 ratio. In other words, after deducting taxes, around 6 million would be deposited into Chenyuan Media's account. Unfortunately, it would take at least a month for this money to be transferred to Chenyuan Media's company account after going through the process. If the money could be transferred in the next 2 days, that would be great. He could then invest all of that money into the digital currency market, go long on Bitcoin, and make a big profit. Mr. Yi, thank you for giving me this opportunity, Su Dongdong said, bowing deeply to Yi Chen. Su Dongdong was not only grateful to Yi Chen, but also extremely grateful. Before this, she was just a small transparent figure in the industry, insignificant among the company's contracted artists. Just when she thought Yi Chen wouldn't renew with her, and was filled with despair, Yi Chen not only agreed to renew with her, but also offered her a 5-year B-level contract. Not only that, Yi Chen also let her compete for the endorsement of Yeshu Coconut Tree. In a situation where she had no confidence, it was Yi Chen who stood up to encourage her. And in the end, a miracle happened. She actually secured the endorsement for Yeshu Coconut Tree. At this moment, Yi Chen was the person she most wanted to thank in her heart. After rushing back to the company from Hangzhou Airport, she came here as soon as possible. However, at this moment, Yi Chen's throat tightened, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Su Dongdong's deep bow directly exposed her, and it happened to be facing herself. Really? I can't bear to watch. Su Dongdong, you don't have to thank me. I gave you an opportunity, and you seized it. I am pleased with that, Yi Chen smiled and said, how about it? I told you before that you can do it. From now on, you should believe in yourself and know that you are no worse than anyone else. Su Dongdong had many words of gratitude in her heart that she wanted to say to Yi Chen, but when she stood in front of him, she couldn't bring herself to say them. In the end, all the words converged into one sentence, Mr. Yi, I'm not good with words, and I don't know how to express my gratitude. Right now, all I want to say is that I will work hard to make more money for the company in the future, to repay your kindness in recognizing my potential. After speaking, Su Dongdong bowed deeply to Yi Chen again. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Making money for the company is also making money for yourself, Yi Chen thought to himself. Does Su Dongdong really not know that her current posture has been exposed? She is quite bold. If it were another male boss, she probably wouldn't be able to leave the office for a while. Mr. Yi, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll leave first. Su Dongdong stood up and said. Yi Chen nodded, okay. And so, Su Dongdong turned and walked towards the exit. However, at that moment, her face quickly turned red. Just now, Mr. Ye's gaze was fixed on her. It gave her a sense of accomplishment. The fact that Mr. Yi didn't say anything meant that he was still interested in her. But Yi Chen didn't stop her. In fact, as long as Yi Chen wanted, she would be willing to stay for him. The boss's wife is really lucky. Her husband is young and handsome, and he has self-control. How come she didn't meet such a good man? This is Su Dongdong's inner voice as she walked out of Yi Chen's office. Not long after Su Dongdong left, Yi Chen received a call from his mother, Lin Xia. Son, have you bought a house? Lin Xia called specifically to ask about Yi Chen's housing situation. In her mind, the most important thing now is for her son to buy a house. After all, her son has already registered his marriage with Cheng Bingbing. The young couple can't keep renting outside forever. Not yet. Why is it taking so long? Your father and I bought a house in the county, and we settled on it in just one day. Lin Xia said. Mom, buying a house is a big deal. It's not that easy, especially in the city where the prices are so high and there are so many real estate projects. Cheng Bingbing and I naturally want to take our time and compare. Yi Chen said. In order not to worry his parents, he dare not tell his mother the truth, that he used all his money to acquire the company and invest in Bitcoin. But buying a house is almost there. After this wave of Bitcoin, he will have enough money to buy a house in the city. And he wants to buy a high-end property in a good location. Buying a house is his next small life goal. While Yi Chen was on the phone with his mother, Bai Shui received a call from her younger brother, Lin Hao. Sister, when are you going to sign the contract with Hainan? I'll accompany you and take a few days off to go to Sanya. Lin Hao's voice came through the phone. Hainan, I can't go anymore, Bai Shui said. Lin Hao was taken aback. Can't go? What do you mean? I'm no longer the spokesperson for Yeshu Coconut. Bai Shui explained the situation to her younger brother. After listening to his sister's words, Lin Hao's face turned colorful. What the hell? That Su Dongdong actually took your endorsement. As an artist of the company, although they didn't have any personal interactions, Lin Hao knew Su Dongdong. Su Dongdong is not as beautiful as his sister, nor as young. It's nothing more than having a better figure than her sister. His sister has impeccable looks and temperament, the only flaw being a slightly prominent forehead. And ironically, that flaw is what Su Dongdong takes pride in. Could it be that his sister lost to Su Dongdong because of this? Sis, Xiao Zhang, and I think the same. The chairman of Yeshu Group probably gave the brand endorsement to Su Dongdong because he wanted to take advantage of her, Lin Hao said. Although Su Dongdong is not particularly good looking, she does have a great figure, with a D cup. Some older men like that. But as Xiao Zhang said, the chairman of Yeshu Group will definitely regret it in the future. Su Dongdong doesn't have any fame, so how can she boost the sales of Yeshu coconut juice? It might even have the opposite effect. After all, when consumers see that the spokesperson has no fame, they will think the brand is low quality and won't buy the products, Lin Hao continued. Alright, Lin Hao, I won't talk to you anymore. Xiao Zhang is calling again. Okay, you should answer Xiao Zhang's call first. Okay. After saying that, Bai Shui answered Zhang Yinan's call. Miss Lin, I have good news for you. Tell me. Just now, a classmate of mine who is a director called me. He is currently shooting a promotional video for a scenic spot and asked me to recommend a young and beautiful actress. I immediately thought of you and recommended you to him. He agreed on the spot, Zhang Yinan said with a smile over the phone. A promotional video for a scenic spot? Which scenic spot is it? Bai Shui asked curiously. It's a large cultural theme park located in Jiangqing called Happy Valley. Let me tell you, Miss Lin, don't underestimate Happy Valley just because it's an amusement park. It's quite remarkable. The capital behind it invested a total of 4.5 billion to build it, Zhang Yinan explained. Once completed, Happy Valley became the largest and most high-end amusement park in central China. It will officially open to the public in a month. I heard from my classmate that the boss behind Happy Valley has hired 3 directors to shoot 3 promotional videos at once, to create hype and anticipation for the opening in a month. So, am I the leading actress in the promotional video? Bai Shui was very interested and attached great importance to this question. Of course, I personally recommended you. How could my classmate not give me face? Zhang Yinan replied. How much will I be paid for it? Bai Shui asked. My classmate said that your payment will be determined by the number of views the promotional video gets online in a month after its release. The more views, the higher your payment. The specific calculation formula will be revealed when you sign the contract later, Zhang Yinan explained. After hearing Zhang Yinan's words, Bai Shui frowned. The payment should be quite low, right? After all, not many netizens would be interested in watching a promotional video for a scenic spot. Miss Lin, Happy Valley in Jiangcheng is different from ordinary scenic spots. As a happy valley that has invested $5 billion, the capital behind it has already spent a lot on promoting it and creating buzz. Moreover, as a large amusement park, it has a great appeal to young people nowadays. So, the online popularity of Happy Valley is quite high, Zhang Yinan said. Once the promotional video is released online, it will definitely attract a lot of netizens to watch it. Furthermore, Miss Lin, I will use my connections to invite a popular young actress to join the cast and play a supporting role alongside you. When the promotional video is released, we can use this popular actress as a selling point for marketing, attracting more viewers and increasing the number of views. In this way, your salary will definitely not be low, and with Miss Lin's extraordinary charm, accompanied by a popular young actress as a supporting role, Miss Lin, you might become famous because of this. Hearing this, Bai Shui's heart also became hot. Director Zhang, I agree to participate in the Happy Valley promotional film. Okay, Miss Lin, since Happy Valley will officially open in a couple of months, time is tight. So we need to sign the contract today, and then you can get ready. I estimate that tomorrow we will leave for Jiangcheng with the crew, Zhang Yinan said. Alright, Bai Shui nodded. After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yichen drove to Moda University to pick up Cheng Bingbing. Husband, let's go to Sister Monli's house for dinner tonight. After getting in the car, Cheng Bingbing fastened her seatbelt and said to Yichen, has she returned from outside? The Sister Monli mentioned by Cheng Bingbing, whose real name is Cheng Monli, is her cousin. Although they are cousins, the two women are the same age, with Cheng Monli being born just over 2 months earlier than Cheng Bingbing. Cheng Monli is currently a young female director. However, the film industry is equally competitive, and despite Cheng Monli's 4 or 5 years of hard work in the industry, she still doesn't have any notable works. As a director, Cheng Monli is always on the move. Most of the year, she is traveling. Cheng Bingbing nodded. She came back in the afternoon. By the way, Teacher Chang, does Monli know about us? Yi Chen asked while driving. I told her on the phone this afternoon, Cheng Bingbing said. At 6 o'clock, Yi Chen drove Cheng Bingbing to the Langxianjuan residential area. Cheng Monli's house is located in this neighborhood. Ring ring. Outside her cousin's house, Cheng Bingbing reached out and pressed the doorbell. After a while, the door opened. The person who opened the door was none other than Cheng Monli. On the way here, Yi Chen learned from Cheng Bingbing that her uncle and aunt had gone on a trip half a month ago and had not returned yet. Due to the family genes, Cheng Monli's appearance, although not as good as Cheng Bingbing's, was still quite attractive. Her shiny black hair was the envy of many girls. Sister Monli. Yi Chen, I'm used to you calling me auntie, so hearing you and Yuan calling me Sister Monli all of a sudden, I'm really not used to it, Cheng Monli said with a smile. You'll get used to it after hearing it more often, Yi Chen laughed. Alright, you two, please come in quickly. After putting on shoe covers, the three of them entered the living room. Cheng Monli, wearing an apron, made a cup of tea for Yi Chen and Cheng Bingbing. Yuan, Yi Chen, please have a seat. I'll finish cooking the remaining 2 dishes, and then we can start eating. Yi Chen turned on the TV and sat in the living room, watching TV. Cheng Bingbing went to the kitchen with Cheng Monli. After a while, the sound of their conversation intermittently came from the kitchen. Speaking of which, Yi Chen hasn't watched TV for over half a year. The TV in his house has almost become a decoration, mainly because many videos require a membership to watch. And there are many tricks in these memberships. To watch anime, you have to get a separate membership. To watch TV dramas, you have to get another separate membership. To watch entertainment shows, you have to get yet another separate membership. And these memberships are not interchangeable on different platforms, which makes you doubt the meaning of getting a membership. Bored, Yi Chen took the remote control and turned on the variety show channel. With a quick glance, there was no variety show that made Yi Chen interested in watching, mainly because the homogeneity of domestic variety shows is too serious. Almost all of them are talent shows. These talent show variety programs are almost all the same, and they don't really spark Yi Chen's desire to watch. The market for domestic variety shows is still very large, otherwise there wouldn't be so many film and television companies diving into it. There must be profit in it. Yi Chen, as the boss of Chunyuan Media, naturally covets this market. However, Yi Chen is not going to enter the variety show field easily, unless he comes up with a good idea. But good ideas are not easy to come by. Fortunately, he has a system, and maybe one day the system will reward him with a good idea related to variety shows. It's not impossible. Didn't the system reward him with a coconut tree advertisement planning video before? At 6:30, Yi Chen turned off the TV and came to the restaurant. By now, the table was already filled with dishes, both meat and vegetables. Come, Yi Chen, let me have a drink with you. Monli, there's no need to drink. What's wrong? Are you afraid of drinking with a girl like me? I'm not afraid, I'm just taking care of you. After all, you're alone at home tonight. It's better not to drink. Yi Chen said. Yi Chen is right, Monli, let's not drink tonight. Let's sit down and have a good meal and chat. Isn't that nice? Cheng Bingbing also said. Okay, it's not easy for you two to get along so well. Cheng Monli smiled and then put down the bottle. And so, the three of them ate and chatted leisurely. Monli, you're going out again tomorrow? Yes, as a small director like me, I can't compare to your profession, Cheng teacher. I'll be working outside my whole life. Cheng Monli self-deprecatingly said. Monli, don't say that. Although being a director is tiring, you make more money. Cheng Bingbing said. What money? These past few years, I've been busy for nothing. I'm busy all year round, but at the end of the year, I hardly see any money. Cheng Monli suddenly felt emotional as she spoke. It's the same in every profession. Yi Chen said. By the way, Monli, what are you shooting this time? A promotional video for a scenic spot. Cheng Monli sighed. As a small director like me, I can't shoot a proper drama, so I can only rely on shooting some short films to make a living. Monli, which scenic spot are you shooting the promotional video for this time? Cheng Bingbing curiously asked. Jiancheng Happy Valley. Cheng Monli suddenly stared at Cheng Bingbing without blinking. Cheng Bingbing felt a little uneasy under her gaze. Monli, why are you looking at me like that? Hearing this, Cheng Monli smiled and said, Yuan, the payment I'm getting for shooting the promotional video for Jiancheng Happy Valley is not a fixed amount. My payment is closely related to the number of views the video gets online in the first month after it's released. The more views it gets, the higher my payment will be. So Yuan, why don't you be the female lead in my promotional video? You're so beautiful, and when I release the video online, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. When the views go up, my payment will increase. We're brothers, and I won't take a penny less than what you deserve. Yuan, what do you think? No. Before Cheng Bingbing could speak, Yi Chen spoke first. Why not? Cheng Monli instinctively turned to Yi Chen and asked. Cheng teacher is my wife, and I don't want my wife to be in the spotlight outside. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Cheng Bingbing's eyes instantly curved into a crescent shape. Such a domineering man. This was Cheng Bingbing's inner voice at the moment. Yi Chen, aren't you being a bit too chauvinistic? Cheng Monli pouted and said, if you think this is chauvinism, then I'll be chauvinistic. Yi Chen said. He would never agree to have Cheng Bingbing appear in the promotional video and be criticized by netizens online. Yuan, what do you think? Cheng Monli turned her gaze to her cousin Cheng Bingbing. Cheng Bingbing smiled slightly and said, I'll listen to Yi Chen. Okay, you're really following your husband, Yuan. I've noticed that you've changed. You used to be a person with strong opinions. Cheng Monli said. Monli, I used to be the head of the family. I had to make decisions for everything that happened. Of course, I had to have strong opinions, but now it's different. Now Yi Chen is the head of this family. Cheng Bingbing said with a smile. Even a fool could see the happiness on her face. Cheng Monli pouted and said, Yuan, why do I feel like you're showing off that you have a husband and someone to rely on? Yes, I am showing off. Monli, you should find a husband too. Really, as women, we can't experience that sense of happiness when we're single. Cheng Bingbing said seriously. Yi Chen, what have you done to brainwash my Yuan? Look at how she's become so dependent on you. She doesn't resemble the Yuan I used to know. Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled and said, Monli, find a boyfriend when you have time. After you experience love, you'll also become a dependent woman. Dependent woman? Cheng Monli couldn't help but shiver. I don't want that. Women should be cool and handsome. Cheng Monli sighed. Yi Chen, since you don't agree to have Yuan appear in my promotional video, I'll have to find someone else. Who should I find? It's so annoying. Monli, I'll recommend someone to you. Yi Chen said. Who? Cheng Monli asked curiously. Monli, you know this person too. Yi Chen teased. I know? Who is it? Cheng Monli became even more curious. At this moment, Cheng Bingbing smiled and said, I know who Yi Chen is talking about. Cheng Monli rolled her eyes when she heard this. Don't show off your understanding between the two of you in front of me. Just tell me. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Gao Xiaoye. Gao Xiaoye? Cheng Monli was stunned. Gao Xiaoye was her cousin's high school classmate and had been her cousin's best friend for many years. Naturally, she knew the other person. Let Gao Xiaoye be the female lead in her scenic area promotional video? Chang Manli hesitated. Gao Xiaoye is a good actress, but I'm shooting a scenic area promotional video, and Happy Valley is a theme park mainly targeting young people. So I don't need the other person to have great acting skills. What I need is for the other person to be youthful and beautiful enough. Gao Xiaoye and I are the same age. They were both 36 this year. They were both old women. She had just wanted her cousin Chang Bingbing to play the female lead in her promotional video because even though Chang Bingbing was the same age as her, she looked young. If it wasn't mentioned, others would think her cousin was only in her 20s. But Gao Xiaoye was different. Gao Xiaoye had a more mature appearance. Chang Manli felt that it was not quite suitable for Gao Xiaoye to be the female lead in Happy Valley's promotional video. And Gao Xiaoye is an artist from Chuanqiu Film and Television. If I want to find Gao Xiaoye, I definitely can't bypass Chuanqiu Film and Television. In recent years, Chuanqiu Film and Television has been promoting several newcomers, so they will probably recommend a newcomer to me instead of Gao Xiaoye. Yi Chen, do you understand what I'm saying? After taking a sip of soup and putting down the spoon, Yi Chen spoke up. Manli, I have a different opinion from you. Although Gao Jie doesn't have the youthful beauty of a girl in her 20s, her natural elder sister temperament is hard to find in today's entertainment industry. And the symbol of an amusement park is speed and excitement. I think Gao Jie's temperament matches well with the amusement park. After listening to Yi Chen's words, Chang Manli thought carefully and said, Yi Chen, you do have some point, but in the spring and autumn film and television. Before Chang Manli could finish her sentence, Yi Chen interrupted with a smile. Manli, you don't have to worry about spring and autumn film and television. Chang Manli looked puzzled and asked, why? Yi Chen smiled and said, perhaps Manli doesn't know yet, but I have already acquired spring and autumn film and television, and it has been renamed Chenyuan Media. Upon hearing this, Chang Manli was extremely shocked. What? You acquired spring and autumn film and television? Yes. Yi Chen then briefly explained the process of acquiring spring and autumn film and television to Chang Manli. Wow, it seems like I can't call you Yi Chen anymore. I should call you President Yi now. Chang Manli laughed. Manli, stop teasing me, Yi Chen said. Let's get back to business. Alright, then let's talk about Gao Xiaoye. Chang Manli continued after a pause. By the way, Yi Chen, since you are now the boss of Chenyuan Media, can you recommend a male artist from your company to me? I want the male and female leads in the promotional video to be a couple. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately replied without hesitation, okay, I already have a suitable candidate in mind. Sitting beside them, Chang Bingbing tentatively asked, is it Zhang Sungwen? Hearing this, Yi Chen reached out and affectionately touched Chang Bingbing's head. Smart, it is indeed Zhang Sungwen. In the TV series Roaring, Zhang Sungwen plays Gao Qiqiang and Gao Xiaoye plays Chen Shooting. They are a couple. According to the Future News, after Roaring is released, both Zhang Sungwen and Gao Xiaoye's characters will gain a large following online, and they will become popular and rise to the top-tier artists. If Zhang Sungwen and Gao Xiaoye appear together as a couple in the promotional video, and considering the popularity of Roaring at that time, the video will undoubtedly attract a lot of attention. Therefore, the most suitable choice for the male lead in the promotional video with Gao Xiaoye is undoubtedly Zhang Sungwen. With these two, the promotional video will definitely generate a lot of buzz, and with the buzz, the number of views will skyrocket. Alright, enough of your nonsense, stop killing the dog. Chang Manli rolled her eyes. Seeing her cousin's happy and contented appearance, Chang Manli couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Perhaps she should try to find a boyfriend herself. It was past 9 o'clock. Yi Chen drove away from Langxianjuan with Chang Bingbing. Little man, I didn't expect you to have a domineering side. Chang Bingbing smiled with narrowed eyes. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Teacher Chang, when we get home later, I'll show you my other domineering side. Upon hearing this, Chang Bingbing's eyes instantly curved into a crescent shape. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Shui, who had just finished a phone call, was extremely happy. This time, Zhang Yan'an actually brought Guan Xiaotong to be her foil in the Happy Valley promotional video. It's worth noting that Guan Xiaotong has the title of Princess of the Beijing Circle in the entertainment industry. Although she hasn't been as popular in the past year, she is still a hot young actress in the industry. In the Happy Valley promotional video, Bai Shui must outshine Guan Xiaotong and surpass this Princess of the Beijing Circle. The next morning, Chang Manli came to Chenyuan Media and signed a contract with Gao Xiaoye and Zhang Sungwen. The two of them will each receive 30% of the total revenue from this promotional film. Together, it adds up to 60%. And both of them are still under the C-level contract they signed with Chuanqiu Film and Television. Under the C-level contract, the company and the artist have a profit-sharing ratio of 8:2. In other words, 48% of the total revenue from Chang Manli's Happy Valley promotional film will go into Chen Yuan Media's pocket. The revenue is 100 yuan for every 10,000 views. Yi Chen is really looking forward to how high the views of Chang Manli's Happy Valley promotional film will be after it is released online for a month. Yi Chen estimates that breaking the record is possible. Due to time constraints, Chang Manli will take Gao Xiaoya, Zhang Sungwen, and her filming team to Jiangcheng in the afternoon. Yi Chen is quite excited today. According to the Future News, the price of Bitcoin will officially start to rise today. Therefore, Yi Chen has been checking the price of Bitcoin on the Huobi app on his phone every now and then in the morning. However, the price of Bitcoin has not shown any significant fluctuations in the morning. But Yi Chen is not worried. He believes that the system will not deceive him. All he has to do now is wait patiently. As expected, Bitcoin finally experienced its first wave of increase in the afternoon. When Yi Chen bought Bitcoin, it was $4,313, and now it has risen to $4,536. When Chang Bingbing found out, she also felt relieved. Although the insider information mentioned by Zhou Jia and Wang Jigua said that Bitcoin would rise in the near future, she still had some worries in her heart these days. After all, Yi Chen invested 1.5 million yuan. This is all the money they have. Although she is willing to accompany Yi Chen to make a comeback, that is the worst result. As Yi Chen's wife, she naturally hopes that Yi Chen will not reach that point, but always be successful in smooth sailing. Now that she sees that Bitcoin is really rising, she can finally let go of her worries. Around 5 o'clock, Yi Chen came to Chang Bingbing's office. "Teacher Chang, Bitcoin has risen a lot. Let's go out for a nice meal tonight and celebrate." Chang Bingbing smiled and nodded, "Okay." On the other hand, Bai Shui arrived at a star-rated hotel in Jiangcheng with the crew. After putting down her luggage in her business suite, Bai Shui took out a charger to charge her phone. When the charger was plugged into the socket and the phone screen lit up, Bai Shui saw several missed calls. She opened them and they were all from her younger brother. So Bai Shui called back. After a few rings, the call was connected. "Sis, what are you doing? I called you several times and you didn't answer. My phone accidentally switched to silent mode. I didn't hear it. What's wrong, Lin Hao? Is there something?" Bai Shui asked. "Sis, I have good news." As soon as she heard this, Bai Shui immediately became excited. "Has the price of Bitcoin started to rise?" "Yes, sis." In the afternoon, the price of Bitcoin rose by more than $200. Lin Hao was extremely excited. "Sis, we're really going to make a fortune this time. It has risen so much." Bai Shui's tone couldn't hide her excitement. "Yes, and sis, Bitcoin is still rising now. It's really exciting." Lin Hao said, "By the way, sis, have you arrived in Jiangcheng now?" Lin Hao already knew yesterday that his sister was going to Jiangcheng to shoot the Happy Valley promotional film. "Yes, I've already arrived at the hotel," Bai Shui replied. "Sis, have you seen Guan Xiaotong?" "No, Guan Xiaotong only has a few scenes in this promotional film. She will come on the last day." "Okay," Lin Hao said somewhat regretfully. "Sis, when Guan Xiaotong arrives, I'll come to find you." "Lin Hao, I think it's too early for you to pursue Guan Xiaotong. At least wait until you have some fame in the industry," Bai Shui said. Lin Hao had already liked Guan Xiaotong before he debuted, and he could be considered a loyal fan of this popular actress in Beijing. "I know, that date won't be too far away," Lin Hao said confidently. With his current status and position, if he were to pursue Guan Xiaotong, it would most likely be a humiliation for himself. He could only wait until he achieved success and became well known before he had the qualifications to pursue Guan Xiaotong, whom he had liked for many years. That day wouldn't be too far away. Let's not even talk about anything else, just with this wave of Bitcoin, he could earn billions. With so much money, once he encountered a big production, he could invest in it himself and become an investor. By then, with his identity as an investor, it wouldn't be too much to play the male lead or even the second male lead in a big production film or TV drama. He was so handsome, as long as he played the male lead or second male lead in a big production, there was no reason for it not to be popular. In addition, he would also sign with Detang Film and Television in the future. With his sister's identity as a new generation Mao girl, he believed that he would receive some special treatment in Detang Film and Television. No matter how you looked at it, his future was destined to be a top male star. By then, he would have the capital to pursue the popular actress in Beijing. "Alright, sis, let's stop talking. I'm taking grandma out for a big meal." "Okay." The conversation between the two ended here. Bai Shui opened the Huobi app and saw that Bitcoin had indeed risen by over $200. After thinking for a while, Bai Shui dialed Chang Bingbing's phone. "Xiao Shui." At this time, Chang Bingbing was eating authentic Charolais steak with Yi Chen in a beautiful French restaurant. Teacher Chang, why don't you sell your house and lend me the money? Within 6 months, I'll give you back twice the amount. How about that? Seeing that Bitcoin had risen by over $200 in just one afternoon, Bai Shui was now convinced that Bitcoin would definitely rise to $20,000. If that was the case, she could still make a lot of money by raising funds while Bitcoin still had a lot of room for growth. So she set her sights on Chang Bingbing's house. In order to persuade Chang Bingbing to sell her house and lend her the money, she directly increased the return rate to double. If you lend me 10 million now, I'll give you back 20 million later. However, when Chang Bingbing heard Bai Shui's words, she not only didn't feel tempted at all, but became even more worried about Bai Shui. Xiao Shui, what kind of money-making project are you talking about? How can it have such a high rate of return? Don't let yourself be deceived. I promised Director Xiao Zhang that I wouldn't reveal any information about this project to anyone else, so I can't tell you. Bai Shui said, Teacher Chang, as long as you lend me the money, you don't have to worry about anything else. Within 6 months, I will give you double the amount. If you're still not at ease, I can give you a promissory note. Xiao Shui, I've already said it, I won't sell the house. Chang Bingbing said. The higher the amount of money Bai Shui promised her, the more worried she became that Bai Shui would be deceived. In this situation, how could she sell her house and lend money to the other party? However, Bai Shui couldn't understand Chang Bingbing's concerns at all. Teacher Chang, I've already said that Director Xiao Zhang doesn't allow me to reveal any information about that project to anyone else. Why do you have to force me? I've promised to give you double the amount of money, why aren't you satisfied? Bai Shui's tone was complex, both angry and cold. Xiao Shui, do you really think I want to force you to reveal that project so that I can invest in it and make money myself? Chang Bingbing could clearly hear the meaning behind Bai Shui's words. Isn't it? Bai Shui smiled sarcastically. Xiao Shui, I never expected you to see me this way. You really disappoint me. Chang Bingbing said. I disappoint you? Teacher Chang, I can say the same to you. After saying that, Bai Shui hung up the phone directly. Hearing the beep sound of the phone hanging up in her ear, Chang Bingbing put down her phone and showed a worried expression. I don't know what project Xiao Shui mentioned that made her ask me twice to sell my house and borrow money for her. This time, she even promised to pay me back double the money within 6 months. Yi Chen, why don't you give her a call and ask her? I'm worried that she might be deceived. Teacher Chang, do you think she will tell me if I make that call? Yi Chen asked. Well, Chang Bingbing sighed. Forget it, I've already advised her enough. Whether she listens or not, it's up to her. She has a deep prejudice against me now. If we try to persuade her more, it will only provoke her rebellious mentality. 2 days passed quickly, and it was July 9th. The price of Bitcoin broke through $6,000. On July 13th, Bitcoin surpassed $10,000. On the afternoon of July 14th, Yi Chen was sitting in the office playing games when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and Chang Bingbing walked in. Since they didn't have classes in the afternoon, Chang Bingbing stayed in the company with Yi Chen instead of going to the Magic City University. Yi Chen, something bad happened. Bitcoin has plummeted, you need to sell off quickly. Chang Bingbing came in, closed the door behind her, and anxiously told Yi Chen. In just 1 week, the price of Bitcoin had been steadily rising, breaking through $10,000. Now, Yi Chen's account had a floating profit of $2.52 million, which was equivalent to more than 17.3 million in Chinese yuan. In just 1 week, it had multiplied by 11, and this terrifying rate of return kept Chang Bingbing excited for the past few days. During the day, Chang Bingbing paid more attention to the fluctuations in the Bitcoin market than Yi Chen did. Just 2 hours ago, Bitcoin, which had been rising all along, started to fall. When it dropped by more than $500, Chang Bingbing couldn't sit still and hurriedly came to Yi Chen's office to inform him of the sharp decline and advise him to sell off. Yi Chen patted his thigh when Chang Bingbing approached him. Understanding his gesture, Chang Bingbing sat on his lap and nestled into his arms. Husband, sell off quickly. Bitcoin is falling too fast. Don't worry, Teacher Chang. It's normal for Bitcoin to rise and fall. At this time, we must remain calm. Yi Chen said with a smile. But husband, if we sell now, we can earn more than 17 million. I feel that earning so much money is already a lot. Chang Bingbing said. This week had been too stressful for her. She would often dream about Bitcoin at night. One day, she dreamt that Bitcoin crashed and Yi Chen's account was liquidated, which startled her awake. Now, if they sold off, they could still earn 17 million, which was already satisfying for her. So, according to her thinking, she wanted to exit the market and secure her profits. Teacher Chang, stay calm. We can actually earn more money. It would be a pity to exit now. How about this, Teacher Chang? I'll set a stop-loss order with a limit of $8,000. Will that be okay? Yi Chen suggested. With the insider information he had, Yi Chen knew that Bitcoin would eventually rise to $17,000 in this market cycle. But Cheng Bingbing didn't know. To prevent Cheng Bingbing from worrying, it would be better to set a stop-loss order. Okay. Cheng Bingbing nodded, feeling more relieved. So, in front of Cheng Bingbing, Yi Chen picked up his phone, opened the Huobi app, and set a stop-loss order. Meanwhile, Bai Shui was on the phone with her younger brother. Lin Hao, Bitcoin has plummeted, dropping more than 500. I want to sell. Bitcoin can reach a high of $20,000, and you want to sell now? Are you stupid? Lin Hao sneered on the phone. But Bitcoin has been falling all this time, it makes me worried. If it keeps falling like this, at least I can make more than 10 million by selling now, Bai Shui said. This week, she would open the Huobi app every hour to check the real-time price of Bitcoin, even at night. Now she has dark circles under her eyes. When shooting promotional videos during the day, the director said her mental state was poor and asked her to rest well. She can't rest well until she sells Bitcoin. It's really agonizing. Sis, not to criticize, but you women have a bad mentality. You easily panic when something happens. This kind of mentality won't work. Successful people stay calm in the face of challenges, Lin Hao said. Look at me, your little brother. I'm calm. Even if Bitcoin has dropped more than $500, so what? It will definitely rise again. Okay, I understand. After finishing the call with her brother, Bai Shui felt much calmer. She was no longer as anxious and nervous as before. On July 15th, Bitcoin fluctuated between $9,000 and $10,000, tormenting many cryptocurrency traders. On July 16th, the price of Bitcoin finally stopped fluctuating and rose to over $11,000. That night, the group chat of Yi Chen's university classmates became lively. Classmate A, damn, Bitcoin has been skyrocketing recently. I regret not buying it, crying emoji. Classmate Y, I regret it so much that I'm turning green. These days, I've been hesitating. Every time I want to buy, I'm afraid of buying at a high point. I hesitated until now and missed the opportunity to get rich. Classmate C, me too, laughing and crying emoji. Classmate G, when Bitcoin reached $6,000, I took a risk and bought some. But when it dropped to $9,500 the day before yesterday, I panicked and sold. Seeing the current price of Bitcoin, I'm emo. Classmate B, at Classmate G, I suspect you're showing off. You made over $2,000, which is more than $10,000 in our currency. You can easily buy an iPhone Plus with that. Classmate Z, I can't play with Bitcoin. I'm afraid my heart can't handle it, laughing and crying emoji. Xiao Ran Ran, classmates, a quick advertisement. I've joined Zhongjiang Real Estate. If anyone wants to buy a house, feel free to contact me, laughing face emoji. Classmate B, at Classmate D, Xiao Beauty, I'm actually planning to look for a house recently. By the way, which development are you selling it now? Xiao Ran Ran, Guoxin Century Seaview. Classmate B? Classmate B, Xiao Beauty, is it the Guoxin Century Seaview on the banks of the Huangpu River? Xiao Ran Ran, yes, there's no other Guoxin Century Seaview in the Magic City, laughing face. Classmate B, sorry, farewell emoji. Classmate Z, Guoxin Century Seaview, that's a top-notch river view property near the Huangpu River. The average price is 150,000 yuan per square meter. Who can afford to buy a house there? It's not for the second generation of the rich. Classmate Y, Xiao Beauty, you overestimate our abilities, laughing and crying. Classmate C, even if I sell myself, I still can't afford a riverview house at Guoxin Century Seaview, laughing and crying. Classmate W, I think it's more realistic to dream of owning a riverview house in the Magic City. Xiao Ran Ran, everyone, don't say that. What if someone among you suddenly becomes rich one day? Dreams are always necessary in life. Laughing face, Xiao Ran Ran, at Yi Chen, the handsome schoolmate, I haven't seen you speak in the group since graduation. What have you been busy with? Yi Chen, just busy. Classmate A, hey, handsome schoolmate, how is your married life with teacher Chang? Yi Chen, 2 words, happiness. After a while, when Yi Chen saw Cheng Bingbing wearing a brand new teacher's uniform and holding a teaching whip in her hand, he silently left the group chat and put down his phone. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and it was July 19th. The price of Bitcoin skyrocketed to $15,000. But the next day, Bitcoin suddenly plummeted, falling below $14,000. Honey, should we sell it? If this continues, I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack. It was a weekend, and Cheng Bingbing was in poor spirits. Truly, these days, she hadn't had a good night's sleep. On the contrary, Yi Chen slept soundly every night. She truly admired Yi Chen's mindset. Although she was 14 years older than Yi Chen, she really couldn't match his stability in terms of mindset. Seeing Cheng Bingbing's current exhausted appearance, Yi Chen felt very distressed. Don't worry, Teacher Chang, it's not the right time to take action yet. Okay. Chang Bingbing forced a smile. This experience was truly both painful and joyful. It was joyful because the money in their account was something that would take several lifetimes to earn. It was painful because this money hadn't truly landed in their pockets yet, which meant that she would still have trouble sleeping for the next few days. On the other side, Jiangcheng Happy Valley. Cut. Director Li Shang stood up from in front of the monitor and walked up to Bai Shui. Miss Lin, what's been going on with you lately? Why is your mental state so poor? Your current performance doesn't show the effect I want. Li Shang's expression was not good. When he learned from Zhang Yinan that the current Bai Shui was a new generation Mao girl, he immediately agreed to let Bai Shui appear in his promotional film, because he believed that old Mosey's eye for talent in this area was absolutely unmatched. Just look at the several Mao girls who were once praised by Zhang Yinan, which one of them hasn't made it to the top now? When he saw Bai Shui for the first time that day, his eyes lit up. Old Mosey's eye was still as sharp as ever. This Bai Shui was indeed a rare and pure beauty. The main reason was that her face looked completely natural, unlike those in the industry with the same old sharp faces. With Zhang Yinan's support, this Bai Shui would definitely make it to the top in the future. It was a dream come true for him to have the new generation Mao girl appear in his scenic area promotional film. He had great expectations for this. However, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment in the end. When they arrived at Jiangcheng Happy Valley for the official shoot, he found that he didn't know what was going on with this Bai Shui. Her spirits were low every day. During the shoot, she often wasn't in the right state, as if she was sleepwalking. The results were far from what he had in mind. Miss Lin, a person's complexion can be concealed with cosmetics, but their eyes cannot be hidden by any cosmetics. Your eyes now clearly reveal exhaustion, there is no light at all, making you look lifeless. The effect of the shoot won't be good like this. Li Sheng suppressed his anger and said, if this Bai Shui wasn't recommended by Zhang Yinan, he would have cursed her out long ago. Director, I'm sorry, I haven't been resting well these past few days. Bai Shui apologized. These days, because of the Bitcoin situation, she couldn't fall asleep peacefully at night. She would wake up automatically every now and then. Sometimes she would even have nightmares. If it's not Miss Lin, I wonder why you're not sleeping well at night and what you're doing in your room. Li Sheng asked with frustration. Director, I have a bit of trouble recognizing the bed when I sleep. Bai Shui casually came up with an excuse to brush it off. Director, if there are any scenes that I didn't do well, let's reshoot them, okay? Reshoot? We don't have that much time, let's just leave it as it is, Li Sheng said irritably. In the afternoon, Yi Chen took Cheng Bingbing to a large shopping mall. While they were shopping, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, facing Cheng Bingbing's curious gaze, Yi Chen smiled and said, it's a call from Wang Jigua. Uncle Wang said that on August 1st, the coconut tree brand spokesperson will officially be changed to Su Dongdong. On the same day, the new packaging of coconut tree coconut juice with Su Dongdong's image will also be officially launched nationwide. I hope that after coconut tree is endorsed by Su Dongdong, the sales of coconut tree coconut juice will increase, Cheng Bingbing said. If the sales of coconut tree coconut juice remain the same or even decline after the new spokesperson is changed, when the contract expires, Coconut Tree Group will definitely not renew the contract with Su Dongdong. In other words, if the new spokesperson is changed and the sales of coconut tree coconut juice significantly increase, then when the contract expires, Coconut Tree will definitely renew the contract with Su Dongdong. Moreover, by that time, Su Dongdong's endorsement fee will definitely increase. I have confidence that the sales of coconut tree coconut juice will definitely soar after Su Dongdong becomes the spokesperson, Yi Chen said confidently. Do you really believe in Su Dongdong that much? Cheng Bingbing pouted and said with some suspicion. Teacher Chang, are you jealous? You really are a jealous person, Yi Chen chuckled. Coconut tree coconut juice, from childhood to adulthood, Yi Chen, I really doubt if you came up with this slogan specifically for Su Dongdong. Cheng Bingbing smiled and looked at Yi Chen. Honestly, did Su Dongdong give you inspiration to come up with this slogan? Teacher Chang, what do you think we should have for dinner tonight? Don't try to change the subject. On July 19th, Bitcoin broke through $15,000. Cheng Bingbing, who was held in Yi Chen's arms, looked at the real-time transaction price of Bitcoin on the Huobi app and couldn't help but take a deep breath. She looked at Yi Chen and said, husband, shouldn't we sell now? Let's wait a little longer, there's still room for growth, Yi Chen said with a smile. This is really nerve-wracking. My heart is beating so fast right now, and I feel anxious, Cheng Bingbing said. Don't scare me, Teacher Chang. Let me massage your chest for you. On the morning of July 21st, Yi Chen, who was still sleeping, was awakened by Cheng Bingbing. Husband, Bitcoin just rose to $16,000. Didn't you predict that the peak price of this wave of Bitcoin would be $17,000? Now we're only $1,000 away from your prediction. Shouldn't we sell now? Seeing Cheng Bingbing's dark eye sockets and obvious bloodshot eyes, Yichen felt distressed and said, "Wife, did you not sleep all night?" Cheng Bingbing nodded. "I couldn't sleep. Husband, if we sell now, we can earn 20 million. Yichen reached out and held Cheng Bingbing in his arms, gently patting her back, and said softly, "I will set the take-profit price at $16,900. Trust me, nothing will go wrong." The reason why Yichen didn't set the take-profit price at $17,000 but at $16,900 was to be cautious. That future message said that once Bitcoin reaches $17,000, it will immediately hit the peak and start to decline. So Yichen was worried that if he set the price at $17,000, and by the time his Bitcoin in the account hadn't been sold yet, Bitcoin would start to plummet, then he would be at a loss. So for safety reasons, it's better to set the take-profit price at $16,900, just to be on the safe side. "Okay, honey." Cheng Bingbing nodded obediently. "Teacher Chang, is your chest still feeling tight? If it is, I can massage it for you." "Lin Hao, Bitcoin has risen to $16,000 now, and I'm ready to sell." On the other side, Bai Shui, who had just returned to Shanghai from Jiangcheng after finishing shooting the promotional film, opened the Huobi app and glanced at the real-time price of Bitcoin. When she saw that Bitcoin had risen to $16,000, her breathing couldn't help but become rapid. She couldn't wait anymore and wanted to liquidate her holdings now. By liquidating now, she could earn a profit of $2 million. "Sis, you know that Bitcoin will eventually rise to $20,000, but now it's only at $16,000, and you're already eager to sell it. It's like you can't get along with money," Lin Hao said. "But I'm really nervous now. I haven't had a good night's sleep these days, and if this continues, I feel like I'm going to collapse mentally," Bai Shui said. "Sis, I have to say, your mental resilience is really not good. There's nothing to be nervous or afraid of. I'm just excited right now. After this wave, I'm going to make billions. I'm really making a killing," Lin Hao said. "Sis, you have to stay calm. Opportunities like this, where we can make money without doing anything, probably only come once in a lifetime. So we must seize it. If you sell Bitcoin now, I really don't know what to say. We can have issues with anyone or anything, but we can't have issues with money. Do you understand, sis?" "Okay, I got it. I won't liquidate," Bai Shui said. That's right." Lin Hao smiled. Shimao Xishan Villa is located in the Xishan National Forest Resort in Shanghai. It is the only villa in Shanghai with natural landscape resources of 3 mountains and 1 lake. Shimao Xishan Villa has a total of 72 villas, with an average area of 6 acres, and the largest villa covers a terrifying 40 acres. These 72 villas are distributed on nearly 20 small islands, connected by bridges, and are true island villas. At that time, in Villa No. 8, a girl with dimples on her face and a cute appearance was lying bored on the genuine leather sofa in the living room, playing with her phone. Suddenly, a young man wearing a baseball cap walked into the villa and came to the living room. When the girl with dimples saw the baseball cap man walking towards her, she quickly sat up from the sofa and exclaimed, "Cousin, when did you come to Shanghai?" "I arrived yesterday." The baseball cap man walked and said, "Jia, let's go. Cousin will take you out to play." "Where are we going to play?" Zhou Jia stood up curiously. "We're going out to sea on a yacht." "How about it? Interested?" Zhou Jia's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Sure." In a short while, the baseball cap man drove a silver sports car with Zhou Jia and left Shimao Xishan Villa. "Jia, how much did you buy Bitcoin for this time?" "I don't have as much money as you. I only bought 10 million worth of Bitcoin." "What about you, cousin? How much did you buy?" Zhou Jia asked from the passenger seat. "Not much, 1 billion. 1 billion is not much? Cousin, you really know how to show off." Zhou Jia rolled her eyes and said speechlessly. Just then, Zhou Jia's phone received a WeChat notification sound. She took out her phone and saw that it was a voice message from Yichen. As Zhou Jia clicked on it, Yichen's voice came out from her phone. "Jia, if you trust me, set the take-profit price of your Bitcoin account to $16,900. "Jia, who is this guy?" The baseball cap man who was driving laughed and said, "Is he your boyfriend?" "Cousin, stop talking nonsense. This is my brother Yichen," said the man in the baseball cap. Hearing this, the man in the baseball cap was taken aback. "Yichen?" he asked. "Is it the same Yichen who used to tutor you in math?" Although he had never met Yichen before, his cousin had mentioned him many times in the past and spoke highly of him. Yes, his cousin nodded, and the man in the baseball cap continued, "Jia, did you tell Yichen about the insider information on Bitcoin this time?" "Yes," Zhou Jia replied, and then changed the subject, "but before I told Yichen, he had already bought Bitcoin." Moreover, Yi Chen's prediction of the Bitcoin price trend is different from our insider information. He predicts that the peak price of this wave of Bitcoin will be $17,000, not $20,000 as mentioned in the insider information. After listening to his cousin's words, the man in the baseball cap couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This Yi Chen is quite interesting. Even after you told him the insider information, he still believes in his own prediction. He even advised you to set the take-profit price at $16,900. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. This person is either not bad or just foolish. Zhou Jia frowned upon hearing this. Cousin, I won't allow you to speak ill of my brother Yi Chen. My brother Yi Chen is not foolish at all. He is very smart, and he is not bad either. He is really a very good person. Zhou Jia, I feel like your cousin's position in your heart is lower than that of a stranger, the man in the baseball cap said sarcastically. Who told you to speak ill of my brother Yi Chen? Zhou Jia rolled her eyes at her cousin. Zhou Jia, don't blame me for being blunt, the man in the baseball cap said while driving. I'm just telling the truth. That Yi Chen of yours, if I remember correctly, he came from a humble background, and his family is ordinary. Normally, someone with his background would believe the insider information you told him about Bitcoin, rather than sticking to his own judgment. That's not confidence, it's arrogance. In my opinion, arrogance and foolishness can be equated. Pausing for a moment, the man in the baseball cap continued, if he believed the insider information you told him, but advised you to sell Bitcoin early, then that would be bad, wouldn't it? So, the evaluation I just gave of your Yi Chen is spot on. Zhou Jia, you're still too young and too easily trusting of someone. It's also because your uncle and aunt have protected you too well over the years. Cousin, if you keep speaking ill of my brother Yi Chen, I'll really get angry. Zhou Jia glared at her cousin fiercely. Humph, I now think that Yi Chen's previous analysis was reasonable. I'll listen to him and set the take-profit price at $16,900. The man in the baseball cap didn't take his cousin's words seriously and thought she was just venting her anger. Zhou Jia, may I ask what insights your Yi Chen has on this wave of Bitcoin trend? My brother Yi Chen said that this time, not only retail investors are being taken advantage of, but big investors like us are also being taken advantage of. Upon hearing this, the man in the baseball cap was stunned. Are you saying that he suspects that the insider information this time is intentionally false, so that they can harvest us big investors? Exactly, I think Yi Chen's suspicion is not unfounded, Zhou Jia said. Zhou Jia, your Yi Chen is clearly a conspiracy theorist, the man in the baseball cap sneered. I don't believe that those people behind the scenes would dare to target us big investors. Those people are smart and surely know that there are some profits that cannot be made. Hey, Zhou Jia, what are you doing? Are you really going to believe that Yi Chen and change the take-profit price to $16,900? The man in the baseball cap suddenly noticed that his cousin was holding her phone and opening the Huobi platform, resetting the take-profit price. Of course, when I say I believe in brother Yi Chen, it's not just empty words, Zhou Jia said as she operated her phone, her head lowered. Zhou Jia, you're breaking my heart. You would rather believe a stranger than your own cousin. I'm your real cousin, the man in the baseball cap said with a hurt expression. I just think brother Yi Chen is more reliable than you. Zhou Jia, who had finished resetting the take-profit price, lifted her chin and said arrogantly, Alright, Zhou Jia, when Bitcoin rises to $20,000, you'll see whose words are more trustworthy, your cousin or that Yi Chen. After sending a voice message to Zhou Jia, Yi Chen immediately called Wang Zhigua, in the Yeshu Group headquarters building, in the chairman's office. After finishing the call, Wang Zhigua placed his phone on the desk in front of him, and then his index finger and middle finger rhythmically tapped the desktop. This was a habit he had developed over the years when contemplating problems. Li Xiaolan sat quietly across from Wang Zhigua. She had heard the conversation between Wang Zhigua and Yi Chen just now. For a while, the large office was filled only with the sound of fingers tapping on the desk. Several minutes later, the sound of fingers tapping on the desk disappeared, and Li Xiaolan knew that her husband had made a decision in his heart. Curiously, she asked, La Wang, are you going to listen to Xiao Yi or not? Wang Zhigua smiled and said, Lan, don't I have 10 Bitcoin contracts in my account? I plan to change the take-profit price of half of the contracts to $16,900, as Yi Chen suggested, and keep the take-profit price of the remaining half unchanged. Li Xiaolan nodded and said, that sounds good. On July 22, Yi Chen and Cheng Bingbing had not slept until after 2 a.m. because the selling point of Bitcoin was about to appear. Although Yi Chen had set a take-profit price, there should be no unexpected events. However, Yi Chen still wanted to personally witness the safe landing of this wave of profits. Unconsciously, the time came to 3:04 a.m. The price of Bitcoin had already risen to over $16,800. The take-profit point was about to be broken. At this point, not to mention Chang Bingbing, even Yi Chen couldn't help but feel nervous. Chang Bingbing was even more nervous. She even pressed her hand against her chest, afraid that her heart would jump out. Half an hour passed, but the take-profit point couldn't be broken no matter what, as if there was an invisible wall blocking it. "Husband, should we sell?" Chang Bingbing, who couldn't bear it any longer, stared at Yi Chen with red eyes. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Okay, let's listen to my wife." Although he was sure that the take-profit point would definitely be broken, seeing Chang Bingbing's current state, Yi Chen didn't want to wait any longer. It was better to liquidate early and let Chang Bingbing get a good night's sleep. But as soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, the price of Bitcoin suddenly moved, rising more than $30 in an instant, breaking through the take-profit point set by Yi Chen. "Husband, the take-profit point has been broken," Chang Bingbing said happily. I see it. Husband, how long will the transaction take?" Chang Bingbing asked. "Only when the transaction is completed can it be considered a done deal, and the money they earned will be in their pockets. It should be soon." As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, he saw the message confirming the successful transaction pop up. Seeing this, Chang Bingbing's heart finally settled. "Husband, how much did we earn this time?" Chang Bingbing's voice trembled a bit. As a senior accountant, she had already calculated how much she earned this time in her mind. But she couldn't help but ask, "Let me take a look." Yi Chen opened the account as he spoke. At this moment, Yi Chen was also very excited. It was the first time he had seen so much money. The initial purchase price of Bitcoin was $4,312. The selling price just now was $16,900. With a fivefold leverage and deducting transaction fees, there was a total of $3,167 million in Yi Chen's account. If converted to RMB, it would be 21,794 million renminbi. The principal was 1.5 million. So, after this calculation, he netted 20,294 million renminbi. Terrifying profits. "Honey, we're rich." The two embraced tightly. "Alright, honey, you haven't rested well these days. Go get some sleep." Yi Chen gently patted Chang Bingbing's back and said, "Aha." In less than a minute, Chang Bingbing fell asleep. But Yi Chen didn't sleep. The future news clearly stated that Bitcoin would quickly reach its peak and start to decline once it reached $17,000, stabilizing around $6,000. In that case, he naturally had to short sell. And so, Yi Chen began to take action. This time, Yi Chen didn't place a contract order for the $3.167 million in his account, but instead placed multiple orders. Yi Chen also chose a fivefold leverage. Soon, Yi Chen successfully bought 8 short-selling contracts. The purchase price was $16,980. According to the future news, Bitcoin would immediately decline after reaching its peak, not just to $6,000, but would directly fall below $6,000, then rise again and stabilize around $6,000. Since he didn't know the exact bottom value of Bitcoin's decline, after some thought, Yi Chen set all 8 of his short-selling contracts to automatically close when it reached $6,000. This was the safest option. With everything settled, Yi Chen couldn't help but kiss Chang Bingbing's forehead as she slept in his arms. This time, Yi Chen planned to keep his short selling of Bitcoin a secret from Chang Bingbing. It wasn't that he wanted to hide it from her, but he was afraid that if he told her, Chang Bingbing wouldn't be able to sleep well again in the days to come. So it was better to keep it a secret for now. He would keep it a secret for as long as he could. Next, Yi Chen placed his phone on the bedside table and then hugged Chang Bingbing, quickly falling asleep himself. However, Yi Chen was awakened by his alarm clock after only a few hours of sleep. He had to get up and go for a morning run and exercise. As a married man, for his own happiness and for teacher Chang's happiness, he was serious about self-discipline. After changing into his sportswear, Yi Chen went downstairs and started jogging around the neighborhood. Just as Yi Chen had finished a few laps and was covered in sweat, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Zhou Jia calling, so he answered the call while continuing to run. "Brother Yi Chen, you're really amazing. What's up? Brother Yi Chen, don't you know?" In the early hours of the morning, Bitcoin rose to $17,000, and then it started to decline. It just fell below $16,000. "Brother Yi Chen, your prediction of the Bitcoin market was really accurate. I admire you so much." Zhou Jia's admiration for Yi Chen was evident in her words. It fell to $16,000 so quickly? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. The speed at which Bitcoin was falling was faster than he had imagined. "Yes, brother Yi Chen, you're really amazing. You predicted that Bitcoin would reach its peak and rebound at $17,000, and now it really has rebounded." Hearing the sound of a car horn coming from the phone, Zhou Jia paused for a moment. "Brother Yi Chen, you're outside, not at home?" Yeah, I'm outside jogging, Yi-chen said. Jogging? You're out jogging so early, brother Yi-chen, you're really disciplined. Joja suddenly laughed as she spoke, but for married men like you, Yi-chen, with such a beautiful wife, you should definitely have self-discipline. By the way, Yi-chen, don't just focus on running. After running, do some squats and practice Kegel exercises, it will be more effective. Alright, Yi-chen, I'm hanging up. Hearing the beep in his ear, Yi-chen shook his head and smiled. These girls nowadays, they know quite a lot. On the other side, after Joja hung up the phone, she immediately dialed another number. The phone was answered after a few rings. How about it, cousin? Isn't my brother Yi-chen amazing? Jojia's tone was full of pride. My brother Yi-chen predicted that Bitcoin would rise to 17,000 and then rebound, and now the fact proves that my brother Yi-chen's prediction is a god-level prediction. So, now you know how amazing my brother Yi-chen is, right? Jia, the rise and fall of Bitcoin is normal. This temporary decline is just temporary. It will definitely rise again until it reaches 20,000 US dollars. Hearing her cousin's words, Joja pouted and said dissatisfiedly, it definitely won't rise again. It will definitely rise again. Jojia's eyes turned and she suddenly spoke provocatively, cousin, dare you make a bet with me? A bet? What kind of bet? Jojia's cousin was curious. Let's bet on whether Bitcoin will rise again in the future. If it rises again, you win, and if it doesn't, I win. Sounds interesting. Tell me what the stakes are. Cousin, if I win, you lend me your black card from Qingyuan Club for a while. Jia said. What do you want that for? Jojia's cousin was taken aback at first, then he realized, Jia, you're not thinking of giving my black card to your friend Yi-chen, are you? His black card from Qingyuan Club meant nothing to his cousin. But if that card ended up in the hands of an ordinary person, it would be absolutely valuable. Cousin, as for what I want your black card for, that's none of your business. Just tell me if you dare to bet with me. Jia continued to provoke. Jia, don't try to provoke me. Since you want to bet with me, then your cousin will definitely accompany you to the end. Jojia's cousin smiled and said, now the question is, what do I get if you lose? Well, cousin, if you win, I won't send the picture of you meeting a famous female internet celebrity last night to my aunt. Jia said with a smirk. Hearing this, Jojia's cousin instantly lost his composure. Just as he was about to say something, his phone's WeChat notification suddenly rang. Cousin, I sent you the picture. The person in it should be you, and you even wore a mask, quite conscious of safety. Jia innocently smiled. Opening WeChat and seeing the picture, Jojia's cousin turned pale. The background of the photo was a 5-star hotel in the Magic City. Although he was facing sideways in the photo and wearing a mask, people who weren't familiar with him wouldn't recognize him. But if his cousin sent this picture to his mother, she would definitely recognize him at a glance. There was no way around it. After all, he was born by his mother for 10 months. Jia, you're really unkind. I took you out on a yacht yesterday, and you actually followed and secretly took pictures of me. Are you a perverted voyeur? You're the perverted voyeur. I went out shopping with Ling Ling last night, coincidentally passed by, and then I saw you. If you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. Jia said, cousin, how about this bet? If you win, I will completely delete this picture from my phone. No, something doesn't seem right no matter how I think about it. Cousin Jia said on the phone, if I lose the bet, not only will I give you my Qingyuan Club card, but you also won't delete the photos and have to send them to my mom. This is so unfair. Cousin, aren't you confident? Why are you worried about losing? Jia laughed. Hearing this, cousin Jia smiled awkwardly and said, well, it's better to be safe than sorry. Alright, how about this? If I win the bet, you lend me your Qingyuan Club black card, and I won't send that photo to my aunt. Is that okay? Okay, Jia, let's agree on that. Cousin Jia readily agreed. As soon as Yi-chen returned home after exercising, Cheng Bingbing came out of the kitchen and hugged him. Yi-chen, you're amazing. Bitcoin really started to fall after reaching $17,000, just as you predicted. Yi-chen looked at Cheng Bingbing seriously and smiled. Not bad, Teacher Chang. You look much better now. When you sleep well, your complexion naturally improves. Cheng Bingbing suddenly became excited and said, husband, we have money now, and today is the weekend. Let's go look at houses later. 20 million is enough for them to buy a more than 100 square meter house in a good location in the Magic City, and it's a good property. Honey, can we postpone buying a house for now? Our company has just started, and there will be more expenses in the future. I think it's better to wait until the company is on track before we buy a house. What do you think? Yi-chen said. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Bingbing nodded. Honey, you're considerate. You're the head of the family, so I'll listen to you. Alright, honey, you've worked up a sweat. Go take a shower. I've already prepared your clothes in the bathroom. Okay. At that moment, Bai Shui became a little panicked when she saw Bitcoin drop by over 1,000 overnight. In her panic, she thought about selling everything. But at that moment, Lin Hao called. Sis, Bitcoin dropped by over $1,000 last night, did you know? As soon as the call connected, Lin Hao's calm voice came through. I just saw it. Bai Shui said. Don't panic, sis. You have to stay calm. Don't sell everything just because Bitcoin had a big drop. Lin Hao said, Bitcoin is like this, it's normal for it to fluctuate. Just like stocks, you can't have the mentality of chasing highs and selling lows. So at this time, you have to stay calm like me, and remain composed. But Lin Hao, I'm worried that Bitcoin will keep dropping. Bai Shui said anxiously. No, you forgot what Director Zhang said on the phone that day, right? Director Zhang said that Bitcoin will eventually rise to $20,000. With Director Zhang's status, if he dares to say that, he must have heard insider information. So why should we worry? Lin Hao said. Sis, if you sell everything now, you'll miss out on earning 4 or 5 million. After listening to her younger brother's words, Bai Shui struggled in her heart for a while before saying, okay, I won't sell everything for now. Good, that's what I'm worried about. I was afraid that you would panic and want to sell everything after seeing Bitcoin drop so much, so I called you. Lin Hao laughed. On the other side, Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing were sitting in the dining room eating dumplings. They made the shrimp filling together. Honey, Monli came back from Jiangcheng after finishing the promotional video. Let's invite her to have dinner at our place tonight. After seeing her cousin's post on WeChat Moments, Chang Bingbing looked up and said to Yi Chen, sure. Just as Yi Chen finished speaking, his phone rang. Caller ID, Wang Jigua. The phone is connected. Uncle Wang. Xiao Ye, you really predicted it. After Bitcoin rose to $17,000, it really hit bottom and rebounded. Now it has dropped more than $1,000. It's not easy, Xiao Ye. Wang Jigua said with a smile. Uncle Wang, do you remember my other predictions about the Bitcoin market last time we had dinner at your place? Of course I remember. You suspected that the few manipulators behind this not only wanted to harvest retail investors but also big investors like me. Yes, Yi Chen said, Uncle Wang, if you still have long contracts that haven't been sold, I suggest you sell them as soon as possible. If my suspicions come true, Bitcoin will definitely continue to fall, and the decline will not be small. If you wait until others realize it, it will be difficult for you to find buyers if you want to liquidate. With that, Yi Chen's tone changed and he smiled. Of course, it's also possible that I'm overthinking it. If the insider information you received is true, Bitcoin will rise to $20,000 in the future. Xiao Ye, I will seriously consider what you said. Hearing this, Yi Chen didn't continue the topic any further. This kind of thing should be left at that. Wang Jigua is a big shot in the business world and will have his own judgment. The two chatted casually for a while and then ended the call. Hainan, Yeshu Group. Wang Jigua sat in his office, tapping his index and middle fingers rhythmically on his desk. Li Xiaolan sat across from him. After a while, Li Xiaolan looked at her husband and said, Lao Wang, have you made up your mind? Wang Jigua nodded and said, the company is building a new factory in Kunshan and urgently needs a large amount of cash flow. So for now, let's not take this risk. Let's liquidate now. If Xiaoye's prediction comes true, we big investors will also become losers. We will lose a lot of money. This time, he invested a total of 20 million renminbi in Bitcoin. Yesterday, he listened to Yi Chen and set the take-profit price for the 5 long contracts at $16,900. This time, he withdrew 10 million of his principal, earning over 110 million. Now he still has 5 contracts left, with a principal of 10 million. Wang Jigua looked and found that the real-time price of Bitcoin had dropped to around $15,600. If it really continues to fall as Yi Chen said, and the decline is not small, it would be difficult for him to sell at $15,600. After thinking for a moment, Wang Jigua directly set the sell price at $15,000 and put up the 5 contracts for sale. After doing all this, Wang Jigua stared at his phone and waited. In less than a minute, all 5 contracts were traded. This time, although he didn't earn as much as the morning, he still made over 95 million. Lao Wang, if Xiaoye's prediction is correct, why don't we short it now? Li Xiaolan suddenly said. We can. Wang Jigua smiled and said, let's invest another 20 million to short it. He didn't invest all the 200 million he earned this time, but decided to invest only 20 million. This is based on 2 considerations. First, his Yeshu Group is currently building a new factory in Kunshan and needs 700 to 800 million in cash flow. However, the company's account doesn't have that much cash flow at the moment. In this situation, the 200 million he earned in the cryptocurrency market is particularly important. It can help fill the funding gap for the company. Bitcoin is still very risky, so it's better not to take this risk. After all, these 2 billion directly affect whether his Yeshukunshin new factory can be built and put into production according to plan. It's about the future development of the company, not a joke. Definitely can't take risks easily. Second, if he invests more than 2 billion to short Bitcoin all at once, involving such a large amount of transactions, it is highly likely to attract attention. But if he only invests 20 million, it won't be so eye-catching in the huge Bitcoin trading market, reducing the possibility of attracting attention. It would be safer. The next day, which is the morning of July 23rd, Bitcoin rose by $500. How about it, sis? I told you that the Bitcoin drop yesterday was just temporary, now it's rising again. In a high-end club in Shanghai, Lin Hao lay on a massage bed, enjoying the massage service from a beautiful female masseuse while talking on the phone with his sister. Luckily I listened to your advice yesterday and didn't sell everything. Bai Shui laughed. However, in the afternoon, Bitcoin started to drop again. By the end of the day, it directly dropped to $14,000. On July 24th, the price of Bitcoin plummeted, falling below $11,000. On July 25th, Bitcoin directly dropped to a 4-digit price, falling to over $9,000. Now those big players who received inside information have all come to their senses, realizing that something is wrong. They realized that they may also have been treated as cabbage this time. As a result, these big players started to sell their Bitcoin holdings, including Lin Hao and Bai Shui, the brother and sister. However, in this situation, no one would be foolish enough to come forward as a buyer. Small retail investors are fine, as long as they set the selling price lower than the real-time transaction price, they can still sell. But it's different for big players. The Bitcoin accumulated in their accounts is not a small amount. People with average strength don't even have the qualifications to be buyers for these big players. And those who have the strength are all very shrewd. It's impossible for them to come out as buyers at this time, because everyone knows that coming out as a buyer at this time would be pure cabbage. Lin Hao and Bai Shui, the brother and sister, were completely panicked. What should we do, Lin Hao? I set the selling price at $7,000, but still can't sell it. Bai Shui is now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Sis, it's the same for me. I lowered the selling price to $6,000, but no one wants to buy. Lin Hao, at this moment, is no longer as calm and composed as before, even more panicked than his sister. He has to be anxious. You should know that in order to raise more capital to buy Bitcoin this time, he not only sold his newly purchased BMW X1, but also sold the only house in his family. Even his grandmother gave him her retirement money. It can be said that he sold all the assets in his family to buy Bitcoin. He originally thought that after this wave, he would definitely become rich and become a billionaire. At the beginning, as the price of Bitcoin kept rising, he firmly believed that his dream of getting rich would definitely come true. However, the speed and magnitude of the recent Bitcoin drop were beyond his imagination. It caught him off guard. By the time he realized and wanted to sell, it was already too late. What should we do now, Lin Hao? Bai Shui is not only anxious but also regretful. She had wanted to sell everything several times before, but was persuaded by her younger brother. Now, Bitcoin has dropped below 5 digits and is still falling. The entire Bitcoin market is filled with cries of despair. In this panic-filled environment, she can't sell her Bitcoin at all. If she hadn't listened to her brother's advice and chose to sell everything, it would have been so much better. If she had sold everything back then, she could have made over 20 million. However, now, she regrets it so much. I didn't know what to do. Lin Hao said with a sad face, Sis, you're still okay. You only prepared a capital of 1.55 million, but I invested 7.6 million. I sold my house and car, and now I'm living in a hotel with my grandmother. If I really fail this time, then my grandmother and I won't even have a place to live. Sis, Bitcoin has dropped so much now, I dare not tell my grandmother. Damn it, how could the insider information leaked from Director Zheng be fake? We've been fooled this time. At that time, Wang Fong took a car to the Guoxin Century Seaview sales office. Seeing the bustling sales hall filled with people, Wang Fong couldn't help but be amazed. There are really so many wealthy people in the city. It should be noted that Guoxin Century Seaview is another top-notch project created by Zhangjiang Real Estate, and it is also a very valuable river view property. Now the average price of houses in Guoxin Century Seaview has reached 150,000 yuan per square meter. However, even at such a high price, there are still many people coming to see the houses. It is obvious that there are not enough salespeople here. She has been here for a while, but no salesperson has come to greet her yet. Wang Fong doesn't mind, she came to the sand table to look at the floor plans by herself. If it were in the past, she would never have dared to think about buying such an expensive house. But now it's different. Her precious grandson told her that if she invests in Bitcoin this time, she can earn over 200 million. With this over 200 million, it would be easy for her to buy a Riverview luxury house in Guaxin Century Seaview. Since she was bored today, she came early to take a look at the floor plans. She never thought that after retiring from Zhongjiang Real Estate, she would one day come to buy a house in a development project by Zhongjiang Real Estate, and it's a Riverview luxury house at that. This can be considered as a triumphant return for her, Wang Feng. It's all thanks to her precious grandson giving her face. Wang Jie? Suddenly, a surprised female voice sounded behind Wang Feng. Turning around, looking at the middle-aged woman in professional attire in front of her, Wang Feng exclaimed, "Luan? Wang Jie, it's really you. I thought I mistook someone else." Luan smiled. When she first joined the company, it was Wang Feng who guided her. The other party can be considered as her half-mentor. After Wang Feng retired, they didn't have much contact over the years. Looking at Luan's work badge, Wang Feng smiled and said, "Not bad, Xiao Lu. You've become a sales manager and a leader now. That's because Wang Jie taught me well before." Luan said, "By the way, Wang Jie, are you here to look at houses?" Seeing Wang Feng nod, Luan smiled and asked, "Then, Wang Jie, do you have a specific floor plan in mind? I think this house is pretty good." Following Wang Feng's finger, Luan's eyes paused for a moment, and then she asked uncertainly, "Wang Jie, are you referring to that large flat?" "Yes, that's the one," Wang Feng said. The housing prices in the city have been rising every year, and the rate of increase is leading the country. Now that her grandson has money, it's natural for her to buy a big house. A Riverview large flat like this one near the Huangpu River will definitely have a considerable appreciation potential in the future. Seeing Wang Feng admit it, Luan was shocked. You should know that the house Wang Feng is interested in is a large flat with an area of over 300 square meters. The full payment for this large flat is nearly 50 million renminbi. Luan knows about Wang Feng's family situation. The other party is not from a wealthy family. Her husband passed away early, and in the year of her retirement, her son and daughter-in-law unfortunately died in a car accident. Over the years, Wang Feng has raised her grandson alone, which is quite difficult. With Wang Feng's background, it's unbelievable that she wants to buy a large flat in Guaxin Century Seaview. Just heard Wang Feng say she wants to buy a house. She thought the other party only wanted to buy a 100 square meter house. As a native of Shanghai, Wang Feng naturally already has a house. She thought that the other party was probably planning to exchange their old house for a new one in Guaxin Century Seaview. Many of the Shanghai natives she knows have done the same. But what she never expected was that Wang Feng actually wanted to buy a large flat. That's a luxury riverside mansion worth millions. Even if she sold her old house, it wouldn't be enough to buy this kind of riverside flat. "Wang Jie, it seems like you've made a fortune in recent years," Luan said with a smile, trying to get information from Wang Feng. "I didn't make a fortune when I was working, and it's even less likely now that I'm retired," Wang Feng said, changing the subject. "It's my grandson who has had good luck recently, made a fortune, earned a few billion." At the end, Wang Feng's face was filled with pride and satisfaction. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Luan was shocked. "A few billion? Wow, Wang Jie, what business did your grandson do to make a fortune?" "It's Bitcoin. My grandson predicted that Bitcoin would rise when the price was low, so we sold our house and used the money, along with some other funds, to buy Bitcoin." "Who would have thought that Bitcoin would really rise as my grandson predicted?" Wang Feng said excitedly. "Bitcoin?" Luan was taken aback. She knew that Bitcoin had been skyrocketing recently. But wasn't it falling these past few days? She also heard that Bitcoin would continue to fall, and many big investors would suffer losses. Bitcoin has fallen so much, logically speaking, Wang Feng should be worried. Why does she still look so proud? And why did she come to her to buy a riverside flat? "Xiao Lu, what's wrong with you?" Wang Feng noticed that Lu Wan's reaction was not what she expected. Instead of showing envy, Lu Wan seemed hesitant to speak. "Wang Jie, don't you know that Bitcoin has been falling these past few days? And it's falling hard?" Hearing Lu Wan's words, Wang Feng was first stunned, then quickly refuted. "How is that possible? Bitcoin has been rising all along. Just this morning, Xiaohao told me that Bitcoin is still rising." "Wang Jie, Bitcoin has really been falling these past few days. It has even fallen below 5 digits now. Your grandson probably lied to you about Bitcoin rising because he didn't want you to worry," Lu Wan said. "What?" Now Wang Feng was no longer calm. Lu Wan wouldn't lie to her about this. With that thought, Wang Feng's face quickly turned pale. "Xiao Lu, I'm going back." Seeing that Wang Feng was about to leave, Lu Wan spoke up. Wang Jia, as you can see, we're short-staffed here. If you're willing, you can come and help out. I'll pay you 4,000 yuan a month." She guessed that Wang Feng's grandson was probably going to suffer a big loss with Bitcoin this time. And Wang Feng just said that her grandson sold their house to buy Bitcoin. So she thought that Wang Feng might not be able to live her retirement life as planned. Regardless, when she first joined the company, Wang Feng did teach her a lot. Now that she saw Wang Feng in trouble, she wanted to lend a helping hand. In Shanghai, in a business suite at the Four Seasons Hotel, Lin Hao held his phone, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the screen, pacing back and forth in the room. Lin Hao was so anxious that he couldn't sit still. "I've set it at $5,000, why isn't it selling? Someone please buy it already, where did everyone go?" Lin Hao muttered to himself. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lin Hao walked over and saw through the peephole that his grandmother was standing outside the door. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao forced a smile on his face and opened the door. "Grandma." After Wang Feng entered the house, she went straight to the point with her grandson. "Xiao Hao, tell me honestly, has Bitcoin dropped significantly these past few days?" Lin Hao couldn't pretend anymore when he heard this. He hung his head and weakly said, "Grandma, you already know, huh?" Hearing this, Wang Feng became anxious and quickly asked, "Xiao Hao, how much has Bitcoin dropped now?" "It just dropped below $9,000, Lin Hao said. "Xiao Hao, lower the price and sell it quickly." "I can't, Grandma. I already set the selling price at $5,000, but it still won't sell." Lin Hao drooped his head in frustration. No longer the confident person he was before, he looked like a defeated eggplant. "What? It won't sell even at 5,000? Wang Feng became completely worried. "Xiao Hao, if 5,000 won't work, then lower it to 4,000. "Wait a little longer, if it still won't sell, I'll lower it to 4,000. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, his face filled with unwillingness. Just a few days ago, Bitcoin was continuously rising. It even reached $17,000. How did it encounter such a big setback in just 2 or 3 days? Sigh, he was too greedy. If he had known, he should have sold everything when Bitcoin reached $16,000. At that time, with a 10x leverage, he could have earned over 100 million, maybe even close to 200 million. Greed kills. He regretted it so much. If only time could turn back. At that time, Yi Chen was sitting in his office talking to his mother on the phone. "Son, have you found a house yet?" Lin Xia called specifically to ask about Yi Chen's house. "Mom, it's not that easy," Yi Chen said helplessly. Poor parents, even though he had already graduated and started a family, in his parents' eyes, he was still a child. His mother called him every few days to ask if he had bought a house. "Son, if the down payment is not enough, just tell us. Your dad and I will send you the money in a few days." In Lin Xia's view, it had been so many days and her son still hadn't finalized a house. It was probably because he didn't have enough money for the down payment. Although the family didn't have much money left, as long as her son asked, she and her husband would shamelessly borrow from relatives and friends to gather the down payment for their son's house. Because only with his own house, her son could truly settle down in Shanghai and not be called a Shanghai drifter by outsiders. "Mom, I have enough money. Actually, I have already found a few houses that I like. I'm currently comparing prices, and within 10 days, I'm sure I can finalize a house," Yi Chen said. Hearing her son's words, a smile appeared on Lin Xia's face. "Okay, that's good. By the way, son, do you know Zhang Ji? Zhang Ji? Isn't he the son of the richest man in Sherdai County?" Yi Chen said. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Ji was the son of Zhang Dongju, the richest man in his hometown of Sherdai County. That's right, it's him. Zhang Dongju was really rich. He bought his son a luxury apartment with a river view in Shanghai. It's said to have cost over 20 million. These days, when I open my social media, all I see are pictures of that luxury apartment. Mom, don't envy others. Who knows, maybe one day your son will have money and be able to buy a luxury apartment with a river view in Shanghai too, Yi Chen smiled. At this moment, Yi Chen had already made up his mind. When his money came out of the Bitcoin market, he would buy a luxury apartment with a river view. Not for anything else, just to make his parents proud and happy. At this time, Yi Ba and Yi Qing took the phone from Yi Ma's hand and grinned. "Son, if you can buy a luxury riverside mansion in the Magic City one day, then your dad will walk sideways when he goes out in the future." "Walk sideways? Who do you think you are, a crab?" "Seriously, you don't have any dignity in front of your son," said the annoyed voice of his mother on the phone. After chatting with his parents for a while, Yi Chen hung up the phone. He then started humming a song in his office. Every time he finished a call with his parents, Yi Chen's mood would be particularly good. After a while, Yi Chen's phone rang again. He answered the call and Wang Jigua's voice came through. "Xiaoye, Bitcoin has been plummeting these past few days, and you predicted it again. Impressive. Yi Chen smiled. Uncle Wang, it's just luck. Luck? There's no such thing as luck in this world. Wang Jigua said, Xiaoye, I really have to thank you. Thanks to your reminder this time, otherwise I would have definitely become a scapegoat. Yeshu Group is about to establish a new factory in Kunshan, and the company is in need of a large cash flow. If he had lost another 20 million in the Bitcoin market this time, it would have put even more strain on the company's financial chain. Whenever he thought about this, Wang Jigua couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, he had Yi Chen's reminder. With an attitude of believing rather than doubting, he chose a conservative approach. As a result, he didn't become a scapegoat this time. He even made a big profit and saved his company from a crisis. Uncle Wang, saying thank you is too polite. It's me, Uncle Wang, being a bit melodramatic. Xiaoye, when I return to the Magic City, come to my house for a meal. Let's have a good drink. Wang Jigua laughed. Sure. By the way, Xiaoye, you mentioned before that Bitcoin will experience a big drop. After I sold everything, I shorted it. Xiaoye, what do you think is a suitable take-profit price now? Wang Jigua asked. He was very convinced of Yi Chen's predictions about the Bitcoin market. That was the main reason why he called Yi Chen. Around $6,000. Yi Chen said, of course, I think the bottom price should be lower than $6,000, but after it reaches the bottom, there should be a small rebound before stabilizing around $6,000. Okay, Xiaoye, I got it. I'll set the take-profit price at $6,000 later. On July 26, Bitcoin fell below $7,000. On this day, several people who went bankrupt because of Bitcoin were exposed by the media, and they went to the rooftop. Now, the Bitcoin market is in a state of devastation. Retail investors are still okay, especially those big players who got the inside information in advance. They all have worried expressions on their faces. They have realized that this time, it is not the retail investors who are being harvested the most, but themselves, the big players. The so-called inside information was specifically designed to harvest these big players with the sharpest sickle. The next day, Wednesday, it was a little after 10:30 in the morning. Yi Chen sat in his office, staring at his phone. The price of Bitcoin had already fallen to $6,043. It was very close to the take-profit point he set. At 10:42, Bitcoin suddenly dropped by more than $60, breaking through Yi Chen's take-profit point. Less than a minute later, a notification popped up indicating that the transaction was completed. $28.963 million. When he saw the money in his account, even Yi Chen, who was prepared, couldn't help but get excited. $28.963 million, equivalent to 200,027,034 in Chinese yuan. In the eyes of some business tycoons, this amount of money might just be two small goals. But in his current eyes, it was an astronomical figure. He had never seen so much money in his life. After taking a deep breath and calming down a bit, Yi Chen chose to withdraw all the money from his account to his bank card. After initiating the withdrawal request, all he had to do was wait. On non-holidays, it would take less than 24 hours to arrive in his bank card. In reality, it usually only took 2 to 3 hours. If it was fast, it wouldn't even take 2 hours. At 1:03 in the afternoon, Yi Chen's phone received a text message notification. He took out his phone and his eyes lit up. The Bitcoin had been deposited. Now there were over 200,027,034 on his bank card. He was rich, he had made it. Stay calm, Yi Chen. You have the system now. Is a mere 200 million worth getting so excited about? Stay calm. On the other side, Lin Hao's face turned pale. It's over, I can't sell it for $4,500. You see, he had bought the Bitcoin for $4,315, and even added a tenfold leverage. If the Bitcoin continued to fall, he would definitely go bankrupt and lose everything. Thinking of this, Lin Hao looked desperate. The 7.6 million he invested in the Bitcoin market was his family's entire assets. If he lost it, he and his grandmother would have nowhere to live in the future. It's okay, Xiaohao. If you lose the money, you can earn it back. You're still young. Don't be discouraged. Cheer up. Grandma believes that you will become a big star in the future and make a lot of money. Seeing her beloved grandson looking dejected, Wang Fong couldn't help but feel heartbroken and comforted him. Grandma, I'm afraid I'm really going to go bankrupt this time. I've lost everything. It's all because I was too greedy before. I should have sold it earlier. Lin Hao regretted. Xiaohao, don't blame yourself. How can this be your fault? If you want to blame someone, blame Zhang Yimou. It was him who said that Bitcoin would eventually rise to $20,000. Who knew that such a famous director would also be deceived? Xiaohao, you were just implicated by Zhang Yimou, so you can't blame yourself. Wang Fong said. After being comforted by his grandmother, Lin Hao's mood wasn't as bad as it was at the beginning. He regained his composure and said, "Grandma, I'm not sad anymore. I will take this failed experience as a hardship in my life. It will help me grow faster. As long as I become a big star in the future, I can earn back the money I lost in no time." Seeing her beloved grandson regain his spirits, Wang Feng also felt happy. "Yes, Grandma believes that you can do it. In Grandma's eyes, Xiaohao, you have always been the best." "Grandma, where do you think we should live in the future?" Lin Hao asked with some frustration. Becoming a big star was something for the future, but there was a very real problem in front of him. Where would they live in the future? They couldn't go back to their only house, which had already been sold. The hotel was nice and comfortable to live in, but their finances didn't allow it. Before his grandmother could speak, Lin Hao suddenly brightened up and said, "Oh, Grandma, I figured out where we can live in the future." "Where?" Wang Feng asked instinctively. "Of course, we'll live at my sister's place." Lin Hao smiled and said, "Cheng Bingbing has already moved out and is living with Yi Chen. Now my sister is the only one living in that apartment. Whether it's one person or 3 people, we can all live there. If we move in, we can even save on rent." However, Wang Feng shook her head repeatedly when she heard this. "No, I don't want to live with Bai Shui. Whenever I see your sister's face, I will think of that woman." She had opposed her beloved son marrying that woman. But she couldn't resist her son, so she could only watch that woman become her daughter-in-law. During the time they lived together, she couldn't stand that woman no matter how she looked at her. 8 years ago, her beloved son died in a car accident, which left her heartbroken and made her feel that the woman killed her son. And her granddaughter, Bai Shui, looks too much like that woman. Every time she sees Bai Shui, she feels like she's seeing that woman. "Grandma, it's not necessary. My sister didn't do anything wrong," Lin Hao said helplessly. "Xiaohao, it was your mother who insisted on going on vacation back then. You know what happened afterwards. Your father was killed by your mother, and your sister looks and acts just like the woman who killed my son. Your sister is nothing like our family, and I don't want to see her face. So, Xiaohao, even if I have to sleep on the streets, I won't move in with your sister," Wang Feng said. "All right," Lin Hao sighed. "But Grandma, if we don't move in with my sister, we'll have to rent a place outside. And right now, I'm being blacklisted by Chen Yuan Media. I can't even get a commercial performance and earn money." "It's alright, Xiaohao. I still have a monthly pension of over 3,000 yuan. It's definitely enough for rent," Wang Feng said. "Also, yesterday I went to the Guoxin Century Seaview sales office and ran into one of my former apprentices. Now my apprentice is the sales manager there. The houses at Guoxin Century Seaview are selling well, and they're short-staffed. They can't keep up with the work. So my apprentice asked me to help out and said they would pay me 4,000 yuan a month. I'm retired and have nothing to do anyway. I'm still agile. Why not go and help out? With this 4,000 yuan, plus my pension, it's enough for the 2 of us to cover our daily expenses." "Grandma, I'm not filial. You're already retired and should be enjoying your old age at home. Now you have to go out and find work," Lin Hao said with a heavy heart. In his sister's eyes, his grandmother had a strong preference for boys over girls and was not a good grandmother. But in his heart, his grandmother was the best grandmother in the world. From childhood to adulthood, whenever there was something good, his grandmother would always think of him first. "It's alright, Xiaohao. I'll just do some odd jobs there. It's not tiring, and besides, it's not good for someone your grandmother's age to stay at home all the time. Going out and moving around, exercising, can actually prolong one's life," Wang Feng said with a smile. "By the way, Xiaohao, didn't you lend your sister 1 million yuan? You can't forget to get it back. And don't forget the interest," Lin Hao interjected. "Xiaohao, don't blame your grandmother for saying this, but your sister is just like that woman. Both of them are jinxes. You were blacklisted by Yi Chen because of your sister. And this time with Bitcoin, you went with your sister to meet Zhang Yinan and accidentally heard the insider information about Bitcoin. If you hadn't gone with your sister that day, you wouldn't have lost money this time," Wang Feng said. "Xiaohao, haven't you noticed that ever since you got close to your sister, you've been having bad luck? Your sister is a jinx." "Grandma, you must never say these things in front of my sister. She has already signed with Zhang Yi's studio and will receive his support in the future. She will become the new generation's Mao girl. I will rely on my sister's connections in the entertainment industry. Don't say these things in front of my sister and make her distant from me. That wouldn't be good," Lin Hao earnestly warned. "Grandma knows, I'm not stupid," Wang Feng said. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Yi Chen drove to Modi University to pick up Cheng Bingbing from work and take her home. Because it was still a while before Cheng Bingbing finished work, Yi Chen sat in the car and started playing Dodiju. After playing 2 rounds, Yi Chen received a WeChat message from Cheng Bingbing. "Husband, have you arrived?" Yi Chen replied, "Yes, I'm waiting for you in the car." Cheng Bingbing replied, "Husband, come up. Professor Li wants to talk to you." After sending a thumbs up emoji, Yi Chen got out of the car and walked towards the teacher's building in front of him. The Professor Li mentioned by Cheng Bingbing was named Li Sujin. She was Cheng Bingbing's doctoral advisor and was highly respected by Cheng Bingbing. What does Professor Li want with him? With curiosity in his heart, Yi Chen quickly arrived at Cheng Bingbing's office and saw Li Sujin. Her hair was white, and she was an elegant woman, clearly a highly educated intellectual. "Professor Li," Li Sujin smiled, "please have a seat, Xiaoye." After sitting down on a chair next to Cheng Bingbing, Yi Chen looked at Li Sujin with an inquiring gaze. "Xiaoye, do you know what my husband does?" Seeing Yi Chen shake his head, Li Sujin smiled and said directly, "My husband works at the Jianjun Film Production Studio. Speaking of which, Xiaoye, you are now in the same circle as my husband." Yi Chen raised his gaze, wearing an expression of attentiveness, and looked at Li Sujin. After taking a sip of tea, Li Sujin continued, "Xiaoye, the Jianjun Film Production Studio wants to collaborate with other film and television companies to produce a modern military-themed TV drama for patriotic propaganda and education. Xiaoye, you are the boss of Chenyuan Media now. I don't know if you are interested in this?" "Is he interested?" "Of course, he is interested. Anyone in the industry would understand the background of the Jianjun Film Production Studio. Which film and television company wouldn't want to collaborate with them and deepen their relationship? Professor Li, I don't think there is any peer in the industry who wouldn't want to collaborate with the Jianjun Film Production Studio. Chenyuan Media is no exception, but I suppose it won't be easy to collaborate with them, right?" Yi Chen said. With the special status of the Jianjun Film Production Studio, as long as they release the news, there is no need to think about it. Many film and television companies will definitely come knocking on their door, seeking to collaborate with them. "Yes," Li Sujin nodded, "this collaboration between the Jianjun Film Production Studio and your film and television company will be led by your company. Besides providing the necessary weapons and equipment for the production team, as well as some financial assistance, the rest will be coordinated and managed by your company. In a week, the Jianjun Film Production Studio will release an official announcement. At that time, based on the scripts submitted by various film and television companies and after internal discussions, the final partner for collaboration will be determined. So Xiaoye, if you are interested, you can start preparing the script now. The earlier you prepare, the better it will be for you, because this time the Jianjun Film Production Studio will be looking at the quality of the script submitted by your company to decide who to collaborate with." After listening, Yi Chen immediately thanked Li Sujin sincerely. "Professor Li, thank you for telling me this information in advance. A lot can be done in 7 days." Knowing in advance a week ahead means that he is already ahead of his peers at the starting line. "Xiaoye, your wife, Teacher Chang, is not only my proudest student, but over the years, I have also treated her as my own daughter. Now that Teacher Chang has married you, I sincerely hope that you and your wife will have a better and happier life in the future. And the only help I can offer you at the moment is this," Li Sujin said. "Teacher." Li Sujin's words deeply moved Cheng Bingbing. "Get up and walk to Cheng Bingbing's side." Li Sujin reached out and embraced Cheng Bingbing in her arms. Yuan, I can feel that every day after you marry Yi Chen is very happy. It is the happiest thing for a woman to marry the right person in her life, so the teacher is also happy for you. Xiaoyi is a good child. As long as you both work hard together, the teacher believes that you will definitely have a bright future. Aha! Cheng Bingbing's eyes turned red. Too many words were on the tip of her tongue but couldn't be said. In the end, she could only nod continuously. 5 o'clock. Yi Chen and Cheng Bingbing walked hand in hand from the teacher's comprehensive building and got into the car. "Wife, let's go see houses together this weekend," Yi Chen said as he fastened his seatbelt. "Ha!" Hearing Yi Chen's words, Cheng Bingbing, sitting in the passenger seat, was stunned. "Husband, didn't you say we would buy a house after the company's development is on track? I can't stand it anymore." Yi Chen started the car and drove away from the teacher's comprehensive building. "Can't stand it? What do you mean?" Cheng Bingbing didn't quite understand the meaning of Yi Chen's words. "The quality of the bed we rent is too poor, it squeaks too easily." Yi Chen smiled. Upon hearing this, Cheng Bingbing's eyes instantly curved into a crescent shape. "That's something I've been wanting to complain about." After leaving the gate of Modi University, before driving 10 meters away on the road, Cheng Bingbing suddenly spoke to Yi Chen. "Husband, did you see Aunt Zhang?" "I saw her." Aunt Zhang, mentioned by Cheng Bingbing, was named Zheng Chui. 2 years ago, one evening, Cheng Bingbing encountered 2 drunk men on her way home. Just as the 2 drunk men were about to harass Cheng Bingbing, Zheng Chui appeared in time, saving Cheng Bingbing from the trouble. At that time, Zhang Chui's identity was a street cleaner. Later, with Chang Bingbing's introduction, Zhang Chui came to work as a janitor at Moda University. She has been doing this job ever since. Zhang Chui, still wearing a janitor uniform, was standing 30 meters ahead on the roadside. She had just waved her hand to hail a taxi. However, the taxi didn't stop because it already had passengers. It's not easy to catch a taxi near the school gate at this time. Husband, Aunt Zhang usually takes the bus to and from work, but today she's taking a taxi, and she didn't even have time to change her clothes. It seems that Aunt Zhang must be in a hurry to go somewhere. Let's give her a ride, Chang Bingbing said. Okay. Soon, Yi Chen maneuvered the red Golf to stop next to Zhang Chui. Chang Bingbing rolled down the passenger window and spoke to Zhang Chui outside the car. Aunt Zhang, where are you going? We'll give you a ride. No need, Teacher Chang, you can go, I'll take a taxi myself. Simple and honest, Zhang Chui didn't want to trouble anyone. Get in the car, Aunt Zhang. It's not easy to catch a taxi at this time. Yi Chen also spoke up. Well, all right. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Chui sat in the back seat. Aunt Zhang, where are you going? Chang Bingbing turned her head to look at Zhang Chui in the back seat and asked. Zhang Chui nodded, yes. Half an hour later, Yi Chen drove to the Modu Drama Theater. Yi Chen, here. Before getting out of the car, Zhang Chui took out a crumpled 50 yuan bill and handed it to Yi Chen. Aunt Zhang, what are you doing? Take the money back quickly. If you keep doing this, I won't call you Aunt Zhang anymore. Chang Bingbing pretended to be angry. Seeing this, Zhang Chui reluctantly took the money back. Teacher Chang, since we're here, why don't we go in and watch the play? Yi Chen smiled. Okay. Like that, the three of them arrived at the ticket window and bought 3 tickets before entering the theater together. The theater in Magic City was quite big. It could accommodate over 500 people to watch the play at the same time. However, with the highly developed internet nowadays, fewer and fewer people watched plays offline. Over 2/3 of the 500 seats were empty. It was 6:30 p.m. The play Monument officially began. Teacher Chang, which one on stage is Zhang Auntie's son? Yi Chen quietly asked Chang Bingbing, who was sitting beside him. The person playing Malu is Zhang Auntie's son, Duani Hong, Chang Bingbing replied. Upon hearing Chang Bingbing's answer, Yi Chen quickly identified Duani Hong on stage. He had an ordinary appearance. In the current domestic film and television industry, it was very difficult for actors like Duani Hong, who had an average appearance and no background, to make a name for themselves. Duani Hong, who graduated from the performance department of Zhongyang Drama Academy, naturally had acting skills. In fact, his acting skills were very good. Speaking of which, actors who could perform in plays had to have excellent acting skills. After all, the performance style of plays was different from that of filming TV dramas. When filming TV dramas, if you didn't perform well, the director could call cut and let you redo it. If the performance was still not good, then 2 times, 3 times. But the performance style of plays was one continuous shot, and you couldn't call cut and redo it. Therefore, performing in plays was a great test of an actor's skills. In other words, actors who dared to perform in plays basically didn't have poor acting skills. At 7:30 p.m., the play Monument came to an end. The audience dispersed. Outside the theater, Yi Chen asked Zhang Chui, Auntie Zhang, does Duan Gu have a company behind him now? He used to be signed with a company, but 3 months ago, the contract expired, and that company didn't renew it for Xiaohong, Zhang Chui said. Teacher Chang, Xiaoye, you guys can go back. I'll go back with Xiaohong later, Yi Chen said. Auntie Zhang, let's have a meal together later. I have something I want to talk to Duan Gu about. Yi Chen smiled. Hearing this, Chang Bingbing looked at Yi Chen in surprise. She already had a guess about what Yi Chen wanted to talk to Duani Hong about. At that time, a young man walked out of a single dressing room backstage at the theater. The man was holding a phone and making a call. Teacher Duan, I'm really sorry. They are the investors, and as a small casting director, I really can't afford to offend them. We can only have the opportunity to work together next time. Okay, Teacher Duan, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. Director Wang. Duani Hong wanted to say something, but at this moment, he heard the beep sound of the call being hung up. Duani Hong put down his phone with a bitter expression. He walked outside with heavy steps. Was his future acting career only limited to this theater? He was somewhat unwilling. He loved acting. He also wanted to step onto the big screen. He wanted to become famous and be among the top actors. Because only when he became a top actor could he receive better roles and earn enough money to improve his family's situation. In the past 3 months, his father's medical expenses of over 8,000 yuan per month had already overwhelmed him. He would give himself 1 more year. If his acting career didn't show any improvement in the next year, then he would have to completely give up this line of work and find a job. There was no other way. He still had parents to support. Dreams were nothing in the face of reality. Mom, Teacher Chang. As soon as they left the theater, Duani Hong saw his mother, Chang Bingbing, and his gaze fell on Yi Chen. You must be Teacher Chang's husband, right? He had heard his mother say before that Chang Bingbing had been matched with one of her students in this year's big data marriage pairing. It must be the person in front of him. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. Hello, Brother Duan. My name is Yi Chen. I just watched Monument and you did a great job. Thank you. It was clear that Duani Hong was not good with words. Moreover, the Duani Hong on stage and off stage gave Yi Chen completely different feelings. On stage, Duani Hong's eyes were full of acting. However, off stage, Duani Hong's eyes were empty and lifeless, giving a feeling of just waking up and not fully awake. Xiao Hong, Yi just drove me here, Yi Chen said. Upon hearing this, Duani Hong quickly said to Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing, Teacher Chang, Yi Chen, you probably haven't eaten dinner yet. Let's have a meal together. Yi Chen smiled and said, sure, I actually have something I want to talk to Brother Duan about. Upon hearing this, Duani Hong was taken aback. This was the first time he had met Yi Chen today. What could the other person want to talk to him about? Although curious, Duani Hong didn't rush to ask. There were many restaurants next to the theater. The four of them didn't go far and went directly to a small local restaurant nearby. After the dishes were served in the private room, the four of them ate and chatted. Brother Duan, I just heard Aunt Zhang say that you are still a free agent in the entertainment industry, still working independently. Is that right? Duani Hong didn't speak, but nodded. Seeing this, Yi Chen continued, then I wonder if Brother Duan has ever thought about signing with a film and television company? Upon hearing this, Chang Bingbing already knew what Yi Chen meant. It was just as she had guessed. I do want to sign with a film and television company, but Yi Chen, you may not be aware that someone like me, who has no fame, is not handsome, and is over 30 years old, is usually rejected by most film and television companies, Duani Hong said with a bitter smile. Apart from being older, having no fame, and having an average appearance, it was also related to his unsociable and introverted personality. Brother Duan, what if I told you that I can find a film and television company willing to sign you? Upon hearing this, Duani Hong's spirits lifted. Which company? Chen Yuan Media, Yi Chen said. Chen Yuan Media. Duani Hong tried to recall, but he was still unfamiliar with Chen Yuan Media. It seemed that it was either a newly established company or one of those unreliable production companies. Brother Duan, you may not be familiar with Chen Yuan Media, but if I mention spring and autumn film and television, you should know, right? Duani Hong nodded. I know spring and autumn film and television. Yi Chen, what is the connection between Chen Yuan Media and spring and autumn film and television? Brother Duan, I recently acquired spring and autumn film and television, and then I renamed it Chen Yuan Media, Yi Chen said. Upon hearing this, Duani Hong was very surprised. After finishing the meal, Yi Chen first drove Zhang Cui and Duani Hong's mother and son back, and then he and Chang Bingbing set off for home. Husband, it seems that you have a special preference for talented actors, Chang Bingbing said with a smile from the passenger seat. You're right. In my opinion, talented actors are all potential stocks worth investing in, Yi Chen said. By the way, Teacher Chang, do you have your ID card with you? I have it with me. I always keep my ID card in my wallet. Why are you asking, husband? No, husband, you took the wrong road. We should have gone straight home, but why did you turn left? Yi Chen smiled and said, Teacher Chang, we're not going home tonight. Let's go to a hotel. The bed in the rented room is of poor quality. The next day, which was Thursday, July 28th, Yi Chen's first task at the company was to call Zhang Honghu into his office. Lao Zhang, contact some well-known screenwriters in the industry, especially those who are good at military themes. See if they have any modern military scripts in their hands. If there are high-quality scripts like that, we must acquire them, even if it means paying a high price. The Jianjun Film Production Studio will officially release an announcement to the public in a week. For the current Chen Yuan Media, time is money. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang Honghu was surprised and asked, General Yi, is the company preparing to make a modern military-themed film? Seeing Yi Chen nod, after hesitating for a moment, Zhang Honghu spoke again, General Yi, making military-themed films is not profitable in the domestic market. Firstly, the production cost of such films is high, and secondly, they involve many military-related issues, making them difficult to shoot. It's easy to end up with a bad film. In recent years, few peers have dared to touch this kind of theme. Lao Shang, just do as I say. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to explain too much. Alright, General Yi, I understand. Zhang Honghu didn't say anything more. After all, Yi Chen was the boss. As an employee, he had already advised him, but if the boss didn't listen, there was nothing he could do. Lao Zhang, personally take charge of this matter. Don't delay even for a moment. The sooner, the better, understand? Yi Chen solemnly reminded. Alright, General Yi. In the afternoon, Duan Hong arrived at Chenyuan Media. He came to sign a contract. Brother Duan, here is the contract, take a look. Yi Chen handed the prepared contract to Duan Hong. The contract prepared by Yi Chen for Duan Hong was a 3-year C-level contract. This time, there was no prompt from the system, so Yi Chen naturally wouldn't give Duan Hong a higher-level contract like he did with Zhang Sungwen. Although Duan Hong had good acting skills, Yi Chen had high hopes for him. But whether Duan Hong would become popular in the future was still unknown, and Yi Chen was not sure. After all, many actors in the industry have the ability, but they just can't become popular. Some even have the support of a company behind them, but still can't become popular, as if they were trapped in an unpopularity curse. Some things just don't make sense. After reading the contract, Duan Hong had no objections and signed it on the spot. With this, Duan Hong became a signed artist under Chenyuan Media. On this day, Bitcoin fell below $5,000. Lin Hao and Bai Shui, this brother and sister, had almost no hope left. They both knew that bankruptcy was inevitable for them. After all, they had leveraged 10 times this time. On July 29, Friday, Bitcoin fell below $4,000. Bankrupt. Looking at their phones, Lin Hao and Bai Shui's last trace of hope disappeared. Their faces looked slightly pale, especially Lin Hao. His eyes were red. You should know that this time he sold his only house and his car. In addition, he also borrowed a lot of online loans. He thought he could make over 200 million from trading Bitcoin this time. But now, not only did he not earn a single penny, but he also had over $1 million in debt. When Lin Hao was depressed and drinking alone in his room, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Zhang Yinan calling. Lin Hao quickly answered the call. Director Zhang. Even though Zhang Yinan wasn't in front of him at the moment, Lin Hao's face still showed a habitual flattering expression. Lin Hao, do you have anything to do tomorrow? Zhang Yinan asked. No, Director Zhang. If you have something, please tell me, Lin Hao tried to please. I'm planning to buy a house in Shanghai tomorrow. Can you accompany me? Remember to bring your sister too, Zhang Yinan said. His family lived in Beijing, but in the past 2 years, due to the expansion of the Magic City Film and Television City, he and his father have come to this side of the Magic City to film more often. Before, he always stayed in hotels when he came to the Magic City. Later, he thought about buying a property. After all, the housing prices in the Magic City have been rising sharply, and buying a house in the Magic City is considered a safe and profitable investment. Okay. Zhang Yinan agreed without hesitation. By the way, Director Zhang, which real estate project are you planning to buy a house from? I haven't decided on a specific project yet, Zhang Yinan said. Let's visit a few Riverview property projects tomorrow. Hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. Director Zhang, since you want to buy a Riverview luxury house, I recommend a real estate project to you. Which project? Zhang Yinan asked. Guoxin Century Seaview, Lin Hao said with a smirk. Director Zhang, to be honest, my grandmother will start working at the Guoxin Century Seaview sales office next Monday. If you buy a house there, it will count as a performance for my grandmother. Although his grandmother will be working at the Guoxin Century Seaview sales office as a temporary worker this time, she will still receive a commission if she introduces a customer to buy a house there. Lin Hao, isn't your grandmother retired and staying at home for many years? Why is she going to work? Well, my grandmother has been too idle at home recently and keeps clamoring to find something to do. I can't stop her. Lin Hao casually made up a reason. There's no other way. If he tells the truth, Zhang Yinan will know that he and his father's conversation that day was overheard by him and his sister. Okay, let's go to Guoxin Century Seaview tomorrow. If we find a suitable Riverview house, I'll buy it. Great, thank you, Director Zhang, Lin Hao said happily. His grandmother had worked at Zhongjiang Real Estate for her whole life, so he knew that the commission for sales staff at Zhongjiang Real Estate was 1%, and the average price of Guoxin Century Seaview has reached 150,000 yuan per square meter. With Zhang Yinan's status, if he buys a house, it will definitely be no less than 100 square meters. Let's assume it's 100 square meters, then the transaction price will be at least 15 million yuan. By doing the math, the commission will be at least 150,000 yuan. For him at the moment, this money is like a timely help. In the evening, Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing sat on the bed discussing tomorrow's house viewing. Husband, Shanghai Bei, Kelly Haiwat, Jiayu Yunjing, and Pu Jianghade, these real estate projects are all good. The housing prices are moderate, and the surrounding facilities are quite complete. I think the cost-effectiveness of these projects is very high. How about we go and take a look at these projects tomorrow? These days, when Chang Bingbing had free time, she had been keeping up with the news of the major real estate projects on sale in the Magic City. Wife, these 4 projects you mentioned seem to be located in the central area, right? Yi Chen said. Generally, big cities are divided into first ring, second ring, third ring. But the Magic City is different. The Magic City is divided into inner ring, middle ring, and outer ring. It's not hard to imagine that the housing prices in the inner ring are definitely higher than those in the middle ring, and the housing prices in the middle ring are definitely higher than those in the outer ring. Yes, the houses in the middle ring have the highest cost effectiveness, Chang Bingbing said. I still want to buy a house in the inner ring. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chang Bingbing smiled. Sure, do you have any specific project in mind? She had considered buying a house in the inner ring, but the houses in the inner ring were too expensive. In comparison, she thought the houses in the middle ring had the highest cost effectiveness. But since Yi Chen wanted to buy a house in the inner ring, she would support him. Wealth Seaview Garden, Zhongliang Seaview No. 1, Binjiang Triumphal Arch, Huaxin Century Seaview. Yi Chen said the names of the 4 projects in one breath. Chang Bingbing's face changed slightly. Husband, the ones you mentioned are all luxury houses along the river in the inner ring. Even though they were all located in the inner ring, the prices of different projects varied greatly. Most of the luxury homes standing at the top of the pyramid in the Magic City are located on both sides of the Huangpu River. The people of Xiagua have always liked to live by the water, and there is a popular saying that having wealth and water go hand in hand. In traditional Xiagua ideology and feng shui, water and wealth are closely related. Therefore, in any major city in the country, riverview properties are scarce resources. The prices of riverview properties are also the leaders in the city's real estate market. The Magic City is no exception. The 4 properties that Yi Chen just mentioned are all riverview luxury homes currently being sold in the Magic City, and their prices are frighteningly high. Teacher Chang, don't you like riverview properties? Yi Chen smiled. Who doesn't like riverview properties? Chang Bingbing glared at Yi Chen impatiently. Alright, since you are the head of the family, if you want to buy a riverview property, then let's buy one. The prices of the riverview luxury homes currently being sold in the Magic City are all around 150,000 yuan per square meter. For a 100 square meter unit, the full payment would be around 15 million yuan. This time, Yi Chen made a profit of over 20 million yuan from trading Bitcoin, so he could afford it. Alright, Teacher Chang, we have preliminarily discussed the matter of buying a house. Now let's move on to discussing other matters in depth. Yi Chen smiled. The next day, July 30th, Saturday. Today is sunny and beautiful, a good day for going out. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing went out with the car keys. Their first stop was Zhongliang Seascape 1. As soon as they arrived at the sales hall, they were warmly received by a beautiful female salesperson. Honey, I think the layout of this house is pretty good. What do you think? Chang Bingbing pointed to a 113 square meter unit. It has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, a standard layout. Yi Chen was somewhat dissatisfied with this house. Firstly, the area was a bit small. Secondly, it was not a first-line Riverview property, but a second-line Riverview property. In Yi Chen's opinion, the second-line properties could not be considered true Riverview properties. So Yi Chen said, "Wife, this house is a bit small in size. If we have a third child in the future, the bedrooms won't be enough." Upon hearing this, the female salesperson's eyes lit up. This was a big deal. Mr. Yi, if you and your wife plan to have a third child, then I strongly recommend you to buy this unit. It has an area of 148 square meters, 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with a north-south layout, located on the 10th floor, excellent lighting, and very livable. The female salesperson said enthusiastically. However, Yi Chen was not interested in the unit she was pushing. Are all the first-line properties sold out? Yi Chen still had a special preference for first-line Riverview properties. Because only the houses in the first row, when you open the windows, can you have a panoramic view of the Huangpu River. For the houses in the second row and further back, you can't see the Huangpu River from home because there are houses in front blocking the view. Although Zhongliang Seascape 1 is a Riverview luxury home, only the houses in the first row can be considered true Riverview luxury homes. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, but all our first-line Riverview properties have been sold out. The average price of Zhongliang Seascape 1 is around 140,000 yuan. However, the price of the first-line Riverview properties has already exceeded 160,000 yuan. Despite this, after the opening, the first-line Riverview properties were quickly snapped up. Then I'll go to other developments to take a look. With that, Yi Chen held Chang Bingbing's hand and left the sales hall of Zhongliang Seascape 1, leaving behind the reluctant gaze of the female salesperson. She had indeed received a big client, but unfortunately, all the first-line Riverview properties of Zhenliang Seascape 1 had been sold out. He looks so handsome and has so much money. He's a true rich and handsome guy, probably a second-generation wealthy. It's just a pity that this handsome guy got married so young, and his wife is still by his side. Otherwise, she would have tried to get his contact information. After leaving the sales hall, Chang Bingbing seemed hesitant to speak. Yi Chen smiled and said, "What's wrong, Teacher Chang? Isn't it uncomfortable to keep things bottled up inside? Husband, you want a riverside apartment and a larger area. If we calculate it, the money you earned in the Bitcoin market won't be enough to pay in full. Are you planning to get a mortgage?" Chang Bingbing asked. Let's take the apartment that the female salesperson just pushed as an example. It has an area of 148 square meters and costs over 140,000 yuan. Including deed tax and various miscellaneous fees, the full payment for that apartment would be over 23 million yuan. This already exceeds the money her husband earned from trading Bitcoin. No mortgage, we'll buy it in full, Yi Chen said. Ha? In full? But we don't have enough money. Chang Bingbing was confused. Who said we don't have enough money? Yi Chen took out his phone, opened the mobile banking app, and showed the screen to Chang Bingbing. Take a look. This. Seeing the long string of numbers on the screen, Chang Bingbing's beautiful eyes widened. Over 270 million yuan. Husband, how do you have so much money? Chang Bingbing looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. After I sold the Bitcoin that night, I shorted it again. As you know, Bitcoin plummeted afterwards. So, with these two trades, I earned this much. Yi Chen said, Wife, I didn't mean to hide it from you. You had trouble sleeping for several nights in a row, and your mental state was so poor. I was afraid that if I told you, you would worry and have trouble sleeping again. Okay. Chang Bingbing's eyebrows curved, and she said excitedly, So, we are now millionaires. Husband, you're really amazing. Over 200 million yuan. Yi Chen earned in less than a month what an ordinary person couldn't earn in several lifetimes. Your husband is amazing. Didn't you already know that? Yi Chen laughed and said, Yi Chen, if you drive again, I'll confiscate your driver's license. Chang Bingbing narrowed her eyes and smiled. Confiscate my driver's license, and then you'll drive, right? Yi Chen opened the driver's door of the Golf and got in. Chang Bingbing sat in the passenger seat. What's wrong with me driving? I'm a good driver. After getting in the car, Chang Bingbing fastened her seatbelt and said seriously, That's true, Teacher Chang, you drive well, but you tend to speed. Yi Chen laughed. The next stop, the two of them drove to the Wealth Seaview Garden. There are still more than 10 riverside apartments for sale in the Wealth Seaview Garden. However, they are mostly economical units of around 100 square meters. There are 3 larger units, all around 150 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Mrs. Yi, the price I offered is already very reasonable. The riverside apartments are in high demand. We have many customers coming to see them every day. If you miss out today, someone else might book this unit tomorrow. Can you lower the price a bit, Manager Han? Although this apartment is also in the first row along the river, the view of the Huangpu River from its windows is not as good as you claimed. I don't think it's worth the price you mentioned. However, no matter how Chang Bingbing argued with the female salesperson, she refused to budge. Wife, let's go next door and take a look at the Binjiang Triumphal Arch. Yi Chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. The 153 square meter apartment that Chang Bingbing had set her sights on, as she had just said, was a riverside luxury apartment in the first row. However, compared to the Huangpu River view of the already sold apartments in the first row, its view seemed somewhat barren. Yi Chen was not very satisfied with this house to begin with, but now this female salesperson wouldn't even lower the price by half, which made Yi Chen a little annoyed. Anyway, there are still 2 other properties to look at, so let's go there first. Okay, honey. Chang Bingbing didn't want to continue arguing with the female salesperson in front of her. Seeing Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing about to leave, the female salesperson wasn't in a hurry. Mr. Yi, the few remaining frontline river view houses at Binjiang Triumph Gate don't have the same Huangpu River view as the one your wife is interested in. Different people have different standards for judging the scenery. After saying this, Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing left directly. Nana, why don't you give them a discount? It wouldn't be good if we lose this deal. One of Han Nana's female colleagues came to her and advised, We won't lose this deal. Han Nana said confidently, The frontline Riverview luxury homes at China Resources Seaview 1 have already sold out. As I just told them, the Huangpu Riverview of the few remaining frontline Riverview houses at Binjiang Triumph Gate is not as good as the one they are interested in. And there is only one 343 square meter super large flat left at Guoxin Century Seaview with a great view of the Huangpu River. That super large flat does have a very wide view and a beautiful Huangpu River view, but it's very expensive. It can't be sold for less than 60 million. The couple just found our house too expensive, so how could they afford that super large flat? That's why they ended up coming back to us after looking around. Wife, it's almost time. Let's go fill our stomachs first and then go to Binjiang Triumph Gate. After leaving the sales office of Wealth Seaview Garden, Yichen glanced at the time and said, "Okay, I'm also a little hungry." At that time, in Villa No. 8 of Shermao Shishan Estate. Damn, I've been liquidated. A young man wearing a baseball cap looked at his phone with a painful expression. This time, he invested 100 million in long positions on Bitcoin, but ended up being taken advantage of. Damn it, as a capitalist, he has always been the one taking advantage of others, but this time he became the one being taken advantage of. Haha, you got liquidated. Zhou Jia laughed beside him. Jia Jia, I lost 100 million this time, and you didn't even come to comfort me. Instead, you're here gloating. Zhou Jia's cousin said with a hurt expression. Who told you to say those things about my brother Yi Chen before? Now you know how powerful my brother Yi Chen is. Zhou Jia raised her chin and said proudly, Jia Jia, I really want to meet this Yi Chen. I'm curious why, in your heart, your cousin's position is not as good as that of an outsider like Yi Chen. Hearing this, Zhou Jia narrowed her eyes and smiled. No, cousin, in my heart, you will always be my good cousin, but Yi Chen is really a good person. Both of you are my brothers, and if either of you is bullied, I will stand up for you. Well, that's a nice thing to say. So, cousin, let's make a bet. Zhou Jia reached out her right hand in front of her cousin, palm facing up, and blinked her big eyes at him. Seeing this, the young man with the baseball cap took out a black wallet from his pants pocket, then took out a black card with a golden ancient garden architecture pattern in the middle from it, and handed it to Zhou Jia, saying, Your cousin is not someone who can't handle losing. Here you go. Zhou Jia happily accepted the black card. Thanks, cousin. Jia Jia, are you planning to give this Qingyuan club card to that Yi Chen? The young man with the baseball cap asked with a smile. Yes. Zhou Jia smiled and said, Cousin, is that okay? If I say no, then you won't give it to your cousin Yi Chen, right? I have the black card in my hand now, so I have the right to use it. Hearing this, Zhou Jia's cousin looked speechless. Then why did you ask me if it's okay? Isn't that redundant? It's just out of politeness. After all, I am a polite child. Zhou Jia smiled. Polite, but not too much. On the other side, Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing finished their meal and drove directly to the sales office of Binjiang Triumph Arch. Soon, a female salesperson drove an Audi to take Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing to see the houses. The Binjiang Triumph Arch development and the sales office were not in the same place, but they were only 2 kilometers apart. It would take 5 minutes by car. The female salesperson showed Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing the first house, which was a 149 square meter riverview house in Binjiang. The layout was quite good, but the view of the Huangpu River from this house was really average. Yi Chen was not satisfied, so the female salesperson took Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing to another riverview house. Just as Yi Chen was looking at the house, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Zhou Jia calling. Yi Chen, bro. Zhou Jia's voice, like a lark, came through as soon as the call connected. What's up? Can't I call you if there's nothing? I'm busy. If there's something, let's talk about it. If not, I'll hang up. Bring your sister-in-law out tonight, I'll treat you to dinner. Yi Chen was taken aback. Why invite us to dinner out of the blue? I want to see my sister-in-law, is that not okay? Okay, if there's free food, I won't refuse. Yi Chen, I'll send you the address of the restaurant later. Okay. After saying that, Yi Chen hung up the phone. Husband, who was that? Chang Bingbing asked curiously. Zhou Jia, he wants to treat us to dinner tonight. I don't know what he's up to. Yi Chen said. We'll find out when we go tonight. Chang Bingbing smiled. Seeing that the two of them were done talking, the female salesperson continued with what she was saying earlier. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, if you stand on the balcony, you can see a large area of the Huangpu River view. How do you feel about the river view of this house? It's better than the river view of the previous house. Chang Bingbing said. The river view of this house is indeed good, but I don't like the layout. Yi Chen said, all 4 bedrooms are piled up on one side, which, in my opinion, is a flaw in the design. The layout of a house cannot be said to be good or bad because everyone has their own preferences, and he pays more attention to privacy, so he doesn't like the design where all the bedrooms are on one side. What do you think, Teacher Chang? Facing Yi Chen's gaze, Chang Bingbing smiled and said, I was just about to complain about this too. A little after 3 o'clock, Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing left Binjiang Triumph Arch by car. Husband, if we don't find a house we like at Guoxin Century Seaview, then let's buy the one we just saw. The house Chang Bingbing referred to was the last one they saw at Binjiang Triumph Arch. It was a 145 square meter riverview luxury house. The layout was average, and the river view was decent. The most important thing was that the price was more reasonable compared to the previous Saifu Seaview Garden. Okay. Yi Chen nodded. Although the riverview luxury house Chang Bingbing mentioned was not exactly what he wanted, there weren't many better options at the moment. Hopefully, Guoxin Century Seaview would bring him some surprises. At 3:13, Yi Chen arrived at the sales office of Guoxin Century Seaview. Wow, the parking lot is full. Yi Chen sighed as he looked for a parking space. As a newly opened development, it's normal for Guoxin Century Seaview to be busy, Chang Bingbing said. After searching for a while, Yi Chen saw a car leaving, so he quickly parked his car in the vacant space. After getting off the car, the two of them walked directly towards the Guoxin Century Seaview sales office in front of them. At that time, Li Wan, the sales manager of the Guoxin Century Seaview project, was commanding the sales staff under her in the lobby of the sales office to receive customers. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a protruding beer belly walked in slowly. Xiao Ranran, there's a customer here, it's your turn to receive them, Li Wan instructed Xiao Ranran, who was an intern, next to her. Okay. Just as Xiao Ranran was about to respond and go over, a woman with heavy makeup and fox-like eyes stood up and said, Managerly, let me receive this customer. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ranran couldn't help but furrow her brows. The sales staff were supposed to receive customers in order, and it was her turn now, but this Qi Miaomia suddenly stood up, clearly trying to cut in line. After a brief thought, Li Wan nodded at Qi Miaomia and said, Alright, Miaomiao, you go. Qi Miaomiao, as the top salesperson under her, still had certain privileges. Thank you, Managerly. Qi Miaomia left happily. Her many years of sales experience told her that the middle-aged man who looked like he was from the Mediterranean was likely a potential big client. Before leaving, Qi Miaomia provocatively glanced at Xiao Ranran. She didn't have a good impression of this newcomer Xiao Ranran. Don't ask why, it was because Xiao Ranran was prettier than her, which made her jealous and unhappy. Seeing the customer who should have been her responsibility being taken away by Qi Miaomia, Xiao Ranran felt angry inside, but she didn't say much. There was nothing she could do, after all, Qi Miaomia was the top salesperson. Just then, Li Wan's voice rang out again, another customer has arrived, Xiao Ranran, you go? Okay. Xiao Ranran responded and looked towards the entrance of the sales office. As she looked, Xiao Ranran was stunned. Wasn't that Yi Chen and Teacher Chang? Xiao Ranran, why are you staring? Go quickly, Li Wan's dissatisfied voice brought Xiao Ranran back to her senses, and she quickly walked towards Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing. So many people. Seeing the lively scene in the sales office, Chang Bingbing couldn't help but exclaim, Wife, look over there, you can participate in a lucky draw when buying a house now. The first prize is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class or a special edition Shadow Wing. Following Yi Chen's finger, Chang Bingbing saw a large billboard on the floor, which had information about a lucky draw when buying a house. One of the first prizes was the Mercedes-Benz G-Class Shadow Wing that Yi Chen had just mentioned. The official guide price for the base car was 4,588 million yuan. Behind the billboard was a black Mercedes-Benz SUV parked there. It looked like a killer lurking, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Obviously, this domineering Mercedes-Benz SUV was the Shadow Wing that the billboard mentioned. Teacher Chang, Yi Chen. Just then, a pleasant female voice came from behind the two of them. Turning around to face the OL dressed in professional attire in front of them, Chang Bingbing was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, Ranran, you're working here? Yes. Xiao Ranran's expression dimmed as she spoke, Teacher Chang, I've brought shame to our alma mater. As a graduate of a prestigious university in the city, now selling houses here, it was indeed somewhat embarrassing to say the least. Ranran, don't say that. There's no distinction between high and low in work, Chang Bingbing said. Xiao Ranran, what a coincidence to meet you here. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Xiao Ranran couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yi Chen, I just mentioned in the group a few days ago that I joined Zhongjiang Real Estate and now I'm selling houses at Guoxin Century Seaview. Didn't you know? I forgot. After Xiao Ranran reminded him, Yi Chen also vaguely remembered that Xiao Ranran had indeed mentioned this in the classmate group before. Hearing this, Xiao Ranran gave Yi Chen another big eye roll. This Yi Chen, it was really in vain that she had liked him for 4 years. In the eyes of the other person, her presence is so low. It's really heartbreaking. Teacher Chang, are you and Yi Chen here today to look at houses? Xiao Ranran didn't forget what her job was. Yes, Chang Bingbing nodded with a smile. Okay, Teacher Chang, Yi-Chen, let me take you to the sand table area now and see if there are any layouts that you like among the ones we are selling, Xiao Ranran said. Okay. Like this, under Xiao Ranran's lead, the three of them arrived at the sand table area. Teacher Chang, let me recommend a layout for you. It's the 108 square meter one, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with good lighting and a nice layout inside. This layout is the hottest one we are selling here, Xiao Ranran said. When Xiao Ranran's voice sounded, Yi-Chen's gaze didn't fall on the layout that Xiao Ranran introduced, but stayed on the first row of Riverview houses. Yi-Chen glanced over and found that all the Riverview houses in the first row were already sold. But suddenly, one of the Riverview luxury houses with the status for sale caught Yi-Chen's attention. This was the only Riverview luxury house in Guoxin Century Seaview that was still for sale. A super large flat of 343 square meters. Looking at the sand table simulation model of the super large flat, Yi-Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. He really liked the layout of this super large flat. Yi-Chen, what are you looking at? Seeing that Yi-Chen's attention was not on the house she introduced, Xiao Ranran couldn't help but ask. Xiao Ranran, take us to see that house in person. Yi-Chen pointed to the 343 square meter super large flat and said to Xiao Ranran beside him. Although this large flat seemed to suit his taste from the sand table model, the model was still just a model, and he still needed to see the actual house. Following Yi-Chen's finger, Xiao Ranran first looked surprised, then looked uncertainly at Yi-Chen and asked, Yi-Chen, are you referring to that large flat? Yi-Chen nodded, yes. Seeing this, Xiao Ranran was greatly shocked. Yi-Chen actually wanted to go and see the actual house of the super large flat. What was Yi-Chen thinking? Yi-Chen, are you just curious and want to see the super large flat, or do you really have the intention to buy it? Xiao Ranran asked. If I like it, I'll buy it. Yi-Chen's answer fell into Xiao Ranran's ears, making her heart tremble. Yi-Chen, the current price of this super large flat is 170,000 yuan per square meter. Except for this 343 square meter super large flat, all the other Riverview luxury houses in Guoxin Century Seaview have been sold. The reason why this large flat is still unsold is not because it's not good, but because it's too expensive. The price of 170,000 yuan per square meter amounts to more than 60 million yuan in total. Such a high price is enough to make many wealthy people hesitate. However, now Yi-Chen actually has the intention to buy it. Xiao Ranran estimated that Yi-Chen doesn't have a clear understanding of the total value of this super large flat. She knew that Yi-Chen and Chang Bingbing received a marriage happiness fund of 10 million yuan from the big data marriage matching. But even this 10 million yuan is not enough for the down payment of this super large flat. What Xiao Ranran was thinking at this moment, Yi-Chen naturally knew. But Yi-Chen was too lazy to explain anything, so he smiled and said, What's wrong, Xiao Ranran? Just because it's priced at 170,000 yuan per square meter, am I not allowed to go and see the house in person? No, Xiao Ranran shook her head. Yi-Chen, Teacher Chang, wait a moment, I'll go get the key to that large flat, and then I'll take you to see it. After saying that, Xiao Ranran left. At that time, Qi Miao Miao returned to the front desk. Seeing the unpleasant expression on Kim Miao Miao's face, Li Wan already knew the result in her heart. What's wrong, Miao Miao? Does that Mediterranean fat guy not intend to buy a house? Yes, Kim Miao Miao said with a gloomy face. I really misjudged this time. I thought he was a potential big client, but after some contact, I found out that he is actually a runner. He came to us to deliver an ID card for a client. Hearing this, a female salesperson next to them laughed and said, There are more and more weirdos these days. A runner who wears a suit and leather shoes, and even walks with the air of a big shot. It's no wonder you misjudged him, Miao Miao. By the way, where is Xiao Ranran? Did she go to receive the clients? Kim Miao Miao suddenly asked. Well, Xiao Ranran has already come to us, but it seems that the young couple she is receiving is not here to buy a house. Hearing Li Wan's words, Kim Miao Miao's expression finally improved a bit. Fortunately, Xiao Ranran is also receiving fake clients. If Xiao Ranran had received real clients and actually sold a house, she would have been really depressed. You see, the middle-aged fat guy from the Mediterranean was supposed to be received by Xiao Ranran in order, but she used her privilege as the top salesperson to snatch him away. In other words, if she hadn't intercepted Xiao Ranran just now, the young couple Xiao Ranran is currently receiving would have been her responsibility. In other words, her cleverness backfired. But now it seems that Xiao Ranran is also receiving fake clients, which makes her feel a little relieved. Just then, Xiao Ranran also returned to the front desk. Managerly, please give me the key to that large flat. My client wants to see the house in person. Upon hearing this, Li Wan was first stunned, then shocked. Xiao Ranran, are you saying that the young couple wants to visit that super large flat? Yes, Xiao Ranran nodded. At this moment, the faces of several nearby female salespeople were filled with astonishment. The total price of that super large flat is over 60 million renminbi. Usually, some clients have inquired about that flat, but after hearing the price, they all backed off. But now someone actually wants to visit the house. Does that mean they want to buy it? The gazes of several female salespeople towards Xia Ranran suddenly changed. Can her luck be this good? If she sells a flat worth over 60 million, Xia Ranran could earn nearly 600,000 renminbi in commission. For those who perform well, they earn around 600,000 renminbi in a year. Most people can't even earn that much in a year. If the newcomer Xia Ranran earns that much commission in one deal, they would be envious. At this moment, Kim Yaomio's expression was quite interesting. According to the normal order, the client who was supposed to be received by her now wants to visit that super large flat. Is this a joke? Managerly, please give me the key. I will take that couple to see the house. Kim Yaomio stood up and said, after all, Xia Ranran is new here and her performance is still zero. I think it would be difficult for her to provide quality service to that couple. In order to ensure that this big deal doesn't slip away, managerly, I think it's more appropriate for me to receive that couple. Hearing this, Li Wan showed a thoughtful expression. Kim Yaomio's words made sense. Xia Ranran is still a sales rookie, but Kim Yaomio is different. Kim Yaomio is the top salesperson under her, with a wealth of experience. Giving such a super large deal to Xia Ranran to negotiate does indeed carry a great risk. Seeing that Li Wan was clearly considering it, Xia Ranran suddenly became anxious. Chi Miao Miao, what do you mean? I didn't say anything when you cut in line earlier, and now you want to steal my clients. Who do you think you are? Aren't you just bullying people? Several female salespersons next to them exchanged glances. Chi Miao Miao's behavior was indeed disgusting. But who made her the top salesperson? In their line of work, being the top salesperson meant having privileges. Faced with the angry Xia Ranran, Chi Miao Miao remained unaffected and calmly said, Xia Ranran, I'm just considering the company's interests and didn't mean to bully you. How dare a newcomer in the company challenge her, the top salesperson? Today, she would teach this newcomer a lesson. Ranran, Miao Miao is right. With your current experience, it's indeed difficult to handle such a big deal. Managerly, it's most appropriate for me to handle those two clients this time. Li Juan was taken aback and asked, why? Give me a reason. Because one of them is my college classmate, and the other is my college professor, Xia Ranran said. Li Juan quickly changed her mind upon hearing this and opened the safe at the service desk with a key, taking out the key to the supersized flat directly and handing it to Xia Ranran. Hurry up, Ranran, don't keep your classmates and professor waiting. Okay. Watching Xia Ranran's departing figure, Chi Miao Miao's face turned ugly. Who knows if Ranran's classmates just want to take some photos and broaden their horizons. Husband, do you really want to buy that large flat? Facing Cheng Bingbing's gaze, Yechen smiled and said, let's decide after we finish looking at the house. If we like it after seeing it, will you buy it? Cheng Bingbing asked persistently. If we like it, why not buy it? Yechen replied. But that large flat costs over 60 million. Cheng Bingbing said weakly. Teacher Cheng, buying a house in the Magic City is always a profitable investment, and besides, we should buy what we like so that we can live with a comfortable mood, Yechen said. Hearing this, Cheng Bingbing smiled and said, you're right. After a while, Xia Ranran, who had obtained the key, walked over. Teacher Cheng, Yechen, we have the key now, let's go. Okay. The Guoxin Century Seaview sales office was only 300 meters away from the Guoxin Century Seaview residential complex. The three of them chose to walk. Guoxin Century Seaview consisted of three similar short high-rise buildings, each 100 meters tall, and had become a landmark in the Lujiazhu area. Soon, the three of them entered the elevator of Building A on the north side of Guoxin Century Seaview. When they came out of the elevator, they were already on the 30th floor, the top floor of this building. That 343 square meter supersized flat was on this floor. They opened the door with the key and walked in together. After passing through the entrance, they first arrived at the living room. Yechen felt his eyes light up. Wow, it truly deserved to be called a large flat. This living room was really spacious. At that moment, Xia Ranran's voice timely sounded, Teacher Cheng, Yechen, this living room is over 8 meters wide, very spacious. Including the area of the balcony, the living room and balcony alone have a total of 90 square meters. As she spoke, Xia Ranran pulled open the curtains in the living room. Yechen immediately saw the Huangpu River outside. At this moment, there was a large ship slowly sailing on the Huangpu River, giving the feeling of being within reach. In fact, it was indeed within reach because this building was only 70 meters away from the Huangpu River in a straight line. Pushing open the sliding door, the three of them walked from the living room to the west-facing balcony. Yechen, Teacher Chang, this balcony is 24 square meters, and with this floor-to-ceiling panoramic window, the view of the Huangpu River is right before our eyes. After touring this large flat, Yechen truly understood what a real luxury home meant. The square and spacious layout was something Yechen really liked. 3 rooms face south, 1 room faces west, and all the rooms have a beautiful view of the Huangpu River. This is the kind of riverview luxury home that Yechen wants in his heart. What do you think, Teacher Chang, Yechen? Isn't this large flat perfect? As she spoke, Xiao Ranran suddenly sighed. If we could live in such a large flat in this lifetime, then we would have truly lived a fulfilling life. I really like this large flat, Yechen said, looking at Cheng Bingbing beside him. What about you, wife? Being called wife by Yechen in front of her own student made Cheng Bingbing's pretty face blush uncontrollably. After all, Yechen, who called her wife, was also her student. I like it too. How many people wouldn't like such a large flat with a river view? Okay, let's buy this one, Yechen said. Xiao Ranran's eyelids twitched when she heard this. Yechen, are you serious? The price of this large flat is now 170,000 yuan per square meter. Including various miscellaneous fees such as deed tax, the final price has already exceeded 60 million. I say, Xiao Ranran, aren't you worrying too much? Hearing Yechen say this, Xiao Ranran narrowed her eyes and smiled. Yechen, it seems like you've made a fortune recently. Yechen smiled and said nothing. The 3 of them then left this super large flat and walked towards the sales office. Yechen, Teacher Chang, it's a bit late now, and it's definitely impossible to complete the entire purchase process. How about you guys pay the deposit first and then come back tomorrow to go through the normal purchase process? Xiao Ranran said as they walked. Okay, Yechen nodded. Soon, the 3 of them walked back to the sales office. When they learned that Yechen was going to buy the 343 square meter super large flat, all the sales staff on site, except for Qi Miao Miao, were extremely jealous of Xiao Ranran. This was a super big deal. They were all drooling over the nearly 600,000 yuan commission. Qi Miao Miao, on the other hand, was almost spitting blood in frustration. You see, according to the normal order, this young couple should have been taken care of by her. But because of her wrong judgment, she indirectly lost 600,000 yuan. Just as Yechen paid the 2 million yuan deposit and was about to sign the purchase agreement, his phone suddenly rang. Although it was an unfamiliar number, Yechen still chose to answer it. Hello, is this Mr. Yechen Yi? A sweet female voice came through as soon as the call connected. Yes, who is this? Mr. Yechen, I am Han Nana, a sales consultant at Wealth Seaview Garden. Oh, it's Miss Han. What's the matter? Mr. Yechen, I just managed to negotiate a bigger discount for the house you were interested in. Can you come over now? It turned out that Han Nana, who had been waiting for Yechen to come back, became anxious and made this call. I'm sorry, Miss Han, I have already chosen and purchased a house at Guoxin Century Seaview. Upon hearing Yichen's words, Han Nana became completely anxious. Mr. Yechen, didn't you want to buy a first-line Riverview house? As far as I know, except for the super large flat, all the other first-line Riverview luxury homes at Guoxin Century Seaview have been sold out. Mr. Yechen, a house is our home for a lifetime. When buying a house, we must definitely buy what we like. Successful people like you can't settle for less. So, Mr. Yechen, why don't you come to us? I have already negotiated a significant discount for the first-line Riverview house you liked. Han Nana thought that Yechen had settled for a second-line Riverview house at Guoxin Century Seaview, so she tried to persuade him like this. Miss Han, I didn't settle for less. I bought the large flat at Guoxin Century Seaview. Alright, Miss Han, I'm busy now, so I'll hang up. After saying that, Yechen hung up the phone directly. On the other end of the phone, Han Nana's facial expression became somewhat stiff as she heard the beeping sound in her ear. Yechen actually bought the super large flat with a total area of 343 square meters in Guoxin Century Seaview. Is the other party really that rich? Miscalculated, I seriously miscalculated this time. She originally thought that Yechen would just take a look at other properties and eventually come back to their Wealth Seaview Garden. Who would have thought that the other party was so wealthy and actually bought the large flat in Guoxin Century Seaview? The leader just asked her about this deal. She assured the leader that this deal would definitely not fall through. Now, it's over. If the leader finds out that I messed up this deal, I'll not only face criticism, but my performance assessment for this month will likely be downgraded. Thinking of this, Han Nana's face turned into a bitter melon face. Guoxin Century Seaview. Yechen quickly signed the subscription agreement. Managerly, I'm leaving now, Xiao Ranran said to Li Wan. Since today was her grandfather's 70th birthday, she had applied to leave work early with Li Wan. Okay, Don't forget to come to work at 6:30 tomorrow morning, Li Wan reminded. Tomorrow, the general manager of Zhongjiang Real Estate will come to inspect the work here, so during the meeting this morning, she informed everyone to come to work early tomorrow morning and clean up the sales department. Manager Li, I won't forget. Yi Chen, Cheng Bingbing, and Xia Ranran got up and left together. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, let me see you off. Li Wan accompanied Yi Chen and Cheng Bingbing to the outside of the sales department. Xia Ranran, where do you live? I'll give you a ride, Gangcheng Yuatin. After getting in the car, Xia Ranran, who was sitting in the back seat, smiled and said, Yi Chen, Teacher Chang, after you complete the house purchase procedures tomorrow, you can participate in the lucky draw. I hope you can win the first prize and bring home the Mercedes-Benz G-Class Shadow Wing. Cheng Bingbing smiled when she heard this. There's not such good luck. There's only one first prize spot. The probability of winning is too low. You never know, maybe the goddess of luck will suddenly embrace you. On the other side, Zhang Yinan drove a black Land Rover to the agreed location to pick up by Shui, Lin Hao, and their grandmother Wang Feng. Busy all day and now I'm free. Grandma, can we still make it if we go now? They won't have already finished work by the time we get there, right? Zhang Yinan said. No, the houses in Guoxin Century Seaview are selling like hotcakes. They won't finish work until 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Feng replied. That's good, Zhang Yinan said as he drove towards the direction of the sales department of Guoxin Century Seaview. Xiao Zhang, you don't look too good. Have you been too busy lately and not getting enough rest? Lin Hao started a conversation with Zhang Yinan. Don't mention it. I lost 70 million yuan in Bitcoin recently. I lost so much that my mom didn't even recognize me. Can I look good? Zhang Yinan said with a gloomy face. Lin Hao, you also have heavy dark circles. What's wrong? Have you been troubled by something recently and having trouble sleeping? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's brain started spinning rapidly. He definitely couldn't tell the truth. Otherwise, Zhang Yinan would know that he overheard his phone call with his father that day. Finally, Lin Hao said, I'm just worried about my future development in the entertainment industry. The more I think about it, the more troubled I become, and then I can't sleep. Zhang Yinan laughed and said, I'm telling you, Lin Hao, what's there to worry about? In the future entertainment industry, with me secretly taking care of you, you will definitely become a top star. Lin Hao has the figure and the looks. He is a talent that can be molded. As long as some resources are invested in him, he can become a representative of the new generation of popular fresh meat. Becoming a top star is not impossible either. Upon hearing Zhang Yinan's words, Lin Hao immediately showed a happy expression and expressed his loyalty, saying, Xiao Zhang, thank you in advance. If I really become popular in the future, I, Lin Hao, will never forget you and will definitely repay you. It's nothing, Zhang Yinan replied nonchalantly. Miss Lin, why do you seem unenthusiastic and burdened with worries? It's nothing, Bai Shui said. I've just been feeling a bit idle staying at home recently. I still prefer the busy life outside. Zhang Yinan sensed the underlying meaning in Bai Shui's words and smiled, saying, Miss Lin, I think this leisure time you have now is precious. As the rising star Mao girl that my father wants to support, you will soon be busy. Our Zhang Yi Mao studio is currently selecting suitable high-quality resources for you. When the announcement comes, Miss Lin, you will be busy. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui's mood instantly brightened. Xiao Zhang, I'm not afraid of being busy or tired. Sis, I really envy you, Lin Hao sincerely expressed. It has been almost 2 years since he debuted, but he hasn't achieved much success yet. His conditions are already good, but he lacks the backing of capital. Although the Spring and Autumn Film and Television Company had allocated some resources to him, due to their financial difficulties in recent years, they couldn't secure good resources. All they could get were some trash resources. What's the use of those trash resources? So, he has been delayed by the mediocre Spring and Autumn Film and Television Company for the past 2 years. If he had debuted with a powerful film and television company from the beginning, maybe he would have already become popular by now. On the other hand, his sister caught the attention of old Mosey even before her debut. She signed a contract with Zhang Yimao Studio as soon as she debuted. It's worth noting that Zhang Yimao, as a top director in China, has an extensive network in the entertainment industry. Which artist in this circle wouldn't want to sign with Zhang Yimao Studio? Which female artist wouldn't want to become a Mao girl? It's not an exaggeration to say that his sister entered the entertainment industry with a silver spoon. She is destined to become a top-tier actress in the future. However, Lin Hao's luck seems to be turning around now. With a Mao girl sister in the industry, his path to stardom will be much smoother. Not long after, Zhang Yinan drove to the Guoxin Century Seaview sales office. After parking the car, the four of them entered the lobby together. Sister Wang? When she saw Wang Feng, Li Wan approached her. Sister Wang, these two are your grandchildren, right? They've grown up. I can't recognize them at all now. Li Wan looked at Lin Hao, and by shui she spoke. Aunt Li. When Wang Fong was still working, she considered herself Li Wan's half-mentor. During holidays, Li Wan would bring some gifts to the Lin family. So, Lin Hao and Bai Shui were not unfamiliar with Li Wan. Although Li Wan hadn't visited the Lin family since their grandmother retired, the siblings still remembered her. Sister Wang, your grandchildren are really handsome. They look like big stars. Hearing this, Li Wan's expression changed slightly, and when she spoke again, she became noticeably warmer. Xiao Hao, Xiao Shui, so you're not just resembling them, you really are big stars. My apologies for my earlier words. Aunt Li, please don't flatter us. My sister and I are still newcomers in the entertainment industry, far from being big stars, Lin Hao said, pointing to Zhang Yinan beside him. Aunt Li, let me introduce you to him. This is Zhang Yinan, the eldest son of the director Zhang Yimao. You can call him Xiao Zhang. When this was said, Li Wan was greatly shocked. Zhang Yimao's son? Wow, this is a big shot. It turned out to be director Xiao Zhang. Welcome, welcome. Faced with Li Wan's enthusiasm, Zhang Yinan just nodded lightly in response. Managerly, my grandson Xiaohao heard that director Xiao Zhang wanted to buy a luxury apartment with a river view in the Magic City, so he recommended our Guoxin Century Seaview to director Xiao Zhang. Wang Fong said, we are here today to accompany director Xiao Zhang to view the houses. The implied meaning behind Wang Fong's words was to tell Li Wan that she would receive the commission for this deal. Director Xiao Zhang, if you want to buy a Riverview luxury apartment, then Guoxin Century Seaview is the right place for you. There are several celebrities who have bought Riverview luxury apartments here. As she spoke, under Li Wan's personal guidance, the group arrived at the sand table area. Director Xiao Zhang, take a look at which layout you like. Zhang Yinan's gaze swept over and finally landed on a house located in the first row of Binjiang. That's the one. Following Zhang Yinan's finger, Li Wan's gaze paused. Director Xiao Zhang, are you referring to the 343 square meter large flat? Zhang Yinan nodded. Yes. With his status, if he wanted to buy a Riverview house, he wouldn't even consider anything other than a Riverview house on the first line of Binjiang. And looking at the sand table, all the other Riverview luxury apartments in Guoxin Century Seaview had already been sold out. So, he didn't have any other choice. Of course, the most important thing was that he liked this super large flat. When he saw this large flat, it was like the first time he saw Bai Shui, he was immediately attracted to it and wanted to own it. Director Xiao Zhang, you have a really good eye. Such a large Riverview flat is truly rare. Lin Hao's gaze towards the large flat was somewhat heated. If he had the money, he would definitely buy this large flat. Binjiang first line, 343 square meters, overlooking the Huangpu River. This is the true Riverview luxury apartment. Bai Shui's gaze towards the large flat was equally heated. This kind of Riverview flat was her dream luxury apartment. She didn't know when she would have enough money to buy such a Riverview luxury apartment. I must become a top-tier actress, Bai Shui secretly vowed in her heart. Only by becoming a top-tier star would she have the possibility of earning enough money to buy such a super large flat on Binjiang. Seeing Zhang Yinan nod, confirming that he really wanted to buy that large flat, Li Wan immediately showed a hint of regret and said, Director Xiao Zhang, I'm really sorry, but you came a bit late. This super large flat has already been reserved by someone else. Hearing this, Zhang Yinan's eyebrows furrowed. Isn't its status for sale? That's right, Director Xiao Zhang. This large flat was reserved with a deposit less than half an hour ago, so we haven't had a chance to update its sales status. After Li Wan finished explaining, she continued, Director Xiao Zhang, why don't you take a look at our other layouts? I think they are also very good. Li Wan's words were interrupted by Zhang Yinan. Other than a Riverview house on the first line, I'm not considering anything else. Wang Fong became anxious upon hearing this. According to Zhang Yinan's meaning, if he couldn't buy this large flat today, he definitely wouldn't buy a house in Guoxin Century Seaview. If that were the case, she would lose her commission. This couldn't be allowed. Wang Fong's brain started to spin rapidly, and in an instant, she spoke up, Managerly, you just said that the customer who reserved this large flat only paid a deposit. Why don't we refund the deposit to the other party? Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Lin Hao's eyes lit up and he quickly agreed, Aunt Li, I think my grandmother's suggestion is feasible. Look, Director Xiao Zhan likes this large flat so much, we should accommodate each other. Li Wan's face showed a difficult expression. Wang Jia, as you know, when the client pays the deposit, they also sign a subscription agreement. If the developer unilaterally refunds the deposit, it would be a violation of the agreement. If the client sues, we would have to pay 3 times the deposit as a penalty. Well, Wang Fong hesitated. What Li Wan said was indeed a difficult situation. For such a large penthouse, the deposit must be in the millions. 3 times the deposit as a penalty is not a small amount. Even if Li Wan agrees, Zhongjiang Real Estate would definitely not agree unless they exempted them from the penalty. In this case, it seems that Zhang Yinan's deal cannot be completed. Sigh, it was all for nothing. Manager Li, how much deposit did the other party pay? Zhang Yinan suddenly asked. 2 million soft sister coins, Li Wan replied. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yinan spoke again. Manager Li, how about this? I will personally pay the 6 million penalty for Zhongjiang Real Estate, and you can sell this penthouse to me. There was no other way, he really liked this penthouse. Wow, Zhang director is really generous. Lin Hao took the opportunity to flatter. Manager Li, now that Zhang director is willing to pay the penalty on our behalf, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Wang Fong smiled. Well, Li Wan began to weigh the pros and cons in her mind. Zhang Yinan had already said so much. If she still refused to break the agreement and sell the penthouse to Zhang Yinan, it would definitely upset him. But if she agreed to break the agreement, it would obviously offend Yi Chen. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Wan had made a decision. She smiled at Zhang Yinan and said, alright, in order to let Director Zhang live in the house he likes, I'll offend some people. Then she changed the subject, but Director Zhang, I still need to inform our sales department supervisor about this. Only when our supervisor agrees can this be done. The reason she made this choice was simple. It was because Yi Chen's background couldn't compare to Zhang Yinan's. She had learned some information about Yi Chen from Xiao Ranran before. According to Xiao Ranran, Yi Chen came from an ordinary family. So in terms of background, Yi Chen definitely couldn't compare to Zhang Yinan. After all, Zhang Yinan's father was the famous director Zhang Yimou. In that case, she might as well do Zhang Yinan a favor. Li Wan then went to a quiet corner to make a phone call. After about 5 minutes, she returned to Zhang Yinan and smiled. Director Zhang, our supervisor has agreed. Alright, Xiao Zhang, once I have everything settled tomorrow, I'll give you a call and you can come directly to sign the contract. Hearing this, Zhang Yinan nodded in satisfaction. Okay. Aunt Li, thank you, Lin Hao grinned. The selling price of this penthouse was 170,000 per square meter. With a total area of 343 square meters, the total selling price of this penthouse was close to 60 million. Including deed taxes and other fees, it would definitely exceed 60 million. After this deal, his grandmother would receive a commission of nearly 600,000. This money was like a timely help for him and his grandmother. How could he not be happy? 10 minutes later, Zhang Yinan left the Guoxin Century Seaview sales office in his car. First, he drove Wang Fong and Lin Hao back to their place, and then he drove Bai Shui home. Xiaoxue, when I buy that large flat tomorrow, if you're willing, you can move in any time. You know, as a director, I'm always traveling with the crew, and I probably won't be able to stay in the Magic City for more than a few nights in a year. It would be a waste to leave that large flat empty, so why not move in? Zhang Yinan suddenly said on the way. Bai Shui was slightly tempted by his words. After all, that riverside flat was the luxury home she had always dreamed of. But in the end, Bai Shui suppressed the flutter in her heart and said, no, I'm fine where I am now. Zhang Yinan just said that he can't stay in the Magic City for more than a few nights in a year. Which is true, but if she really moved in, how would Zhang Yinan spend those few nights in the Magic City? Would they live under the same roof? They were both adults. She knew exactly what he was thinking. If she moved in, it would be like giving her consent. If she took that step, she would likely be facing an abyss. How about this, Xiaoxue? I'll get the keys tomorrow, and I'll give you a spare set. If you ever want to change your living environment, you can stay there for a few days. Just treat it as a hotel. When Bai Shui heard Zhang Yinan's words, she was tempted. I won't stay there often, just occasionally. It should be fine. Bai Shui was conflicted. Director Zhang, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not used to living in a strange environment. In the end, Bai Shui controlled her desires. If the previous situation was an abyss, even if you only took half a step, you would be greeted with endless darkness. She understood the principle of boiling a frog in warm water, so she couldn't give Zhang Yinan any opportunity. After being rejected multiple times, Zhang Yinan was not annoyed, but rather became more interested in Bai Shui. Things that can be easily obtained are boring. The harder it is to get, the more it arouses his desire to conquer. He had already decided to conquer Bai Shui. She couldn't escape from his grasp. On the other hand, after dropping Xiao Ranran off at the harbor city Yuting, Yi Chen drove to a restaurant called Tianfu. In a private room inside, Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing met Zhou Jia, who was wearing denim shorts and a white t-shirt. Yi Chen, Teacher Chang, why did you guys take so long? I'm starving. Zhou Jia pouted. Sorry, Jia. There was a traffic accident on the way, so the road was blocked. That's why Yi Chen and I arrived late, Chang Bingbing explained. Didn't you always talk about wanting to lose weight? Now that dinner is delayed a bit, your stomach is growling. I can't see your determination to lose weight, Yi Chen said with a smile. Yi Chen, you clearly don't understand weight loss. Looking at Yi Chen sitting across from her, Zhou Jia said, nowadays, scientific weight loss means having regular meals 3 times a day. Don't you understand? Yi Chen smiled faintly. All I know is that in the past 2 years, you don't seem to have gotten any thinner. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jia rolled her eyes. Yi Chen, you're really good at chatting. Thank you, chatting has always been my strong suit, Yi Chen said seriously. Jia, you're not fat at all. Why do you want to lose weight? Teacher Chang, even though I look slim, I actually have a lot of excess fat on my stomach. As soon as I sit down, a love handle appears around my waist, and it's so annoying. Hearing this, Chang Bingbing said, Jia, if you want to lose belly fat, you can do exercises like sit-ups, planks, and leg raises. These exercises are effective for slimming the stomach. Wife, what exercise can slim down the belly? Zhou Jia must know. I guess she's just good at talking big, but when it comes to actually doing it, she's inconsistent. Yi Chen said with a smile. Teacher Chang, be honest, can you tolerate Yi Chen's mouth? Zhou Jia looked at Chang Bingbing and asked seriously. Yi Chen is not like this in front of me usually, Chang Bingbing said, glaring at Yi Chen with annoyance. Yi Chen, stop intentionally provoking Jia. Wife, I'm not intentionally provoking her. You know what her reaction just now means, right? Yi Chen answered his own question. It means I hit the nail on the head and she got defensive and angry. Teacher Chang, you see, Yi Chen always annoys me. 10 minutes later, the food was served, and the 3 of them started eating. After eating his fill, Yi Chen put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Seeing Zhou Jia still eating, Yi Chen couldn't help but say, Zhou Jia, aren't you full yet? What's wrong? Zhou Jia spoke while picking up a piece of braised pork and putting it in her mouth. You're trying to lose weight, but you're still overeating at night? You should know that he has a big appetite. But during this period of time, Zhou Jia ate just as much as him. Who's overeating? I always eat this much at night. Upon hearing this answer, Yi Chen was speechless. You eat this much at night and you call it losing weight? Yi Chen, didn't I just tell you? Scientific weight loss requires regular meals 3 times a day, understand? Zhou Jia said, then poured herself a bowl of soup and drank it. Yi Chen, Chang Bingbing. In less than 5 seconds, the bowl of seaweed and egg soup was empty. After putting down her bowl and chopsticks, Zhou Jia burped contentedly and said, I'm full. Yi Chen, Chang Bingbing. After Zhou Jia wiped her mouth, Yi Chen spoke up. Zhou Jia, you didn't just invite us for a meal today, did you? Yi Chen, take this. Zhou Jia took out a black card from her pocket and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the black card in his hand and saw a golden ancient garden architecture pattern in the center of the front side. What is this? Yi Chen, this card is useful for you. Curious, Yi Chen asked, how exactly is it useful? Yi Chen, with this black card, if you buy a house in the Magic City in the future, you can enjoy a 20% discount on all available properties. Zhou Jia said. Is this black card really that powerful? Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. Yes. Zhou Jia continued, but there are some limitations. The total price of the house you buy cannot exceed 100 million soft sister coins, and this black card can only be used once a year for a discount on buying a house. That's still impressive. Yi Chen said. Zhou Jia, this black card is very valuable. Yi Chen, if you return it, I'll be angry. Zhou Jia pursed her lips and said, I told you before that I wanted to give you a wedding gift when you and Teacher Chang got married. At first, I was planning to give you insider information about Bitcoin as a gift, but that information turned out to be a big trap. Fortunately, you were smart, and you sensed the danger in the Bitcoin market. Otherwise, I would have really tricked you. Yi Chen, Teacher Chang, now I'm giving you this black card as a wedding gift. Yi Chen, don't think it's too valuable and refuse to accept it. If it weren't for your reminder earlier, I wouldn't have made over $1 billion in the Bitcoin market this time, and I would have definitely lost everything. Compared to that, this black card is really nothing. So Yi Chen, Teacher Chang, you must accept this gift. After listening to Zhou Jia's words, Yi Chen smiled and said, alright, I'll accept it then. Speaking of which, we went to see a house today and even paid the deposit. With this black card, we can save over 10 million tomorrow. Although Zhou Jia just said that as long as the total price of the house does not exceed 100 million, they can enjoy an 80% discount with this black card. From this perspective, if he aims for 100 million, he can buy a luxurious mansion worth 100 million and maximize his benefits. However, Yi Chen didn't plan to do that. Taking advantage of such a loophole would make him look bad. Besides, he really liked the waterfront penthouse with a river view. It seems like this black card came just in time. Joja smiled and said, by the way, Yi-chen, which development did you buy your house in? Guoxin Century Seaview, Yi-chen replied. A Riverview house, that development is quite good. After the three finished their meal and left the restaurant, it was around 8:30 in the evening. Jia, when we move into our new house, come to my place for dinner, Chung Bingbing said. Sure, Joja smiled and said, Chung teacher, you don't know, when Yi-chen was tutoring me before, he often praised your cooking in front of me. Jia, don't listen to Yi-chen's nonsense, my cooking is really just average. No, Yi-chen rarely compliments people, so I have really high expectations for your cooking, Chung teacher, Joja said with a smile. Joja, we should head back now, Yi-chen said as he opened the driver's door of the golf cart. Yi-chen, it's only 8:30, and it's the weekend. Why are you going home so early? Yi-chen chuckled at the sound of her voice. You're right, Chang teacher, how about we watch a movie before going home? Sure, Chang Bingbing smiled and nodded. Jia, want to join us? Facing Yi-chen's gaze, Jia rolled her eyes and said, no, I don't want to be a third wheel. After watching the movie and coming out of the cinema, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Passing by a milk tea shop, Chung Bingbing stopped and said, husband, I want to drink milk tea. Then I'll go in and buy it for you. What flavor do you want? Yi-chen asked. You decide, I rarely drink milk tea. Okay. In just a moment, Yi-chen walked out of the milk tea shop with a cup of milk tea in his hand. Here. Why did you only buy one cup? Chung Bingbing took the milk tea from Yi-chen's hand and asked. I'm not really into milk tea. All right. Not long after, the two arrived at the underground parking lot and got into the car. Yi-chen picked up the half-empty bottle of baishui he had drunk during the day, unscrewed the cap, and drank it all in one gulp. The bottle was empty in an instant. The dinner tonight had several heavy dishes, so he felt quite thirsty after finishing. Even after drinking half a bottle of water, Yi-chen still felt a bit thirsty. Wife, did you finish the bottle of water you had during the day? Yes, I finished it. Are you still thirsty? Then let me treat you to some imported milk tea. A few minutes later, Yi-chen drove the golf cart out of the underground parking lot. Yi-chen, are you still thirsty? Do you want me to go down and buy a bottle of water for you? Chang Bingbing, sitting in the passenger seat, asked with a smile. I've had imported milk tea and imported water, so I'm not thirsty anymore. The two returned home, took a shower, and got into bed after midnight. I'm quite tired after this day, Chung Bingbing lay on the bed, stretched lazily, and said with enjoyment, it's so comfortable to lie down. Tired? Then let's rest early, Yi-chen said as he reached out to turn off the light, but Chang Bingbing stopped him. What's wrong? What do you think, Yi-chen? Chang Bingbing smiled and looked at Yi-chen. Yi-chen understood. She really was a good teacher to him. He was almost moved to tears. The next day, which was July 30th, Yi-chen woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning and went downstairs for a morning run. Another disciplined morning. Discipline made him strong. Discipline made him happy. At around 6:20, Xia Ranran arrived at the Guoxin Century Seaview sales office. At 6:30, Li Wan held a morning meeting and assigned areas for cleaning to all the sales staff, including temporary worker Wang Feng. Does everyone remember the areas they are responsible for? Yes, we remember, everyone replied in unison. I'm not sure exactly when General Manager Yang will come to our sales office, so it's important for everyone to keep their assigned areas clean. Let me make it clear, if General Manager Yang comes to inspect the work and is dissatisfied with the cleanliness of any area, the person responsible for that area will have their performance assessment for this month downgraded by 1 level. Does anyone have any objections? Seeing that no one spoke up, Li Wan's face showed satisfaction and she said, all right, let's adjourn the meeting and get busy. Xia Ranran, come to my office. And so, Xia Ranran followed Li Wan to her office. Manager Li, what's the matter? Li Wan calling her to the office meant that there was something important to discuss. And most likely, it wasn't something trivial. This made her curious about what they were going to talk about next. Please have a seat. Li Wan pointed to a chair opposite her desk and said to Xia Ranran. Xia Ranran sat down as instructed. Facing Xia Ranran's gaze, Li Wan began, Xia Ranran, I'm really sorry, but we can't sell that large flat to your classmate and teacher. Hearing this, Xia Ranran's face changed dramatically. Manager Li, what does this mean? My classmate paid the deposit and signed the purchase agreement yesterday. Xia Ranran, don't worry, our company won't let your classmate suffer. This time, it's our company that breached the contract first, so we will strictly fulfill the contract and compensate your classmate with 3 times the amount of the deposit as a penalty. Li Wan smiled and said, getting a compensation of 6 million for breach of contract all at once, your classmate really hit the jackpot this time. Manager Li, you can't say that. As the saying goes, money can't buy happiness. My classmate can afford a flat worth 60 million. Do you think he would care about a 6 million penalty? Xia Ranran said, we signed the purchase agreement yesterday afternoon, and today you suddenly want to break the contract. Managerly, I want to know what happened in between. Sigh, it's my fault. Li Wan then proceeded to explain the prepared explanation. Yesterday afternoon, before your classmate came to our sales office, Wang Fong sent me a WeChat message saying that someone wanted to buy that super large flat in our Guoxin Century Seaview. She asked me to reserve that flat for her and not sell it to anyone else. But I was too busy yesterday and didn't see Wang Fong's message in time. I only saw it after I got home last night, but it was already too late. Xia Ranran, I hope you can understand and help me. Wang Fong's friend is a wealthy and influential person in the entertainment industry. If I don't sell that flat to him, I'm afraid he will use his connections in the entertainment industry to tarnish our company. If it comes to that, I will be the first one to be punished by the company, and I might even be fired directly. But managerly, this is unfair to my classmate. Xia Ranran said. How is it unfair? We will compensate him with 3 times the amount of the deposit, which is a whole 6 million. In just one day, he will get 6 million, which is like picking up money for free. If I had the chance to do something like this, I would wake up laughing from my dreams, Li Wan said with a smile. This statement from Li Wan truly came from the bottom of her heart. If she had the chance to pick up 6 million for free, she would truly wake up laughing from her dreams. But as Xia Ranran just said, that Yi Chen can buy a penthouse with a river view for over 60 million, which shows that he is not short of money. 6 million is a huge sum for her, but for someone like Yi Chen, it might not be much. The deposit has been paid, the subscription agreement has been signed, and now they don't want to sell the house to him? If he gets angry and causes a scene, it won't be good. If it were any other time, it would be fine. But today, Yang Hui, the CEO of Zhongjiang Real Estate, will come to inspect her work. If this matter becomes known to Yang Hui, it will be troublesome. After all, Yang Hui is known for being very discerning. It is because of this concern that she appealed to Xia Ranran with emotion and reason, hoping that Xia Ranran could help calm Yi Chen's emotions and make him leave with the money, without causing any trouble. Managerly, no matter what, I think our company has handled this matter very unfairly. You are afraid of offending the client behind Wang Fong, but you are not afraid of offending my classmate Yi Chen. It's obvious that you are favoring one over the other. If my classmate is even more powerful than the person behind Wang Fong, would you still dare to do what you are doing now? Xia Ranran said angrily. Xia Ranran, you have just stepped out of the university gate, and you haven't encountered many realities in society yet. I believe that after you have been in society for a few years and have experienced the same problems as me, you will make the same choices as me when you are in my position, Li Wan said. When she first left campus and entered society, she had the same clear sense of right and wrong as Xia Ranran. But society is a big die vat, and it is also a sharpening stone. It will grind away all the edges on you and make you smooth. As for right and wrong, it all depends on your own interests. It was a little after 9 in the morning when Yi Chen took the car keys and left with Cheng Bingbing. At a little past 10, a Mercedes Maybach was driving towards the direction of Guoxin Century Seaview sales office. Suddenly, a middle-aged man sitting in the back seat, wearing a suit and a pair of silver-rimmed glasses on his nose, said to the driver, Lao Zhang, is there a public restroom nearby? There is a public restroom not far ahead, General Yang. Do you need to go? The driver asked while driving. Yes. Yang Hui nodded. Okay, General Yang, I understand, the driver replied. Yang Hui touched his pocket and found that he didn't have any tissues, so he turned to his secretary next to him and asked, Xiao Lu, do you have any tissues on you? Yang Hui's secretary was a young man, and when he heard Yang Hui's words, he also reached into his pockets and said, I'm sorry, General Yang, I was in a hurry when I left this morning, and I forgot to bring tissues. Lu Yunjie quickly asked the driver, Brother Zhang, are there tissues in the car? Unfortunately, we ran out of tissues last night. I was planning to buy some this morning and put them in the car, but I forgot. The driver, Lao Zhang, said. In that case, General Yang, you can go first, and I will buy tissues nearby and bring them to you immediately, Lao Zhang said. Yang Hui looked outside the window and frowned. This road is a bit remote, and I don't see any stores nearby. General Yang, we will arrive at Guoxin Century Seaview sales office in about 15 minutes. Can you hold on for that long? Lao Zhang asked. Hearing this, Yang Hui shook his head. General Yang, then we can only do it this way. You go first, and then I will buy tissues nearby. It may take a little longer for you to wait at the restroom, Lao Zhang said. Brother Zhang, don't the public restrooms ahead have free toilet paper? Secretary Lu Yunjie asked. I have used that public restroom before, but they don't provide free toilet paper there. The main reason is that there are very few vehicles passing by this road normally. Upon hearing this, Yang Hui spoke up, Lao Zhang, turn on the hazard lights, pull over, there's a car behind us. I'll stop that car and ask the owner if there are tissues in their car. All right, Mr. Yang. So the driver, Lao Zhang, turned on the hazard lights and pulled over. Yang Hui and his secretary, Lu Yunjie, got out of the car together and waved their arms at the red Volkswagen sedan behind them. With their waving gestures, the speed of the red Volkswagen also slowed down. Finally, the red Volkswagen pulled over as well. Yi Chen rolled down the window and asked the middle-aged man in a suit who approached his window, "What's going on? Is your car broken?" Yang Hui shook his head and said, "No, our car is fine. It's like this, little brother, I'm not feeling well in my stomach, and I wanted to ask if there are tissues in your car." "Yes, I have some. I'll give them to you." Upon hearing this, Yang Hui quickly thanked him, "Thank you, little brother. They say that when nature calls, you have to answer." It had been many years since he had been troubled by a small piece of toilet paper. To be honest, it was a bit embarrassing. When Yi Chen left in the morning, he saw a small pack of tissue paper on the table, so he casually picked it up and put it in his pants pocket. Now, Yi Chen reached into his pocket and took out the small pack of tissue paper. As a result, he accidentally took out the black card in his pocket as well. Here. Yi Chen left the black card and handed the small pack of tissue paper to Yang Hui outside the window. However, at this moment, Yang Hui's gaze froze, and his attention was completely drawn to the black card in Yi Chen's hand. This is the Qingyuan Club card. After confirming that he hadn't made a mistake, Yang Hui was greatly shocked. The Qingyuan Club was a top business circle in the country, initiated and established by 8 big shots in the domestic real estate industry. To put it mildly, as long as these 8 members of the Qingyuan Club stomped their feet, the entire Xia country's real estate industry would shake 3 times. Each of the 8 members of the Qingyuan Club had a Qingyuan Club card. However, the use of the Qingyuan Club card was not limited to its owners. The owner of the black card could lend it to others. Anyone who held the Qingyuan Club card and went to buy a house in the high-end real estate of the Magic City could enjoy a 20% discount in VIP treatment. In addition to these, the Qingyuan Club card had many other uses. Don't you need tissues? Seeing that Yang Hui didn't reach out to take the tissue paper but kept staring at the black card in his hand, Yi Chen couldn't help but remind him. It seemed that this guy outside the window probably knew about the black card in his hand. After coming back to his senses, Yang Hui quickly took the small pack of tissue paper from Yi Chen's hand. "Young man, I don't know your name yet?" "Yi Chen, Yi as in leaf, Chen as in dust." Yi Chen said. "So you're Mr. Yi." When Yang Hui spoke again, his address for Yi Chen had changed from young man or little brother to Mr. Yi. Just a simple change in address showed the change in Yi Chen's status in Yang Hui's heart. "Who are you?" Well, because of a black card, this guy in front of him, who had a driver and a Mercedes Maybach as his car, directly changed his address to Mr. Yi. Who exactly was this guy? "Mr. Yi, this is my business card." When Yang Hui spoke, he took out a beautifully crafted business card from his white shirt pocket and handed it to Yi Chen, using both hands. Name, Yang Hui, CEO of Zhongjiang Real Estate Group. Contact, 182. 2389. After taking a glance at the business card, Yi Chen understood the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him. "So you're Mr. Yang. Mr. Yi, are you going to visit Guoxin Century Seaview?" Yang Hui asked tentatively. The reason he had this speculation was because this road was the only way to Guoxin Century Seaview. In addition, since the opening of Guoxin Century Seaview, the houses have been selling like hotcakes. When Mr. Yi appeared on this road with a Qingyuan Club card, it naturally led him to have this speculation. Yes, Yi Chen nodded. "It's a coincidence, Mr. Yi. I happen to be going to Guoxin Century Seaview as well. You go ahead, I'll be there soon to find you." Yang Hui said, "By the way, Mr. Yi, let's exchange contact information." "Okay." After exchanging contact information and greeting each other, Yi Chen left directly. About 15 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived at the sales office of Guoxin Century Seaview. After finding a parking space and parking the car, Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing got out of the car and walked into the lobby of the sales office together. Teacher Chang, Mr. Yi, Xiao Ranran, who had been waiting for them, hurriedly walked towards them when she saw them. "Ranran, can we sign the contract now?" Chang Bingbing smiled and asked Xiao Ranran, who had come up to them. "Teacher Chang, let's talk in the VIP room. It's too noisy here." "Okay." Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the VIP reception room. At the moment the door closed, Yi Chen suddenly felt that the whole world had become quiet. The lobby was really crowded, and when he had just come in, his head was throbbing from the noise. Now it was finally peaceful. Xia Ranran brought 2 cups of tea over. Yi Chen, Teacher Chang, have some tea. Chung Bingbing took the teacup and said thank you. Ah. After sitting down opposite the two of them, Xia Ranran sighed. Teacher Chang, Yi Chen, I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid you won't be able to buy that large flat anymore. Yi Chen, who was about to drink tea, silently put the teacup back on the table after hearing Xia Ranran's words. Xia Ranran, what do you mean by that? Chang Bingbing didn't say anything, but she also looked at Xia Ranran with an inquiring gaze. Yi Chen, Teacher Chang, this is how things are. Xia Ranran went on to explain the whole story to Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing. After listening, Yi Chen's face looked a bit ugly. Xia Ranran, your company is treating me like a soft persimmon, aren't they? Yi Chen, Teacher Chang, I'm just an intern who has been working for less than a month. As a lowly person, although I tried, I couldn't influence the decision of the leaders at all. Xia Ranran said helplessly. Ranran, this has nothing to do with you. It's already difficult enough for you to tell us everything about this matter without reservation. Chang Bingbing said. So, Teacher Chang, Yi Chen, what are you planning to do now? Xia Ranran said, if you want to make a big deal out of this, use the pressure of public opinion to force Zhongjiang Real Estate to sell that large flat to you. I can unconditionally cooperate with you. Xia Ranran's words were actually a suggestion to Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing. That is, to expose this matter, use the pressure of public opinion to force Zhongjiang Real Estate, and then achieve the goal of safeguarding their rights. If this had happened before yesterday, Yi Chen might really have done it. But now, as someone who holds a black card, he has no need to do so. Li Wan thought he was a soft persimmon, right? He wanted to see how the other party would end up later. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't speak, Xia Ranran suddenly had a flash of inspiration in her mind, and then continued to say to Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing, by the way, Teacher Chang, Yi Chen, you can do the same. Our CEO, Mr. Yang, from Zhongjiang Real Estate, will come here today to inspect the work. You can wait for Mr. Yang to come, and directly explain the reasons to him. I think Mr. Yang will handle this matter impartially. Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled. Xia Ranran, you're helping us with ideas like this. Aren't you afraid that your leaders will settle accounts with you in the future? Liquidation is just liquidation. If worst comes to worst, I'll just find another job, Xia Ranran said. You are not only my teachers and classmates, but also my clients. I will definitely protect your legitimate rights and interests. You're such a good girl, Yi Chen smiled. What's the use of being a good girl? You heartlessly rejected me twice, Xia Ranran said, looking at Yi Chen with a hint of obvious resentment in her eyes. She had fallen in love with Yi Chen at first sight when they entered university, and then she began to pursue him passionately. On the last day of military training, she boldly confessed her love to Yi Chen in front of countless classmates and instructors, only to be rejected. Shortly after, Yi Chen got together with Bai Shui, which made her sad for a long time. On the day before graduation, when she learned that Bai Shui had broken up with Yi Chen, she saw hope and couldn't wait to propose to Yi Chen in the group chat. But she was still rejected. Later on, Yi Chen successfully matched with Teacher Chang in a big data marriage matching program and they became a couple. However, as soon as she said those words, Xia Ranran felt it was inappropriate because Teacher Chang was right there. Teacher Chang, don't be angry. I'm just feeling emotional. I promise I no longer have any feelings for Yi Chen. Xia Ranran raised her hand and said to Chung Bingbing, don't worry, Ranran. Teacher won't be angry. Chung Bingbing smiled slightly. Just then, there was a sudden knocking on the door. Xia Ranran got up and walked over to open it. Standing outside was Li Wan, holding a blue folder in her hand. Manager Li. Li Wan walked in with a smile on her face. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, I've already explained everything to you just now. I'm really sorry for wasting your precious time. As she spoke, Li Wan sat down opposite Yi Chen and Chang Bingbing, in the seat that Xia Ranran had just vacated. I've already prepared the termination contract. I just need Mr. Yi to sign it, Li Wan said, placing the blue folder she had brought on the table and opening it. She took out a termination contract and a black pen and handed them to Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't reach out to take them, maintaining his sitting posture with his hands crossed in front of his chest. Mr. Yi? Li Wan's smile became slightly awkward. Manager Li, I won't sign this termination contract, Yi Chen said. Li Wan was taken aback. Why, Mr. Yi? Didn't Xia Ranran just explain everything to you? No, on the contrary, my classmate explained everything to me very clearly. Manager Li, you really know how to handle things, Yi Chen said with a hint of sarcasm in his smile. At this moment, Li Wan's smile froze completely on her face. She turned to look at Xia Ranran, her eyes somewhat cold. She had talked so much with Xia Ranran this morning, trying to persuade her to calm Yi Chen down and leave quietly after receiving the breach of contract compensation. She even hinted to Xia Ranran that if she could settle this matter for her, she would ensure that Xia Ranran could successfully pass the internship assessment and become a formal employee of Zhongjiang Real Estate. However, she never expected that Xia Ranran would reveal all the details to her classmates. This was a betrayal to her. How dare she? But now that the situation had happened, she could only find a way to resolve it. As for Xia Ranran, she would have plenty of time to teach her how to behave in the future. Mr. Yi, I didn't want things to develop to this point either, but if you put yourself in my shoes, I think you should understand my difficulties. Besides, our company will compensate you for the breach of contract according to the agreement, and you won't lose a single penny, Li Wan said. Managerly, I can understand your choice, but it doesn't mean I can accept your choice, Yi Chen said calmly. Mr. Yi, as long as our company is willing to pay the full penalty, even if you are unwilling, our company can unilaterally terminate the contract with you, Li Wan said with a smile, implying that the outcome has already been determined regardless of whether Yi Chen signs or not. Bullying the weak? What a great Zhongjiang Real Estate. Mr. Yi. Just as Li Wan was about to say something, her phone suddenly rang. She took out her phone and saw that it was a call from Qi Miao, instantly boosting her spirits. She had specifically instructed the other party earlier that if General Manager Yang came, she should immediately call her. Managerly, I saw General Manager Yang come in. Okay, I'll come over right away. After Li Wan hung up the phone, she stood up. Mr. Yi, I have something to attend to, please think it over. With those words, Li Wan hurriedly left the VIP reception room. After Li Wan left, Xia Ranran spoke up, Teacher Chang, Yi Chen, I think our CEO from Zhongjiang Real Estate has arrived. Should I take you to find General Manager Yan? Just as Xia Ranran finished speaking, Yi Chen's phone on the table suddenly rang. The caller ID showed, Yang Hui. Mr. Yi, I'm in the lobby of Guoxin Century Seaview sales office, where are you? On the other end of the phone, Yang Hui held his phone and looked around. His secretary, Lu Yunjie, was also searching for Yi Chen's figure. General Manager Yang, I'm in the VIP room to the north. How about this, I'll come out to find you. No, Mr. Yi, don't come out. It's too noisy outside. I'll come over to meet you right away. Yang Hui said. All right. The conversation between the two ended there. After hanging up the phone, Yang Hui walked towards the VIP reception room. He had been here before and knew where the VIP room was. However, Yang Hui had only taken a few steps when he ran into Li Wan and Qi Miao. General Manager Yang. Li Wan's face was filled with a warm smile. Yang Hui didn't stop, but continued walking and said, come with me to the VIP room. Hearing this, Li Wan didn't think much and said, General Manager Yang, there are people in the VIP room now. Let's go to my office directly. Upon hearing this, Yang Hui understood that Li Wan still didn't know the identity of the person in the VIP room, so he said, Managerly, do we have our people in the VIP room now? General Manager Yang, we do. Then you don't need to come with me. Yang Hui glanced at Qi Miao. It was better to have fewer people around when meeting someone of Yi Chen's level. Ah, Qi Miao was a little dumbfounded. She had planned to take this opportunity to get acquainted with Yang Hui, but now, Qi Miao, since General Manager Yang said so, you can go about your business. Okay. Catching up to Yang Hui, Li Wan said, General Manager Yang, let's go to my office. There are customers in the VIP room now, so it's not convenient for us to have a conversation there. At this moment, Li Wan was a little anxious. She didn't want Yang Hui to meet Yi Chen. She was worried that if Yi Chen found out Yang Hui's identity, he might reveal that matter. If it came to that, the situation would completely be out of her control. Yang Hui said as he walked, Li Wan, the person I want to meet now is sitting in our VIP room. Upon hearing these words, Li Wan's heart trembled. She initially thought that Yang Hui wanted to go to her office to have a conversation with her. But now, from Yang Hui's words, it seemed that he was going to the VIP room to meet someone. It couldn't be Xia Ranran, the possibility was very low. Excluding Xia Ranran, if the person Yang Hui wanted to meet wasn't Yi Chen, then it must be Chang Bingbing, and these two are a couple. Thinking of this, Li Wan's heart raced. Mr. Yang, are you going to meet that Yi Chen? Li Wan, when you meet Mr. Yi later, you can't call him by his name anymore, Yang Hui said. Hearing Yang Hui actually calling Yi Chen Mr. Yi, Li Wan's left eyelid couldn't help but twitch incessantly. You should know that Yang Hui is the CEO of their Zhongjiang Real Estate Group. Who exactly is Yi Chen? How could he make Yang Hui call him Mr. Yi? And when Yang Hui just mentioned Mr. Yi, there was a hint of obvious respect in his tone. This is really scary. She also learned about Yi Chen's identity from Xia Ranran yesterday. The other party is just a newly graduated, average university student. As for how the other party could afford a super large flat worth over 60 million, Xia Ranran speculated that her classmate probably came into a windfall from somewhere. Therefore, in her eyes, Yi Chen is a nouveau riche. When she sent Yi Chen away yesterday, she saw that Yi Chen's car was just a Volkswagen Golf. This invisibly deepened the image of Yi Chen as a nouveau riche in her mind. He hadn't even had time to buy a decent car, so he couldn't be anything other than a nouveau riche. But now Mr. Yang actually called that Yi Chen Mr. Yi. This means that the other party is definitely not the kind of nouveau riche she imagined. So Li Wan cautiously asked, Mr. Yang, what exactly is Mr. Ye's identity? I don't know Mr. Ye's specific identity yet, Yang Hui said, then changed the subject, but Mr. Yi has a Qingyuan Club black card. What? At this moment, Li Wan's heart shook violently, her head felt like it had been hit by a sledgehammer, buzzing, and she even experienced ringing in her ears. Her face visibly turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qingyuan Club, that is the top circle in the real estate industry in Xia country. The 8 members of the Qingyuan Club are all the heads of billion-dollar real estate companies, and the Qingyuan Club black card is a symbol of their identity. That Yi Chen is definitely not one of those 8 people. But if the other party can hold a Qingyuan Club card, it is enough to prove the other party's extraordinary status. If that Yi Chen is really just an ordinary nouveau riche, would the real estate tycoon in the Qingyuan Club give his black card to Yi Chen? Unless the relationship is close to a certain extent, the big shot wouldn't give his black card to Yi Chen. And what has she done? Thinking of this, Li Wan felt dizzy and felt like everything around her was spinning. Yang Hui's secretary, Lu Yunjie, noticed that Li Wan was not feeling well. Manager Li, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? My head is a little dizzy, probably because I didn't eat breakfast this morning. As they spoke, the 3 of them had already arrived outside the VIP room. Can you hold on? Yang Hui asked Li Wan. Seeing Li Wan nod, Yang Hui raised his hand and knocked on the door. The door opened quickly. It was Xia Ranran who opened the door for Yang Hui. Manager Li. When Xia Ranran's gaze fell on Yang Hui's face, she was startled in her heart. Mr. Yang. Nodding, Yang Hui walked straight in. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yang. Yi Chen stood up and shook hands with Yang Hui. Who is this? Yang Hui's gaze fell on Chang Bingbing beside him. Mr. Yang, this is my wife. With Yi Chen's introduction, Chang Bingbing also spoke openly. Hello, Mr. Yang, my name is Chang Bingbing. So you're Mrs. Yi. Looking at the few people chatting, Xia Ranran was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? How does their company's CEO know Yi Chen? And they are so polite and enthusiastic towards Yi Chen, there is even a hint of respect in this enthusiasm. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, please have a seat. Mr. Yang, you can also sit. And so, except for Xia Ranran and Li Wan, the 4 of them sat down. When Xia Ranran came to her senses, she quickly took a hot water bottle to add tea and water to everyone. Mr. Yi, which unit in Wuxin Century Seaview did you and your wife choose? Yang Hui suddenly noticed the termination contract on the table in front of Yi Chen and asked, What's this? Mr. Yang, I had my eye on a super large flat in your Wuxin Century Seaview. I paid the deposit and signed the purchase agreement yesterday. But when I came here today, I received a notice that your company wants to terminate the contract and not sell me the flat anymore. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yang Hui's face suddenly turned pale. He then looked at Li Wan, who was standing beside him, and asked in a deep voice, Manager Li, what's going on? Li Wan, with a pale face, stuttered and couldn't even complete a sentence. Seeing Li Wan's reaction, Yang Hui knew that the problem must lie with their company. This made Yang Hui's face darken. What's going on? Speak up, Mr. Yang, this is what happened. At this moment, Li Wan could only reluctantly explain the whole situation. After listening to Li Wan's words, Yi Chen realized that the person who wanted to take his house was actually that little Zhang Yinan, who had tried to persuade him to sell his company after he acquired Chuanqiu Film and Television. Li Wan, you completely disregarded the company's regulations. Yang Hui's face was quite unpleasant. If this had happened to an ordinary person, it would have been fine, but who was Yi Chen? Yi Chen was someone who held the Qingyuan Club's black card. It should be noted that the Qingyuan Club was a top-level circle that even the chairman of Zhongjiang Real Estate had been unable to enter. Mr. Yang, I was wrong. Li Wan didn't dare to defend herself and directly lowered her head to apologize. I'll deal with you later. After giving Li Wan a cold glance, Yang Hui turned to Yi Chen with an apologetic expression and said, Mr. Yi, this incident has brought you and your wife an extremely unpleasant experience. On behalf of Zhongjiang Real Estate, I deeply apologize to you and your wife. Mr. Yang, you're being too harsh. Yi Chen said. Mr. Yi, as a token of our apology, Zhongjiang Real Estate is willing to give you an underground parking space. Pausing for a moment, Yang Hui continued, in addition, as part of the house purchase lottery, the first prize, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class Shadow Wing Special Edition parked in the lobby, I will arrange for our staff to internally manipulate it so that you become the winner of the first prize. After listening to Yang Hui's words, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh at the grand gesture. He had originally planned to buy an underground parking space in Guoxin's Century Seaview. It was 18 square meters, and the price per square meter was 80,000 yuan. The price of a parking space had reached 1.44 million yuan. The official guide price of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class Shadow Wing was even higher, reaching 4,588 million yuan. In other words, the total value of the parking space and the Mercedes-Benz G-Class Shadow Wing was close to 4 million yuan. However, Yi Chen also understood that the reason why the other party was so generous was because of his black card. Mr. Yang, this is not necessary, right? Mr. Yi, I know that with your status, you may not be interested in these things, but I hope you won't look down on them. Yang Hui said. Since Mr. Yang put it that way, I won't refuse. Yi Chen smiled. Xia Ranran, on the side, couldn't help but show a smile. Before leaving in the morning, Yi Chen had said he wanted to buy a parking space. Since he was going to buy a parking space, he would definitely need to buy a car as well. But now, he didn't need to buy either. At this moment, Xia Ranran looked at Yi Chen with curiosity and a hint of admiration. What kind of person was Yi Chen that made Yang Hui give him a parking space and a car? In Xia Ranran's eyes, Yi Chen had become shrouded in a mysterious veil. Clearly, Yi Chen's family background was very ordinary. Why did Yi Chen become unrecognizable in less than a month after graduation? Li Wan, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and handle the house purchase procedures for Mr. Yi, Yang Hui said. Okay, Li Wan quickly responded. Mr. Yi, please take out the Qingyuan Club card in your hand. After we register it here, you will be able to enjoy a 20% discount on the house purchase, okay?